architecture and one of the most cosmopolitan in Spain. Valencia's first Grand Prix took place 26 years ago. The fight for the final pole of the season is next live. It's time for MotoGP. So the circuit Ricardo Trauma, about a 30 kilometres downtown Valencia, named after 50cc world champion back in 1978 and 1981, Ricardo Trauma. 20 world championships have been decided previously in Valencia. That will be 21 tomorrow as our final showdown emerges in the Moto2 World Championship. Just over 4 kilometres in length, 25 miles. Pretty busy in that infield section as you go through 3, 4, 5, 6. Turn 7, then into the hard braking over turn 8 from Ryan being caught out there yesterday, so you see that back to turn 4. Good morning and welcome to what is November, Saturday morning here on the Ricardo Trauma circuit in Valencia. It was rather overcast and grey for most of day one here in our final showdown, the season finale here at the Ricardo Trauma circuit. We have got some clear blue skies on the horizon there for what is our final sprint Saturday of the season. We're playing the fight for the championship in terms of third place overall. It does look like it will be in the hands of Marco Bezzecchi, 35 points clear. Take a back night in that particular battle. 37 points more left to fight for. The first 12 of those will be over 30 laps in each, so sprinting to India local time this afternoon. We're expecting packed grandstands for the main event tomorrow, 27-lap Grand Prix of Valencia, where the home fans, well, they may well be banking on and they may well be seeing a first Pedro Acosta MotoGP victory. And Friday is anything to make sure you're on about who will be the main contender in tomorrow's main Grand Prix. Well, last weekend, Pedro Acosta was fastest on Friday with a 139.240. Still seeking to end that long barren run without a victory in MotoGP. His closest challenger was our Portuguese Grand Prix winner, the start to finish winner in Portimao 6 days ago, Marco Bezzecchi. Had a great afternoon session. Sharp up after running back to turn 4. Second 129.29 pretty tight at the top. Acosta and Bez split by just under 6 seconds. Frankie Morbidelli shining on a Friday, top 3 for the third team ranger of the Apexward racing team rider. Already ready for Q2 as well, go Alex Marquez, long time. Alex secured second place in the World Championship. Michael had a fantastic Friday run, best riding the season actually. Track cash racing. Jack Miller, Fabio Antonio, and now we go Bradley and Pablo Potteraro. Those riders directly into the best confirmation of Acosta's wins yesterday. It was really tight. So close to solving here's around this compact Ricardo Trauma circuit layout. Down to Enea Bastianini, 19th place. There wasn't a second covering those top 90 riders. Poor Miguel Oliveira was 21st on the time screens, but he was just over second behind Pedro Acosta. You miss a tenth or two in these crucial qualifying sessions coming up later on this morning, and you're going to be having a completely different weekend. You're going to be in the game, not out of the game, in terms of your victory chances in the sprint and the Grand Prix. Talking you through all of this final sprint sat reaction of the campaign is Matt Burton, listening to the contract Jack Apexward down in pit lane. What is a rather cool and shady pit lane at the moment, as you can see from these live pictures. But Lewis, I think the KTM fans and the Monster fans are daring to dream. A brilliant Friday yesterday from Acosta. So many riders saying in terms of race pace, not just one lap speeds, but race pace looks really good as well. I think we're all going to dream, aren't we, about his chance to win tomorrow?
Yeah, and why not? Why not? We have had a season of, so the second half of the season of different winners, 6 different winners in the last 6 Grand Prix. Pedro Acosta won number 7 this weekend. Did say this will strike the rivals, but where he felt weakest yesterday was on his time attack, and he was fastest overall yesterday, suffering from a little bit of chatter put that solid front tyre in. His race with the man you mentioned is very, very strong. A couple of riders I spoke to off there yesterday, so basically Pedro was the clear favourite coming into this weekend. Having a Grand Prix, not a sprint. It's the first opportunity to change one of those today, but it is going to be crucial, as you mentioned, to nail that qualifying lap, something that Pedro hasn't always done in 2025.
Even the slightest slip up when you're on time attack laps. Yeah, that's put a smile on the face of Pedro Acosta. For the first time come back to start 2026 with orange hair. That's apparently a behind the scenes bet he has with KTM test rider Danny Pedrosa. They were joking about if he does win this season finale that he will have to dye his hair KTM orange. I think over to previous KTM Grand Prix winners. Marco Bezzecchi though, he's going to pose another big threat on the factory and put some turnaround yesterday afternoon for his full bed. Way down the order and a pretty chilly start yesterday. Bounce back to 129.293 on the same RSG. Crashed early on in the session. Great work by his Nawali factory crew.
What's interesting about the crash that Bezzecchi had yesterday is that he was following Pedro Acosta at the time. Admitted that he was trying to take the same line for that corner as Pedro Acosta, and also just looking for one to go on the way out accounted for that crash. But yes, spectacular recovery from Bez. Just half a tenth separating the top two yesterday. Marquez hot on their heels, trying to go forward. So as you mentioned, the three riders who had podiums to themselves on Saturday and Sunday last weekend look like the clear three. They're going to be fighting for victory today and tomorrow as well. Marco Bezzecchi looking to end this campaign with back-to-back victories, something he has never achieved.
Maybe a surprise package, sticking his nose in that podium fight. Could be Frankie Morbidelli. Had a really good Friday, did Frankie. Fresh off the back of one of the rather nasty incident which he did instigate himself in turn 5 on lap 1 in Portimao last weekend, getting tangled in the qualifier application as well as the mayor rather nasty back on the left side of the lane. CT scans at a local hospital in Portugal. He was declared fit and he's been fit and fast so far here this weekend. Pecco Bagnaia, well, it's long odds. Long odds for Bagnaia to take third place in the World Championship away from Marco Bezzecchi. 35 points in his behind this fellow attack. Bezzecchi needs to have a collapse in this final Grand Prix in Valencia. Bagnaia needs to win the sprint and the Grand Prix. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, that's like a very unlikely scenario.
At the moment, you don't see any of those boxes being ticked, do you, for Pecco Bagnaia to overhaul that 35-point deficit. That's been what is most of like yesterday at the end of another tough ride. Flat when I came into the box after a that ride there. It went wrong for Pecco. Once again, the changes they tried with that Ducati did not work. They tried to do hasn't worked with some very occasional exceptions. 40 for Pecco Bagnaia today just to get into the line how close it was. 6/10 of a second off the outright pace, but finishing in the top 10 by a 10.5. But that was Pecco Bagnaia to find himself in qualifying 1 yet again. Although of course last time he was in qualifying 1 was in Valencia. Pole position.
Some really good rides actually on that final Friday in 2025 yesterday. We just saw him on the screen with Jack Miller, Prima Pamac Yamaha style. Yamaha rider at the end of the play yesterday with Jack Miller 3/10 away from Acosta. Only 1,000 of a second behind Marquez. And 2 Yamahas already directly through into Q2, joined by Fabio Quartararo, just about tapped himself inside that top 10. Quartararo in by just 5/100ths of a second. Plenty of French fans across the border over in Spain once again. On Fabio Quartararo. Because they can get really good flow and feel comfortable. Talking with a lack of front feeling. With the base set in low ground. The last couple of Grand Prix really works so far here in Valencia. A lot of riders yesterday were saying that the circuit was
through this season. So good to see the world champion here on the pit wall there, sitting alongside Davide Tardozzi here to officially be acclaimed as the world champion of the MotoGP Awards tomorrow evening. Marc Marquez is here.
All across several social media channels there. Welcome back, Mark. Certainly not a welcome back on circuit. We're not going to see Mark turn the wheel and angle on the factory Ducati until the Sepang test in early February. Talking to his crew and Ducati management in the factory garage yesterday. He's had to keep that right arm and right shoulder completely immobilised for 4 weeks after the first back contact Marco Bezzecchi over in Mandalika. He's talking to the team as he's been able to get himself out of what's looked like a rather uncomfortable racing for about a month or so. He still can't really do any exercise or certainly no return on 2 years of Mark, but it's another 2 weeks was what he said. He said the recovery is on track, everything is going to plan, but it's a slow process. And what we know, how many times did we hear Mark say this year, what he has learned some painful lessons from 2020 red. Don't rush your comebacks, listen to your body. And so Marc Marquez will not be pushing back into a rigorous rehab and a rigorous training program in the winter until it is absolutely 100% A-OK.
Listening to his body will also be Maverick Vinales this weekend. The 30-year-old back with the Tech 3 KTM squad, which leads to Nick Spargaro, a much needed weekend off. Vinales trying to get build up some strength once again. He's seen a flexibility on board that KTM to get his body in the correct position. What is a very, very easy 4-kilometre Ricardo Tormo circuit, which manages to cram 14 corners into what is essentially a big hole, which will certainly produce an exciting atmosphere tomorrow. So Vinales will make Grand Prix all in the second half of the season since that crash at the Saxon ring, which really did into a strong first season on board the machinery. So far, so good for Maverick, who is within a second of the pension play and his teammate.
End of a day, at the moment, as Maverick admitted, the KTM is just a little bit ahead of him. He tries to blow off a few cobwebs. Not on it today as he expected, but the best possible finish was. And like the last time we saw Maverick over in Mandalika in Indonesia, where he was really suffering with some big pain. Every time he jumped on the RC, he said, hot knife into that shoulder. No pain reported yesterday from Vinales. Just showing how wise and sensible it was for him to make him step out of the action once again. Give that shoulder a little bit more time to recover. Still nowhere near 100%, but more respectable lap times of Vinales. Another rider back in action here this weekend. Aleix Espargaro, what is a rapidly improving factory Honda RC213. Me, Luke Marie and Aleix, who said this weekend, if you compare the Honda at the start of 2025, the tail of 2024, to the Honda that is now currently circulating here in Valencia night and day. Aleix actually pretty close to getting himself into Q2 yesterday. 30 on the time sheets. He was not even 2/10 of a second away from being inside that top 10. I think he was riding within himself yesterday. There's plenty more to come from the 36-year-old.
Yeah, he's all here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit tomorrow evening. Benteke extends his advantage now to 2 tenths of a second. 1:30.1 for Bez. So 2 tenths of Morbidelli. Alexis Spargo third, continuing his strong ahead on that experimental testing Honda RT213.
Top on watch this for Marquez, running from the pit canopy of the factory Ducati team. This is one of 6 anti-clockwise tracks we go to on a MotoGP calendar. Marquez is just almost undefeated on anti-clockwise circuits. He would have penciled in having been crowned world champion over the Valencia Moto3 in late September. At the time, with 5 Grand Prix remaining, he looked at the far, he looked at Valencia as 2 circuits where he would have really backed his shoulders without it to his victory. 10 counts in MotoGP, sadly denied that opportunity. Right shoulder injury over shoulder, which initially did not appear to be so serious, but that's proved to be. The initial reports were that Mark was going to be missing from the next 2 Grand Prix in 25 in Malaysia, hoping for a return to our final European of the campaign. This injury, unfortunately, yet another significant injury. I think I've actually read a report from MotoGP official medical director, Dr. Angel Chartra, saying that this was another really great injury for our Martin to step away. It was a probably blood rush coming back, but there was a risk that if there was another crash, further aggravation to that shoulder, he could have been putting his career at risk once again. And Mark's been there 2 times before these last few years.
He's got the taste of it and he wants that back, but he's going to rush in with nothing really on the line in his final Grand Prix of the season. The lot of screws in his upgrade to the which also needed repairing, but that actually is successfully repaired, so Marquez fans shouldn't worry about that. I'm sure Mark will be here cheering on his brother this weekend too, as Alex Marquez, of course, clinched second in the World Championship in Malaysia and then took a sprint victory in the sprint of the season. Tonight, Pedro lost that first gold medal. 7 days ago. Say that the 13 lap battle this afternoon has got a tough act to follow.
When the doctors were checking that shoulder and arm, they found that fracture. Don't worry about that. He's had that fracture. I think they've probably got him rectified. While Mark was once again unfortunately back under tonight as we ride on board with El Diablo. And he had a bit of a fluid leak at this point in the circuit yesterday. This time around, there's no mechanical issues to the Bob and Quattraro. Back to the Yamaha. There's a little bit of that time, let's have a quick check. It's Marco Bezzecchi that leads the way, an Italian 1-2 at the moment. 1:30.10 has got better than 2 tenths leader of Morbidelli. I have to say, what we're looking for on Friday was Frankie. 5th time this year he's been top 3 on the opening day. It's obviously worth noting as well. He won the Valencia Grand Prix here 5 years ago, back in 2020, after an epic fight with Jack Miller. What a last lap that was in MotoGP. So he's got previously as the 30-year-old Italian. A couple of podiums as well. I remember in Moto2. So yeah, Morbidelli might be a little bit of a dark horse contender here this afternoon and tomorrow in the Grand Prix.
Pleasure of chatting to Frankie yesterday, who never used 100 words when 10 was short and sweet, was it? But I did ask him about the fact that no one's really going to need to lose this weekend, and how is that going to impact on the action? It should be really exciting. He said, yeah, it's going to be pure racing this weekend, which is exactly what I like. Although he did also say that when it is pure racing, sometimes it's kind of going to work himself, just to calm himself down. Usually when we do have those kind of races, he gets himself all disgrace. Like Sunday morning.
We love Frankie, but he can at times be a man of few words, which is not ideal when you're working in the media. With him, a man of few words, and unfortunately in Frankie's case, 2 podiums really so far this season, particularly on a GP24, which has carried out
good shape on 2020.
What have you mentioned like over the last couple of weeks? Having won the championship and then having to sit at home and watch the last few Grand Prix.
In a moment where you must celebrate, but in the end, on the other hand, I arrived in the best moment because everything was close. So yeah, a lot of up and downs, but you know, it will not affect the way that I celebrate the championship.
Just finally, have you got your tuxedo ready for Sunday night?
Yeah, I have a sport ready and everything ready to take the shot.
We look forward to seeing you there and hopefully we'll be partying on Sunday night. Enjoy the weekend.
Of course, I heard that coming some big names.
Yeah, Daddy Yankee, I'm sure we'll see you dancing.
Let's see, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you.
His name for MotoGP, of course, Marc Marquez will be present. He's already picked up the Tower of Champions once in those incredibly emotional series over and late September when he's going to do all again tomorrow. Great start as MotoGP World Champion. We wish Mark well in what is another winter rehab. It's unfortunately a scenario that he's pretty well versed in over the last few years. How many times has Mark had to have elective surgery, level one or another? Just 7 days after he was World Champion at 47th time. I will just make sure I correct myself on that one. I'm being rather presumptuous, although maybe in 12 months' time he will not make me like it. I don't think they will. You're looking forward then to see Mark pick up the Tower of Champions once again at that MotoGP Awards ceremony. By the Ricardo Tormo surgery coming tomorrow night. 2,000 fans have got a very special invitation as well to come and join the end of the season party.
Forward to that one. The Tower of Champions, he has towered over MotoGP in 2025. And those Oliver's injuries, they don't just physically wear away your mental, your time, the rehabilitation process. They also ask those questions of, I need to say why I want to go through the years of the doldrums when he was, of course, struggling to make a Honda successful, but ultimately had the competence to really justify the rider on board the bike. Here's Augusto Fernandez, who we haven't seen much of this morning, but we saw a bit of him yesterday, the number 7, of course on the 4-powered Yamaha, which is actually too bad a job yesterday, in fairness. Second off the pace, Augusto, he was 20 yesterday, on board a V4-powered Yamaha now has a frame on it. It's a small step forward, but we're still waiting for the quantum leap in performance, particularly that Fabio Quartararo is waiting to see from this new Yamaha.
Yeah, I think Fabio Quartararo is going to want to see a lot more from that before. A lot more performances whenever that before comes out to a racetrack, I'm sort of drawn maybe to the top speed charts that I was doing today. And this morning, once again, I'm afraid to say, it's actually made for pretty leading for that new people because Augusto Fernandez once again right at the bottom of the speed track figures 324.13 kilometres an hour. Fabio Quartararo is just one place ahead, about 1.5 clicks ahead of RC16 is the fastest motorcycle in Grand Prix history. And it's still going to but if you're black and white on paper, you can't hide away from facts. Augusto Fernandez at the moment is 16 kilometres slower than the fastest bike on circuit now, which is 10 miles an hour. Yeah. Nobody on planet Earth can make it that kind of time. And as so many riders said, on the KT with the captain, it's three time down the straight, particularly when you get a circuits like Mugello, horsepower traction, Mugello, or around you think of Austin, Qatar with its long straight, Catalunya. They've got to find something. They have got to find something very significant. It has to be a massive step forward on that V40. Quartararo in 2027 and beyond.
We've got a great example in Portimao of just what Fabio Quartararo is having to do to try and overcome those straight line speed conditions. He's having to completely override the bike in all other areas of the circuit, potentially in sprinting Grand Prix. He's riding every lap like it's a last sketch qualifying lap. We know Fabio Quartararo is very, very good at those, but he's from other people. He qualifies high up the grid, overriding that Yamaha extremely good over a single qualifying lap, and he gradually drops back to sprint and Grand Prix, faster riders on faster bikes behind him, just whistle casting in a straight line, soul destroying for the 2021 World Champion.
Far too much defending and not enough attacking. Fabio Quartararo so far in 2025. I think you're joking. He's part of 4 nominees for overtaking the season. I'm not even sure I've overtaken anybody on the factory. I think he's been scratching his own head to work out when he's actually been able to make an overtaking. He's got still over 1 lap. Fabio Quartararo is as good as anybody in MotoGP. Some of his pole position laps this season have been the best laps, best single laps we have seen throughout this record-breaking campaign. Poles in Jerez, Le Mans, Assen, Phillip Island and Portimao. Phillip Island pole lap Fabio Quartararo, despite so many sensational Saturday performances, still finds himself down ninth place in the World Championship. He's still snapped 8, he is only 5 points behind Fermin Albier. You've got to go back a long way for last time Fabio Quartararo was on the podium, back just for 1 Grand Prix podium so far this season, that's 7th place over Jerez. Now the perfect time when you look at Pedro Acosta on screens. Acosta actually been up into P3 in this session, he's having a great weekend in Valencia. Can he round off the season in style with a victory? Let's get that forward to the boss. Jack.
Yeah, this is incredible form at the moment. Looking at the time yesterday, it looks like a big opportunity. Do you sense that within the garage as well?
Yes, of course. I think it's always important somehow. Let's say the signal opportunity, so highlight. But of course,
What is it about this circuit that seemingly gelled so well with both Pedro and the KTM?
Portimao was finally quite strong for us, and this track has been in the past quite good for us, but the safety situation also
Tomorrow's Grand Prix, there is still a concern with tyre life and the amount of time it's going to take on the final sector. Do you expect on the left-hand side of the tyre? Is that something that could be a big problem going into tomorrow?
I think it's discussion, and finally it's for all of the manufacturers, all of the riders, and something also okay, but let's be honest, they say that we also have to do it, but for example, in Portimao,
Good luck, Daniel. Hope you have a good weekend, boys.
It has been far too long, hasn't it? Catalonia 2021 since KTM last won a dry MotoGP race. It does look like it's going to be a full dry Grand Prix tomorrow. 2025 concludes tomorrow. 2026 kicks off on Tuesday. So Lewis, Jack and various others from the Royal team will be hanging around here in Valencia to bring you over 6 hours of live coverage from the test here on Tuesday.
also, of course, get our first public look at top track Rascatioglu, the crowned C1 World Champion for
Malaysia when he had the very, very rare Michelin rear tyre puncher. But another DNF when he was well placed in 4th place, or rather lonely 4th place last time out in Portimao. First time since 2019.
Now, even if he scored the 16 points in Malaysia without the competition, but all representing one man behind Mark Bezzecchi now in the World Championship, the third, and also can't necessarily say that those have cost Bagnaia third in the championship. They maybe cost him a more realistic shot at it this weekend. Of course, has won a sprint in that time. Sprint wins have been rather scarce for Bagnaia this season, just a couple of them in Tengi and in Malaysia. Who always does answer the questions you have for him in the media, and he's always very polite, but I think he's quite keen to hint of 2025.
Acosta's gone down. Acosta then the crash. That looked like his turn 4. Now many times just steps. Acosta, the fastest third sector of this session. Now this could be really crucial again. If that bike is too badly damaged, Acosta might have put himself in the right hole here, put himself in the right pickle, because he might only have one bike for his Q2 attack coming up later on. Not the first time we have seen this from Acosta. Common crash here into turn 4. Oh, looked like bump. Was there just a little bit of a bump there? It certainly looked like the front, you can see it bobbling up and down with the forks as they decompressed. Acosta then in the gravel. It's going to be all eyes on that RC60 now. Let's have a listen. Yeah, just like the Audi Bezzecchi, it crashes. Releases the brake, taps the throttle back in. So many times we've seen carbon copy crashes in that 4th corner. But he's playing now. He's going to have to get that bike fixed. He's going through the tunnel. The Marco Bezzecchi didn't get back to paddock yesterday, but let's hope for Acosta and KTM's sake that he has not damaged that bike so severely. It's unavailable for him in Q2.
It didn't look like it was too badly damaged. Some of the shots we saw, they didn't seem to be flying off, although I want to give it a close look before they send Pedro Acosta back out on track once again. It's almost a shade of Hungary earlier in the season when he crashed in the early part of Q2 and then just didn't enjoy the same level of performance on his second bike at all. So Pedro Acosta potentially putting some unneeded pressure onto his shoulders ahead of a qualifying session, which is so important. They all are in MotoGP, but with the field so close and with overtaking opportunities very limited around Ricardo's almost circuit, we know how good Pedro Acosta is at defending a lead, and it's so important for Acosta to get himself bigger on the front row of the lead this morning.
Just said that fastest first sector, he was up by just 80,000 in a second. We got so many riders yesterday alluding to importance of qualifying. In every Grand Prix, but this tight and compact Ricardo's almost circuit in Malaysia, it is one of the hardest circuits to make passes on. It's one line in so many sectors, so if you move on the grid, you are really giving yourself a bit of mountain to climb. So many riders they don't really almost first row to have any pain. Well, Costa couldn't nail a good lap after the second fastest first sector. Over to Ayagura, you can see on screen, so Ayagura brilliant second finish at 5th fastest. He's coming down in 10th place, but it's a really good late charge coming in. We've got that second with the ideal reference about 50 metres further up the road as still current Moto2 world champion. Of course, that will be a crown he will relinquish and hand over to Herrera or Gonzalez tomorrow. First time on a Friday afternoon yesterday, Ayagura found himself finishing inside the top 6, and that's got even better because right on the checkered flag, Ayagura finishing at 1:29.897, just behind Marco Bezzecchi, and Ayagura looks like he will be our fastest rider in the final FP2 of 2025.
Didn't appear from the referees of his bidding for new tyres. We'll confirm that after the session, but either way, an impressive lap, which is impressive for Davide Video, who is the Trackhouse team principal. Want to give a shout out to another Aprilia rider, the returning Jorge Martin in 11th place this morning, 1:30.520, fully 13 laps, so pretty much the same sort of mileage as everyone else, even if he has ended the session in the pits. Only 0.6 of a second off the pace for the 2024 world champion.
Mega ride by Martin, absolutely brilliant once again. Okay, so a surprise lane then at the top of our final end to the campaign. It's Ayakura on the flat down and running at the two riders in that morning session. Found that in the 129s. The only big guy in second. Vesecki in third. And a lot of work, a lot of homework on worn tyres. Marco Vesecki really getaway there as well from the designated tanky start zone. Morbidelli once again right in the battle for the top three. Pedro Acosta, well, there was late drama once again in that session for the Spain. A crash at turn 4 inch thin. Alex Marquez rounding out your top 6. And Yamaha on this occasion was Quattararo in 7th. Almiguel, late Mario and Mal in that top 10. Just outside that top 10, not too far behind at all, was Martin. Well, he was hoping that he can end the season in style and make back-to-back wins for the third time as MotoGP career. Marco Vesecki is even so. You will see plenty more of that at post-Grand Prix tomorrow.
Some obvious signs yet of the Marine is on the floor. The Marine was down 16 yesterday. Another Q1 participant surely was down 20 in that pre-practice 2 session. Racing Sparkle was the top Honda in the end, up in 9th place. He was 12th. Zarco was 17th. He wasn't seen him in qualifying 1. And the Marini down in just a second though on the pace. This Q1 session shortly is going to be very fiercely contested.
Not for the first time. Put his mechanics into the car. Yeah, let's hope that it probably is just a little bit of cosmetic damage because this could be costly. That's number 1 RC16. Just having on the front 10 there. Not even the talent of the cost with that one. Looking at the pictures himself. Frustrating. Far from the ideal moment to try and educate him into Gamma training. Anything in or a foul roll, but it's kind of gently, I say gently, still on his side. So hopefully it's just a pretty repair job as far as the coaching factors are concerned. Well done, Ayakura. That was brilliant. Well, I just mentioned the fact that he had his best Friday in 2025. Felt like last weekend as well, Agura said that he was a bit more impressive here. That's in the Portuguese Grand Prix. And able to get away with that. Real good battle at one stage, wasn't it, with Fabio Quattararo and Johan Zarco, and he's using that confidence. Agura-san then, fastest Sunday morning in Valencia.
2 riders in the 129s this morning, Ayakura and Pecco Bagnaia. Marco Vesecki third, fourth ahead of Frank Morbidelli, who continues his strong weekend in the top 4 again, ahead of Pedro Acosta with that late slip-up. Alex Marquez under the radar this morning, 6th ahead of Fabio Quattararo, Ferdinand Almiguel, Alexis Spargo, Tom Honda, and Raul Fernandez. Martin close on one of him in 11th ahead of Zlangier, Jack Miller and Fabian Gian Antonio, Tetri, Perry, René Bashidi, and Fabian next up ahead of John Zarco, Nicolo Bruno in 18th place, who's also within a second of the pace ahead of Gustav Fernandez, Luca Marini, Oliveira beat the rings, and Somjak Chantra in 24th. 1.5 seconds covered the lot of them in our 24 rider field.
For a brilliant year on Sprint Saturday, with 2 bikes in the top 3. Leading the way was Ayakura. Up next then, for the final time in 2025, we go full time attacks. We go qualifying in the MotoGP World Championship. Don't go anywhere. Qualifying is coming up shortly here in Valencia. Record-breaking season, we go qualifying in MotoGP. We go qualifying. Surprise, the top leaderboard is Zarco, Marini, Prix, the returning Vinales, Sebastian Augusto Fernandez on the V4 Yamaha, Miguel Oliveira on his farewell ride in MotoGP, Hoy Martin, bringing back in action on factory, they are your riders. One, sort of caught it on the graphic, Alex Marquez, Miller, Gian Antonio, Albion, Mia, and Ferraro. Those 10 riders can relax in this opening one section because they're already through to our second 15-minute Q2. So it's always super tough to get one of those two places to get into Q2 coming up shortly. Don't think too much risk from Jorge Martin for the final time before he scored the number 1 plate on the factory Aprilia. It's not about chasing hot laps and chasing big results here this weekend for Martin. It's just about chasing and restoring some lost confidence after what has been a nightmare, a forgettable 2025 for Martin. So far for one half of the track house, pretty with Iron Europe fifth fastest yesterday's best rider of the season, fastest this morning's FDG. Going to run through for his teammate Mark Hernandez.
Although he's, I guess, one of the riders who is in the line, how the close it is, and how through doing very little wrong, you can find yourself on the wrong side of that Q2 cut-off. Fernandez yesterday with a 1:29.806. Half a second off the pace, and he missed the place in the top 10 by just over a tenth of a second. We're expecting the margins to be super prime in this Q1 session, which puts some pressure on Pecco Bagnaia, who's ultra victory third in the World Championship, already slim at best. Surely they're effectively gone. But he really determined to get out of qualifying one.
Yes, third looks like it's out of reach. Maybe a 2025, which is Bagnaia 25 in the championship, 3 points clear of Pedro Acosta. Martin was really harder cash on one of those two, which is most likely to prevail later tomorrow. Most likely some of it on Acosta right now. John Zarco, well, he has given us some great moments, hasn't he? In the World Championship. So far this season, and for Alex Marquez in front of his home crowd in
Second qualifying session was coming up for Niccolo Bulia. Another challenge awaiting him. He tries to learn how to ride a MotoGP bike like a MotoGP bike rather than getting into his old superbike habits, which he slipped into last Saturday when he crashed in the Team Sprint. Really good test, so his long-term cause no harm at all. As to take to be the MotoGP rider, he gets his 24 yesterday. He's only second and a quarter off the outright pace, which at this level is not a lot.
So far this weekend, his worst Friday yesterday since the Austrian Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring. Often trying to hit the buckles in there by the Portimao last time out. So all the great work that's been done behind the scenes on the RC213V. Portimao, and so far from Marini's case here in Valencia. That's still plenty more to do. Much try harder will be the end of season score. Unfortunately, a little bit out of shape on the brakes goes Sebastian into that tight left-hander at turn 2. on screen, was he? When he joined us yesterday from his Italian rider. We know that Anea, doesn't matter where he qualifies, he'll always work his way forward. The problem is he qualifies so poorly.
The opposite rocking up the order in sprints. That's the last couple of sprints. He's got from 16 to 13 in Portimao, 19 for Chico for the crash for Mr. Fernandez. Second of the weekend, finishing number 7.
Tips off, that's going to bring out the yellow flags into turn 8. Fernandez is down.
The riders were ahead of him, now the riders were behind him. That could have been quite key then as we come around by this first lap. Bagnaia, the fastest rider through the first 2-3 sectors of the field. He did 20.1 in the first sector, only Frank Binder that's it back. Bagnaia in the second sector did 24.2, which is as fast as anybody in this Q1 session. Straight into the 129s for the two-time world champion. He's ahead of John Zarco at the moment, because a lot of these laps will get scrubbed off into the yellow.
Bagnaia's the fastest lap we've done so far. Immediately out of the pit lane, Bagnaia flies in a 129.732, which is slightly, not much quicker than his 29.833 set yesterday. He won't care what lap time he produces as long as he gets into that second qualifying session through the tricky turn 4. High profile countries there so far this week, they include Portuguese Grand Prix winner, that's second fastest on Friday here in Valencia Costa. Albigel's already put the dust there too on the Ducati.
The 3 riders who didn't catch the yellows were Aleix Spargaro, Jorge Martin and Raul Fernandez. One of them did lap time really put them in the top 2 just out of the moment, but they were behind Mr. Fernandez's crash and therefore have no live lap time up to their name at the moment. Bagnaia and Zarco continuing their fast start to this Q1 session on their second lap.
From last year, it's in the media last weekend, it just shows when he rejoined the circuit, having had some bodywork damage after his early contact with Frank Morgan, he was able to just have clear road ahead of him and run his brake markers with his normal lines, and then set the 4th or 5th managing lap of that Portuguese Grand Prix. So what's not going to be in question throughout the season on the RC16 race has not been able to get anything out of this soft tyre time attack play. That's not the case for John Zarco at the moment. Now, that's a brilliant lap from Zarco. Zarco is just putting a 129.586. Well, Fernandez now sticks towards the finish line. Fernandez now occupies P1, tight at the top then. Fernandez with a 139.554 is the way, but not even a tenth of a second coming in top to Fernandez, Zarco and Bagnaia.
This is a good lap 2 from Aleix Spargo. He won't be too far away from the top 2. It's going to be a mid-29 for Aleix too. He's within a tenth of a second of Raul Fernandez. That's only good enough at the moment though for P4.
Zarco takes the second contact to his best pace yesterday. Raul Fernandez likewise takes faster. So as we suspected, this Valencia circuit a little bit cleaner yesterday, and certainly with some rubber laid down. It's Tom Scafioli then already trying to pick up some advice from Yamaha's own superstar. So much anticipation to the superstar box office sensation from Moto2 already trying to learn from the best of the Yamaha for the last few years. What a man for the prospect to be next year. Fabio Quartararo and Tom Scafioli in return going head to head on Yamaha's MotoGP next year.
the moment, he only needs to find a tenth of a second, but he's going to have to do himself into the sort of low 29s to feel anything like comfortable in the back stages. He's gone out very early, not time though in the fourth. 3 runs at this stage. It is a relatively short lap, just under 90 seconds, but by the time Bagnaia gets round, we're only going to be around 6 minutes to go. So this is the final run, potentially final qualifying action of Pecco Bagnaia in 2025 if he doesn't find some time.
129.240 is the best time we've seen so far here in Valencia. 128.931 is Malik Vigala's in 2023 all-time lap record. Jorge Martin then, well, trust us, will not be sticking his head down, pushing for a real competitive lap time if it comes in great. But then for the last guy, Martin, he's not going to be pushing away one still very much in recovery mode would be a disaster. I think he's been warned by the doctor, we're not too sure for 2025 and see how much more your body can take. It's taken such a time and such a beating right from pre-season testing. He's 13 laps into the better as world championship with all went on Martin. He's scarcely been fully fit at 8.6 in 2025. Bagnaia then on the money. This is a good lap from double world champion. Strong first sector.
Pretty much matched the first sector he did on his first run, Bagnaia. It might have gone great, but getting down to where he wanted on run 1. Sector 2 will be completed just to come through turn 7. He's now a bit further some of the second relative to Raul Fernandez, but he will surely be fueled up for the rest of the session here, Bagnaia, so he'll have 3 time laps to try and dig himself out of the hole that he currently sits in.
Raul Fernandez at the moment in prime position to fight for pole position here in Valencia. He's out on front of the second time attack and making it work. And he's already got a bit of confidence coursing through the veins after that 129.554. He's opened immediately slotted himself into top spot. He's going to take this away from Zarco and Bagnaia on this current lap, isn't he? Fernandez, and he carries on through. Bagnaia then powers the battery Bugatti out of the final corner. Long run down to the finish line, and that's 4 9. They're up to 129.584, only just 2 thousandths of a second he moves ahead of Zarco. Look at this for Martin. This would be something super special. Not just to watch, but just for Jorge Martin's shattered confidence. At the moment, there's not even a tenth of a second covering the top 4.
Fernandez, who's about 2 tenths of the fastest lap time of this entire weekend so far. Pedro Costa yesterday afternoon set a 129.240. The all-time record around here is a 28.9, which has been set on an Aprilia. That's Rick Vinales. Raul Fernandez on the current iteration of the RSGP. He heads for the line. He's going to stretch it well clear of Pecco Bagnaia to 29.0 for Raul Fernandez. That's the second fastest lap we've ever seen here.
Brace yourself, it's 28 to coming. 28 applause that Fernandez is getting inside that factory of Aprilia garage. This is brilliant by Martin.
Could sneak second here.
Here comes Jorge Martin then now through this tyre punishing turn 13. He'll drop down the hill. Second gear. Looks all steady, doesn't it? If this is Jorge Martin, conservative mode, this manual buttons fully unleashed. Bagnaia has rolled out of it now. Then Martin and Luger on good laps. Oh, Martin up to 4th for the 129.630. 5 rows now in the 29. Bagnaia's got a problem. Has he run out of fuel?
Surely not with 3 minutes to go, surely, but he's got a problem with ending Bagnaia's Q1 session. He ain't going to have time to get back from there. Bagnaia is currently second, but can't defend that second place.
At the moment, Raul Fernandez has just decimated this Q1 field. Over half a second. Bagnaia's over. Pecco Bagnaia in 2025, hasn't he? He gets another one in our Swan Grand Prix of the season. This has been sensational by Martin. Limited where he finishes in this session. Martin at the moment is in fifth. He's still 2 minutes and a little bit less of this session remaining. So Ralph Fernandez in cruise control. Cruise control. And Brad Binder with a 129.5 and 6-1 is over half a second back. It's tight then behind Binder in that battle for second place. By now we know he's out of it. He's out of contention. Forget about him. That's maybe this could be close. Oliveira 2.
Chicago as well. It's very close. More than a second off. Actually, only 8. He's into the 29s, but nowhere near enough. Oliveira then out of the final Moto2. He's already in the 29s, currently in 7th place. Makes no progress. Watch this though. From Valencia Moto3. It could be a factor of luck. Q2 appearance on board is Honda, which is essentially going to be the basis for the 2026 fight. Here comes the 41. He does take second place.
Briefly, Zarco took it less than half a second behind him. Zarco used Alex there as the reference. You can now look at the tweet bridge and you're very happy with what you're about to see, because Zarco with the late show has put in a 129.460 to 32nd session remaining on the track after the laps, because this has been a brilliant Q1 as far as Ralph Fernandez is concerned. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum is Pecco Bagnaia, who's getting another scooter ride back to the paddock, getting worse and worse as well for Bagnaia. I wonder if Ducati when he put on the second, he's now going to be starting this sprint and Grand Prix here in Valencia at best from young Bagnaia to 3rd place, giving up 1 place at the moment. Roy Martin really maybe producing some late fireworks. We're unfortunately at number 10 Factory Honda. Only just over a quarter of a second at the moment outside of the top 2. There might be a Honda rider, throwing a Honda rider here. Marini on course for potential D5. It's halfway around this course. There's nothing going on this time as well.
He's going to take the checker flag in 4th, so 14 stands on the grid for Marini. Should get at least a Bagnaia here. He goes up to 3rd place. It's half a 10 shy of knocking his fellow Honda rider Zarco out. So now Pecco Bagnaia, when he walks back into the checkered box, will see himself in 6th place, and the door slams shut in our faces, and it's a door that Pecco Bagnaia wants to slam shut on this season.
Yeah, he hasn't had enough. He must be sick to the back teeth of 2025. Of what has been a wretched season. I mean, it was always going to be a massive task to wrestle 3rd place away from their 2nd, but now from 16th place of the grid, Pedro Acosta coming up in Q2 points. Pecco Bagnaia took 2nd in the World Championship this year, was not good enough. Well, he might end 2025 in 5th overall. He 3 points clear, as mentioned, of Acosta, 16th on the grid, around one of the hardest tracks on the calendar to make overtakes on. How many times have I said this about this? Can it get any worse than Pecco Bagnaia? Well, it can.
And it has. Bagnaia. Just looks up to the sky. Once again, he says. Of course, Pecco Bagnaia has had such a successful stint as a Factory Ducati rider, but 2025 has been a season of psychological punch after punch. The man who built out a few into it this season, Marquez, but Pecco Bagnaia is one of the most polite and chill personalities you'll meet in this whole paddock, with a face on Honda. I will take it so much.
The last time he went 5 Grand Prix in a row without scoring a point was all the way back in his early Moto3 career in 2014. Well, he's been starting outside of the point scoring places in the Sprint and Grand Prix here in Valencia. No problem, no dramas whatsoever. What a classic performance that was from Ralph Fernandez. It's been some sprint Saturday so far for the American Trackhouse team. Iagura opening his account this morning, leading FP2. And now Ralph Fernandez continues Trackhouse his excellent Saturday, because they've been a good victory so far this morning. Agura fastest in practice, Ralph Fernandez fastest in Q1. 4th time in the last 9 Grand Prix. Pecco Bagnaia's not able to negotiate his way out of Q2. Johan Zarco did. Might have to put a bit of money handlebar for Valencia Moto3. Honda test rider. Sarko used as the ideal reference himself to that 129.460. Marti on his comeback performance. So many comebacks so far for our ex-world champion. Well, he's out-qualified. Oliveira, Rins, Bastianini, Vinales, Augusto Fernandez, Sonja Chatra. Brilliant man, absolutely. He's looking for some confidence-inspiring performances. Well, I think he's just got one.
In terms of Hawaii Martin, when you're out here on Thursday, you only missed Q2 by a tenth and a half. Hitting your arm off. So sensible effort from him and from a fellow Prix rider, Ralph Fernandez, walked in that Q1 session. 4 tenths clear of a close pack behind him. Look at all those riders on 29.5. So it's a 29.4 in the end. He would get through. Sean Zarco achieving that. Marini and Alexis Spargo next up ahead of Binder and the Ulidin Pecco Bagnaia. His last qualifying session ends in Q1. Jorge Martin next up ahead of Oliveira, Rins, Bastianini the first Tech 3.
Track out of Prix coming up in our final qualifying action in this year's MotoGP World Championship. Ralph Fernandez dominates Q1, joined in our second qualifying session by Joan Zarco. Up next, it is the final showdown, the final battle for the last pole position in 2025. Circuit here in Valencia. Spectacular helicopter shot of just have one bike available for this future. Quite promising. Jack, is it one or two bikes?
Two bikes, so the Costa will be going out on the bike to be reviewing that FP2 section with we saw. Great work by Marco Benzecchi's crew to get him out on that crash motorcycle yesterday, which is good enough, of course, to get inside the top three. Acosta, the same. Great work by the crew. Will be back out on that crash bike. I'm sure the guys will be hoping for a similar route to what Benzecchi saw. Top three will do.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. As always, there's Mark Marquez, just as a joke with some of our Spanish TV brothers there. Next time we'll see Mark back on the top of the factory Ducati. Yeah, Pedro Acosta, well, it took him until round 21, 7 days ago in Portimao to take his first front row start of the season. And he will improve on that and go one better today. Take pole position to become just that 6th different rider on pole position in 2025. One of those previous poles has gone the way of Alex Marquez. Back-to-back double podiums. Recently for Alex, including a win in the Malaysian Grand Prix, a win in the Portimao Sprint. He's ending an excellent 2025 just as he started it on a high note, isn't he, the 73?
Q2 underway. One KTM rider, potentially that KTM rider is coming to his qualifying session by Pedro Acosta. Two on the riders now in this session, with Johan Zarco joining Joan Mir and navigating his way to qualifying one. We have a trio of Aprilias, which watch them all very, very closely. Benzecchi, who was second quickest yesterday afternoon, Ayagura, who was fastest in FP2 this morning, and Raul Fernandez, who cruised through the FP2 session we saw earlier on today. We have the two Yamahas of Fabio Quartararo and Jack Miller here. Fabio Quartararo going for yet another pole position to end the season, would be the 6th consecutive everyone else in this section are on board. Ducatis.
Yeah, the pole king, but he can't be denied that crown in 2025 has been Marc Marquez. A special so watch. So pole award in the F1 tomorrow. One of several accolades that Marquez cleaned up with in 2025. A nicely shiny Tissot watch, a nicely shiny BMW. Of course, some top qualifying performances as well. So Boy Martin, a double pole position starter here in Valencia. No great surprise to see Martin not getting out of that open qualifying session. Taking nothing away from the brilliant performance by the Spaniard. He qualified just one place behind this former great legend, of course, Paco Bagnaia. So that's outlaps completed. Let's hope that 2025 MotoGP qualifying ends with a bang. There's so many improvements. Laps throughout this campaign that with Pedro Acosta looking for his third pole position of the season. That's Marquez with one pole so far for him in 2025. Marco Benzecchi recording the late poles, starting to go forward. Lozano for his own crowd, Manrica, and of course top qualifying 7 days ago at the Algarve International Circuit.
Pedro Acosta just got that Bez up ahead of him on the factory brilliant. He's just on behind. Acosta, the fastest rider of this group in the first sector, he did a 20.0 because we saw Raul Fernandez do a 19.9 in that first sector earlier in Q1. Acosta's really smashed the second sector. He's pulled down a couple of tenths on Benzecchi. So Acosta in the zone here as he goes through this first lap. And of course, given what we've seen already from this season with Acosta, it's errors on Saturday morning. It's quite important here to get his initial factor on the board.
Still not sleeping at 1:28 lap so far here this weekend in Valencia. Don't keep us waiting too much longer, fellas. As Pedro Acosta then drops down, attacking hard on the front end of that KTM. So this tight left hander, the final corner went so crucial just to pick up the throttle at the perfect moment, get all the drive and acceleration, then down the start pretty straight. We're already getting close to road 28. The opening salvo from Acosta. Let's put him immediately into P1 just as where he ended the Friday action in Valencia. A 1:29.298 then from Acosta. Completed the front row very early on after the opening time attack. It was Acosta, Gian Antonio and Raul Fernandez. Although that could change, look at this one, Frankie Morgan got it over the line. Morgan powered from the off-46. Ducati on the front row in third place. Super tight at the top once again as Benzecchi's run off. Benzecchi is off the turn and the gravel trap. Is that at turn 6 maybe?
Benzecchi up tries to get that prettier stop into turn 2. So Apexward currently 6th. Morbidelli, of course, his last MotoGP win came here in 2020. So did his last pole position, of course.
6/100ths of a second covering the top 4 after that first time attack. It's been ultra close throughout the weekend here so far in Valencia. Yesterday, not even a second. Split the top 19 riders at the end of practice. We're going to get a 28. We're not going to surely have to wait too much longer before that 28. Here comes Alex Marquez, Iron Cura, who's already set his stall out in style this morning here in Valencia. He was fastest in FP2. Morbidelli once again is producing a super strong lap. Alex Marquez is coming to the line. Will the 28 come from Acosta? Over the line we go. No, not quite. Alex Marquez, there we go. There is your first 128. Delivered right on cue by Alex Marquez. So close to a new all-time lap record. Still in the hands of Vinales. Agora finds himself on the P6. What about Morbidelli? Surely this is going to be his first 28 of the weekend. It could be provisional pole for the 21 as he nailed the final sector. Over the line he goes, not quite. Morbidelli up to second.
Quattararo, as he always does, is launching a qualifying attack from Morgan factory Yamaha. So it's now second between Alex Marquez and Morbidelli. Not improve on lap 2. Right, he's now third in the second back. Both Trackhouse and Prix is currently on the second row of the grid, either side of Fabio Di Gianantonio. But second to turn 2 is now relegated back to 8th. Quattararo then rides towards the finish line and he now moves up onto the front row of the grid.
Real big statement back by Alex Marquez, a 128.967. Just before he put in that lap, there was 600ths of a second covering the top 4. There's now over 3/10ths of a second covering the top 4. Tablet is Marquez at second. That's straight back turn 2. He needs to find something in his second time attack because having not been able to complete the full stint on that initial run on those soft tyres, he's down in 9th place.
It's for now Fernandez. What a morning Trackhouse are having at the moment. Fernandez, who did do a 29.0 in qualifying 1, so we know he's capable of a lap that could put him on the front row of the grid. He might be about to set it right here and right now. There's a gap potentially could fit himself in between Morbidelli and Quattararo. If he holds this to the line, here comes the 25. Of course, the Martin that brand new time able to at the end of the session doesn't improve in the ending position. It's another 29.3.
Into the picture there. I'm not sure he made a mistake, and that is just the right kind of way that they've gone into. It makes it look like he was going to get a little bit squirrely off the gas coming out of that final corner, being down 8th place. So he's not exactly a prolific pole starter, is he, Alex Marquez? Two previous pole positions in his MotoGP career, but at the moment he's going to take some leads in that 128.967. Acosta 4, back-to-back front rows. Let's see what his qualifying performances in 2025. John Zarco, Dave through Q2 with Val Fernandez. He's at the back of this opening session. So at the moment, the front row is Alex Marquez, Morbidelli, Quattararo, Acosta, Fernandez and Di Gianantonio will be starting inside the top 6. Miller 7, that is the third row, Valencia and Marco both second. Expect much more to come though from Bez. Pole position in 2 of the last 4 Grand Prix. It's a shame we didn't really get to see what he might have delivered on that final lap of his first run. He made that mistake going into turn 2. But the final half a second though, here's to knock Alex off top spot.
It's good news for the Aprilia race pace quite clearly is. We saw it 6 days ago in Portimao. Winning from 9th on the grid in Valencia is a tall order. We've spoken already through the weekend about how difficult it is to overtake around this circuit. It is so tight and twisty. Not really a long straight to speak of beyond the start-finish straight. This is your main overtaking spot. So if you find yourself deep in the pack, 3rd or 4th row, then with Pedro Acosta on the road in 4th and Alex Marquez in such good form on pole, then Marco Bezzecchi can surely kiss goodbye to his hopes of winning this season finale from there.
Since the 4-stroke era began in 2002, Marc Marquez in 2014, Danny Pedrosa in 2017, Joan Mir in 2020 and Alex Rins in 2022. Only wins in 23 off the front row in MotoGP. They all started from the 5th place. So you qualify on the front row of the grid here in Valencia, you give yourself a great chance of being in the hunt for the victory. 19 times in 23 win has come since 2002 on the grid. After that, on that front row. It is points clear of Mir and Bezzecchi. Moto2 down in 10th place. What? 2 tenths behind Quattraro in third. Mir off the front row then by 7th place.
This session, if you just make one small mistake, if you're a metre wide at one corner or you miss your braking marker at any one of these 14 corners, it can cost you a couple of rows on the grid. Marco Bezzecchi is taking two turn forward. We saw him make a mistake yesterday afternoon, and he's now dialed in through first sector on the second two.
It's beautiful. Route 6 to go. Pick up the throttle. Really dark now down towards the high speed turn 7. You're up to 5th gear here, about 250 kilometers an hour. Back 3 gears and now to this 90-degree second gear, turn 8, and into the tightly filled section. You've got to be careful that you're going through turn 10. How many times we see riders wash out the front gear as you go into one of the right-handers. Absolutely brilliant right there. Bezzecchi and Quattraro, who were both on the front row, weren't they, together in Portimao last weekend. Well, Bezzecchi is taking this away from the field, just as he did in Portimao last weekend. He drops down there now into turn 14. 1 corner remaining for Bezzecchi. At the moment, this could be a 28.6, a 28.7. Let's track him over the line on the factory. It's a 28.8, a 128.809. Thank you very much, Marco Bezzecchi, on course for back-to-back poles to win 2025. What a lap!
All-time lap record, but for how much longer? Here comes Fabio Quattraro after a 6th pole of the season. It's a 28, but not enough for pole. It's the front row for Quattraro. Miller up behind him on the Pramac Yamaha takes 5th place.
That's a brilliant job by Jack Miller. Up into 5. Iagura now has been pushed to the back of the 3rd row in 9th. Acosta, just about to say, Acosta's going the wrong way at the moment, now down in 6th place. This is more likely at the moment, though. He's not really going to be posing any significant threat as far as Bezzecchi's current pole time is concerned. 128.809 is what he's chasing. He's got the front row, but he is. Acosta then finds his own 128.9. Just under a tenth of a second now splits Bezzecchi and Acosta. Bezzecchi got to Alex front row.
The duo are trying to lift themselves up the order. Aldeguer climbs 4 places, 11th up to 7th. Alex Marquez isn't far off here, and you might have noticed on Bezzecchi's lap, he did lose time to Alex in that final section, so this will also be very, very close. Alex Marquez across the line. MotoGP winter, and you have been taken from 5th place. That's about as far back as you dare start in the MotoGP era to win this Valencia Grand Prix. He's less than a tenth of a second on pole, so he's not done an awful lot wrong. For the moment, only 5th. He is still pushing on though on this current lap. He's within a tenth in the first sector. Alex Marquez looks like he's got one more crack at this to try and get himself up for a second on the grid and deny Marco Bezzecchi back-to-back poles.
First run in the gravel, upright, but on the circuit at turn 2, closing out qualifying now in 2025, potentially with another Tissot watch strap to his wrist is Bezzecchi. Can anybody stop the factory at full start? It looks like Alex is cruising. I think Alex has rolled out of it. His qualifying performances in 2025 are done and dusted. Alex potentially then will be close session, weren't they? Gian Antonio, we certainly have to mention the Italian, who has put together one of his best performances. You know, he was third for most part of the campaign this year. Texas, his last front row, it was a bit of a disaster, wasn't it? When he had the career drama on the 25 in Hungary.
He goes better in the sprints in Grand Prix. He goes in qualifying. Britain actually looked pretty good yesterday, so did you might fancy his chances from there? Well, it's not a disaster for Pedro Acosta. He didn't really do much wrong, as I said in my qualifying session. 96 thousandths away from pole position today for Pedro. Problem is, 4 riders feedback, 2 Aprilis, 2 Ducatis.
Nothing going here late on as far as Almaguer is concerned, certainly in terms for pole position. It's that one to buy. Only one front row start is good for Almaguer, but Fabio Di Gianantonio, when we last came to race in Valencia back in 2023, will tell you constantly that on the podium he was initially on the podium, but of course he then got busted with a tyre pressure penalty. I remember actually even doing the press conference with Fabio when you were waiting for confirmation from race control. Eventually, unfortunately, he had to take over to John Tarkin on that occasion. But we know then on that occasion. But your final pole position of 2025, and it seems fitting that once again you get another all-time lap record in this record-breaking 2025 campaign. Goes to factory Apexward, Marco Bezzecchi. You will only see him in back-to-back pole positions. What a 7 days in Q2 it has been for the 27-year-old Italian. It's a nice little belated birthday present as far as today is concerned. So wants to go with some of the other gifts that he's been given so far this weekend. The president really wants to take another sprint victory and another Grand Prix victory, which he will, of course, secure the World Championship. I think that's done. That's second on pole. Pedro Bagnaia is only rival for third for championship, 16th place on the grid. We've had so many brilliant qualifying sessions throughout 2025. Some of the best single laps we've ever seen in history. And we are closing out with a little more less than 1/10 of a second, covering your top 5 riders on the grid for the 13 laps from this afternoon 3 p.m. local time for the final Grand Prix over 27 laps tomorrow. Well, in Q2, so he was simply the best.
Makes the appetite nicely, doesn't it, for the sprint later on. It should be seamless in the flow between all
8 between him and brother Mark, 13 apiece coming into this final Grand Prix. But Alex pinches that one with his 40. Fabio Gianantonio. Well, they're going to score the second in Valencia. What happens in the front where he's got the line by the top three. Question mark is still being pushed back to 4th. Yeah, he's definitely out for revenge for this year. So far, so good as far as the 40 lines concerned.
Qualifiers who will perhaps look back on their game and feel a little hard done by. Paul Derrick 29-0. That only put him in 7th in the end. Quarter of a second of pole position, not on the front 2 rows. The weekend has promised a lot so far for Frankie. In the end, he will start from row 3. Kevin Alvaro also going on that 3rd row to a 29-1 in that session. Going in after 9th, but never really came together for Honda in the end, did it? In that Q2 session, no rider on the front 3 rows. And Sarko, 10th and 11th.
Top 5, Morgan, Simon, Marinaro, 2023 Valencia all-time lap record. That's one of the closest front rows of the season, one of the closest top 5s we've had from the campaign. Let's hope it's as tight and as action-packed as that Q2 was in the sprint and the Grand Prix here. On his face. He is loving life at the moment on that factory in Korea. Leading the one factory engineers. Massimo Rigolo saying last weekend was perfection in Portimao. Marco on to that assessment really as that second football on the tour in the National Circuit Grand Prix. Alex Marquez, 2 overall in the World Championship. Captains on the front row 3. Italian bikes once again rocking out your top 3. Forward to here for the final front row starters in 2025. Third on the grid then, Fabio Gianantonio. The Jack.
Well, Fabio, what a way to kick off this final round of the season. It's been a roller coaster year, but you've given yourself a great chance in the year with some great results.
I said yesterday that the main goal was to achieve my record of qualifying, and one my only goal was to be great lap. At the end I done an amazing lap because 28 is a great time. Super happy. We worked really well this weekend, so the feeling is definitely there. I'm enjoying a lot the riding the bike. So yeah, we start from front row. Let's see what those ask for this afternoon.
First front row start in the Grand Prix. First time to qualify on the front row. Marathon Park round in Hungary. Better look on this occasion. Yeah, that's the top right line. That is a class lap time on 28.853. Fair play to the Italians. That's what we managed yesterday here on Friday. Alex Marquez surely for what will be his 19th front row start, maybe 65th in his Grand Prix career. Can he topple Marco Bezzecchi? He was able to do so in the Portuguese Grand Prix last weekend. Second on the grid, over 1 second in captain. Alex Jack.
Well, Alex, it looked like against the Prix, it's a bit of a showdown between you and Mark. A great job in qualifying. How missing, quite a lot, but we'll try and today to give our best. We'll see which one is the safe choice also on the rear. So yeah, let's try to get to the start. Too many times to understand where is the traction. So we need to learn from the fastest guys. And the moment is Marco and someone else. That is Morbidelli. It's quite impressive on the rhythm, so we'll try to give our best and not make mistakes. Right, sir? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to Alex Marquez, double podiums in Malaysia and in Portimao, and making it 3 in a row to sign off what has been a memorable year. Firstly for Alex and of course for the Marquez family, historic first ever 1-2 for siblings in the MotoGP World Championship, standing in the way of Alex from Valencia. Been on time for so far this season. First victory coming in the race. He also won in the circuit of Barcelona, Catalonia, Vinny Alex earlier on in the season. Marco Bay second, taking series. Stopped at 27 earlier on in the season in Valencia. He's on pole position for our season finale. Bez with Jack.
Marco pole position once again this time in the season finale. Really great form right now. Just how comfortable do you feel going into the sprint and obviously the Grand Prix? Yeah, well, just a good session. I had a lot of fun especially obviously in the second lap. The first one I made a mistake and I was a bit too nervous. So when I went in again in track, I tried to calm myself down and focus just on riding well and obviously and super happy because the boys made a very good job. Now we can focus of course on the sprint and on the GP for tomorrow. This track is super close. The gap between one in the all the riders are super close. Sorry. So will be super tough, but we can enjoy. Hopefully I can make a good start and fight with the best. Right, Mark, congratulations.
Great performance, thanks Jack. Marco went second. He has been victorious here previously in Moto2. Sign off 2025 in style. For the riders, never won back-to-back Grand Prix. More than 20 seconds. This is him working in perfect harmony, working in perfect tandem right now with that factory and the Ferrari. Make more gains forward in the waiting. No Capson not standing still. We see a brilliant emerge as the strong contenders to end Ducati's unrivaled domination of MotoGP in recent years. Well, Marc Marquez on the grid. Unfortunately not in the way we would like to be. Eventually would love to be getting himself set ready to attack in the Sprint and the Grand Prix. This is Marc Marquez. Qualifying performer in 2025. 8 pole positions at his first season as a factory Ducati rider. Started his life in Labour pole position on Thailand. Poles followed in Argentina, in Austin and in Qatar. Further poles in Aragon. It's actually BMW M Awards, number 93. This is a special prize giving ceremony. He's won BMW for only that year's mark. 8 poles then this year, 13 front row starts now. Once again, get hold
Last Saturday morning, and Alex Marquez didn't take pole in Portimao. Clinched it for the 93. So got quite footed BMW's back home, hasn't he? This is his first rodeo. Award, of course, not the circumstances that Marc Marquez would have liked to secure this. Because yet another accolade to what has been in Italy in 2025.
Yeah, a 2025 without any question, as we see Mark prove that he is back to his brilliant best. That pole he took on his factory congratulations in Thailand was really the catalyst to the most successful season in MotoGP history. And Marc Marquez will end 2025 545 points. That is a record points tally in MotoGP. It would have been well north of 600, maybe even 700, had we not seen Mark miss his last 4 Grand Prix of the campaign. Yeah, good to see Mark, and good to see him back to his best in 2025. So he gets the award, top qualifier. There's actually a Miller, Mark BMW, just checking how many times he's got there.
Quite a lot.
Yeah, quite a few. This is not breaking new ground, isn't it, as far as Marc Marquez is concerned. He's probably got enough to open a BMW dealership himself. He's probably sorting out a franchise contract here right now, isn't he? Number 93. much a focal figure of tomorrow night's MotoGP award ceremony. Once again, Marc Marquez. For the second time. There you go. A factory Ducati through reaching more success in MotoGP in 2025 for Marc Marquez. And he gets the keys once again as the top qualifier in 2025. BMW M Award then presented once again to 32-year-old Spaniard.
Promise that he will take Alex Marquez for his second after winning that award. Perhaps that will come a little bit later on today. Alex has got his own job to do, of course, having qualified on the front row of the grid today. For the Valencia Sprint, which comes later on. The fastest rider over one lap and the fastest rider over 22 Grand Prix this year has been Marc Marquez.
A word with Mark about what he thinks about being top qualifier in 2025. First and foremost, though, he's just going to pose somebody in the ground saying, in fact, if you don't want to have him, Mark, we'll gladly take the keys. So Marc Marquez, top qualifier, top of the world championship, back on top of the world, back to
the officials nearby.
Yeah, he's on used to 300 horsepower on my right hand. On a factory Ducati. Right foot does take the two seats of that nice and shiny BMW. Of course, the riders are still presented with Tissot watching for pole position. Nobody in history has scored more MotoGP pole position than Marc Marquez. So what does he think about being our top qualifier and the owner of the new BMW in 2025 now, the Jack?
Well, Matt, congratulations. 2025 BMW M Award winner. As you said, he's not that much of avocados and you end up with a brand new BMW car.
I was for the lunchtime and I was watching the practice on the telephone and Gemma was shopping the streets and yes, then I saw the in the box with Alex and I win the BMW, so it's super happy to receive another one. We won a lot in the past, but now we're so time to happy.
So unfortunately, after that competition in Valencia Park, Mark was not able to secure any more poles, but just look at the time on the BMW M Award. So in front of Alex, very, very close to finding pole position in the final Grand Prix of 2025. That honour though goes to a factory, a Prix star, Marco Bezzecchi, closes out the season all-time lap record, and the last pole of 2025.
Marco Bezzecchi topping a super tight Q2, covered the top five. Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Gian Antonio is the front row. Ralph Fernandez, fourth, second best qualifier for him this year. And Pedro Costa, fifth. And Fabio Quartararo, despite getting into 28, only sixth. Frankie Morbidelli leads the third row. First Honda to out here, 10th. Ahead of John Tarko and I'm good. Top 12. Paco Bagnaia, a miserable Saturday morning for him after technical problems on his Ducati left him 16th. One place ahead, Jorge Martin, who rode out of his skid to 3:17 on the grid of his sprint later on.
Well, it promised so much and it delivered. Yet another fantastic MotoGP qualifying session. We get confirmation this has been on the cards for quite some time, as the Marc Marquez then leads the BMW M Award, and as you have just seen, he has been presented with the keys. 80 pole position, 30 front row cars, total for 93. Very well in the Grand Prix, has taken more poles than Mark. It's tallied now as we end 2025 up to 74. Next best was Pete Stewart, the Australian legend. 58. Should have delivered was another super special qualifier. What should be another super Saturday here as we go into our final sprint of the campaign with Marco Bezzecchi on pole position for the second time in 7 days. What a way to end Q2 in 2025.
and skill, and always calculating their next move. The manufacturers, creators of the most advanced graphics on the planet, capable of speeds of 360 kilometers per hour, purpose-built for MotoGP, pioneering ultimate precision, absolute performance, unrivaled immortals, retained only by our riders. We ride technologies more rear wheel drives, the fastest laps, final kilometers, the range, the legends and milestones. The times when you can't look, and those when you can't look. We ride with purpose, with pioneers and visionaries working tirelessly, not just for the real, but for the future of our sport, our technology, our planet. Eyes not only on the checkered flag, but on the ever-moving finish line of the progress. We ride together as one global racing family, with the riders, the teams, the engineers, the technicians, the broadcasters, the truck drivers, the cooks, the hospitality staff, the sponsors, the many individuals all united to the goal of glory, the everyone the everyone first-timers, forever-timers, the never miss flaggers, the home track faithfuls, destination circuit holidayers, the day trippers, the Sunday sofa viewers, the ones we've known forever and the ones we haven't met, cheering from the stands or the screen, wherever you are, wherever you are, be our garage, be part of it, sometimes. It's time for the 2025 MotoGP World Championship.
Match market once again. What a showstopper that was. And the best advert you'll see from MotoGP. And will win a classic sprint here in Portimao. Absolutely sensational. First time.
could be Valentino. Jorge could prolong it to Valencia. I mean, how do you guys live this within the garage? It must be so nerve-wracking.
Yes, I am. For me, it's one of the most difficult Sunday. Today we check the warm-up results. It's very difficult to predict how the race can be. It's really hot, difficult, very demanding on physically tired. For sure, it's going to be a really long race.
What about the Hondas though? The Hondas are looking very, very strong here.
Yeah, honestly, they did an impressive session during the entire weekend. Danny especially has been really consistent and fast. But as you know, the battle is in our garage, and I am not focused in what they can do, Honda can do now.
Thank you very much, Mayo.
That was good of him to talk, don't you? What? Honestly, I don't know if I've ever heard of that now, like this in a Grand Prix race on 2 or 4 wheels.
No, Nick, it's like, like you say, it is like a football field. I obviously don't know what you guys fully hear on the TV, but you can hear the booing for the likes of Lorenzo Marquez, which is of course a bit of a shame, but the sort of cheering for Rossi as well. It really is that kind of atmosphere. It's just building the tension so much more.
That interview that Dylan did just there with my Americani said everything. He was talking at 1,000,000 miles an hour. I've never heard him so gripped by the tension.
Marc Marquez, boy, would he like to put one over Valentino Rossi after those pretty bad comments he made. Valentino Rossi made about Marc Marquez. Very personal comment, and it's just added fuel to the fire. There was a small pocket of Marc Marquez fans, but I think the grandstand at Turn 1 is entirely full of Valentino Rossi fans. This is the avenue between the 2 grandstands that run, the 2 straights that run parallel, 14 to 15, then they run the other way, of course, at that start for the straight, emptying by the minute because these people are getting in their seats.
We'll find out very shortly, won't we, just how personally Marc Marquez took those comments by Valentino Rossi on the eve of this Malaysian Grand Prix. Valentino Rossi said, we'll find out if it was a mistake to go on the warpath, I guess, a verbal warpath against Marc Marquez, or whether it's something in the paddock actually think that Rossi was doing it to actually fire himself, but so gripped by the pressure himself, which was almost like putting more pressure on him. Make sure he doesn't let this great opportunity to capture a 10th world title slip through his fingers.
Carl Crux has had a very good weekend, a crash early on Friday, but after that he's qualified in the middle of that second row of the grid, second successive 5th row, 7th second row start for Carl Crutchlow, 8th in the World Championship. He sits here in 2013. Looked good all weekend apart from the crash, hasn't he?
Yeah, you've got to love Carl Crutchlow. He finds the funny side and everything. He's probably nudging about 40 degrees and being tempted down there, but Carl Crutchlow just doing a fake shiver like he's in the Antarctic down there.
Yeah, I mean, since he gets off the start, the men did look off the start from that second row. They're going to be the red shirt in What sort of starts are they going to make? What sort of start is Valentino Rossi going to make?
Rossi will be hoping that this man Andrea Iannone can get in front of Jorge Lorenzo. Disturb his rhythm in the early laps. Andrea Iannone, podium finish here in Moto2 back in 2010, and 7 years ago in 2008 took his first ever Grand Prix pole position in the 1-2-5-6 class. Missed the race here last year though after a FP2 crash and an arm injury, and had to return home to Europe early.
Of course, 4th in the World Championship. Great ride in Australia where he finished in 3rd place. Bit of that pole position, if you remember, in the race at Mugello where he finished 3rd. Dylan.
Yeah, guys, we were just spoken with Massimo Meregali, but it'll be good to talk to someone else within the Yamaha camp, more on Jorge Lorenzo's side. Wilco, massive day for Jorge. He knows he can't win the title here, but he knows he needs to a big Valentino. What's his approach? I mean, he was even trying different style bikes this morning. Does that mean that he's very confident with what he already has, or does he still have doubts?
No, he was quite confident yesterday morning because he had a very good pace. But of course, you always want to improve the bike, especially because Vale and Jorge has both the same bike, so you always try to find the best for your style. And finally, I think we have a very good pace.
Obviously not the best starting position for Jorge. He is very strong though. What's that mentality got to be going into turn 1? Go for it or stay out of trouble?
Well, of qualifying didn't went so as we wanted, you know, because 3 tires was not perfect. So he did even a faster lap in FP3. So that means yeah, you messed the qualifying a little bit. But yeah, on the other side, I think that lap time is important for the grid position, but for the race it's useless because they will be a lot slower.
Thank you very much, Wilco.
Yeah, Wilco Zieleberg, crew chief, of course, Jorge Lorenzo. He doesn't. Valentino Rossi he's in a different zone. He is in race zone. There is no doubt. We saw a little bit further back, that third row of the grid on Drejkovic. Maverick Vinales got a good record here. Bradley Smith did well because Bradley Smith had to come actually qualified in the end on the third row of the grid. Dylan.
Yeah, guys, just another word here now with Paolo Ciabatti from Ducati. Paolo, last time out. Oh, actually, sorry, national anthem, Paolo. We'll just hold on a second.
25th anniversary of the Malaysian Grand Prix.
The Malaysian Grand Prix is the first chance for Rossi to take the MotoGP title. Back down to Dylan with the Ducati boss, Paolo Ciabatti. Yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, Paolo, as we said, last time out it was Andrea, you know, he was really mixing it up with the front guys, having a big effect on the championship standing. He's looked fast once again in the free practices. Do you think he's going to be up there again?
Well, I think if we get a good start, he can do a good race. Obviously, it looks like here maybe we don't have the same pace that we have in Phillip Island. But with a good start, maybe he can try to stay with the front group. It will depend also, it's so hot, it depends on what the strategy from the top riders will be.
Thank you very much for that, Paolo. Get behind Jorge Lorenzo on Twitter. Hashtag Vamos Jorge to show the Spaniard your support. Hashtag Forza Valle if you're in the doctor's camp.
Dovizioso, embarrassing result, that's his words, in Australia where he finished in 13th place. He has qualified on the third row of the grid, 7th fastest. This is 7th in the World Championship. Big battle between him and Bradley Smith, 5 points between them. Back at that front of the grid. Valentino Rossi with a great record in Japan. An 11-point lead in the World Championship. A war of words, well, a pretty one-sided war of words with Marc Marquez on third. And then a front row start, knocking Lorenzo back from the second row of the grid as he chases his 10th World Championship title. And the Hondas are going to play a massive part in this race. Danny Pedrosa getting as much cool ice on his neck and his body as he possibly can.
Temperature's hot. Pressure reaching boiling point. There's Maverick Vinales, 8th place on the grid for the Spaniard. A second top 6 finish for him. A great ride last weekend in that Australian Grand Prix at Phillip Island. 12th in the World Championship, a former 125cc and Moto2 winner here in Sepang.
Yeah, great ride by him in Australia and a good record here.
Guys, just a very quick word down here with Hervé Fonterel from the Tech 3 team. Pole Espargaro, we know, had a crash this morning caused by Hector Barra. Hervé, how is Pole? Is he good to race? I understand his neck hurts a bit.
Yeah, the leg was hurting quite a lot once he came back after the crash. He went to the medical center and he's got a very small crack on the neck vertebra. They were not sure, so they asked him to wait for 30 minutes, done another x-ray, and finally they called it fit. So I think there is no risk for the race, but it's going to be quite a lot of pain, which on a track like this is not going to help. But anyway, you know, he's a tough guy. Last year he raced with a broken foot and finished 6th. So let's wait and see. But it's a big pity because this morning he was really feeling good with the bike at the warm-up.
Thank you very much, Hervé.
Yeah, and Hector Barber started at the back of the grid, another penalty point for him after that crash. An animal type thing just appeared in the commentary box and was crawling down the wall, isn't it, Matt? One of those centipedes that we were looked at earlier.
I don't know, but maybe it's not quite as scary as it looks.
Alessio Spargo, of course, brother of Pole. It's the 6th time this season they've started alongside each other. Right, 5 minutes to go for the showdown in Malaysia. Penultimate round of the MotoGP World Championship. What a year we have had. Victory number 5 of the season for Lorenzo. Rossi makes a move up the inside of his teammate. Salute the master. Rossi is back out with the slip.
Disaster from Lorenzo, he's crashed out.
Lorenzo wins here in Moto. Absolutely flying.
Pedrosa leads.
And Lorenzo's run it wide. Pedrosa wins.
Priceless second place.
Look at Lorenzo.
Valentino Rossi makes his stick. Oh, Andrea Iannone, unbelievable from the Italian. And Marquez goes for the victory. What a last lap.
What a race. What's next? I don't know. The crowd of around 90,000 here don't know. Valentino Rossi, he would like to think he's going to be the world champion. He admitted yesterday he hasn't been sleeping well this week. Let's have a look at the Chargers. I think for once it's not going to have a massive outcome on the race.
Yeah, medium front and rear tyre for all of the front row of the grid. Cool, I've got sweaty palms to come to watch myself here. What's it like for the riders down there on the grid?
Here we are, front row of the grid then. There's Danny Pedrosa, Marc Marquez, both of them former winners here. Valentino Rossi, 6 times winner here at Prix. And that precious 11-point advantage in the championship. Helicopter hovers overhead. The crowd have even gone a little bit silent just for one moment. So welcome back to Sepang. I'm Nick Harris, sitting alongside me, Matt Burt, down in pit lane. Dylan Gray for this penultimate round, the MotoGP World Championship.
Pedrosa, Marquez, Rossi on the front row. Row 2, Lorenzo, Crutchlow and Andrea Iannone.
Row 3, Andrea Dovizioso, Maverick Vinales and Bradley Smith. Row 4, Alessio Spargo, Pol Espargaro fit and Danilo Petrucci.
Row 5 headed by Stefan Bradl, Scott Redding and Jack Miller. Row 6, Bautista, Yoni Hernandez and Nicky Hayden making his last Grand Prix appearance in Malaysia.
Row 7, Loris Baz, Tony Elias and Eugene Lafferty. Row 8, Mike Meglio, Ant West and Damien Cudlin. And row 9, all on his own, the naughty boy, Hector Barbara.
Hector Barbara, if you are just joining us, penalised for an incident this morning with Pol Espargaro. He was 10th on the grid. He starts now from the back of the grid.
The moment of truth is getting closer. Will we have a new 2015 MotoGP World Champion? Can the Benetton claw back in the market? Can the Yamahas match the pace and the speed of the Hondas at the front? Stay with us, because we are about to find out.
This 20-lap Malaysian Grand Prix, remarkably, is Valentino Rossi's 329th Grand Prix appearance. It's a new record for appearances in Grand Prix racing history. Will he celebrate by taking the 2015 MotoGP World title?
Lorenzo's leading the sighting lap, and that's a good start, isn't it, up towards turn 4. Dylan, track conditions.
Look, it's going to be fine. It is quite hot and humid. It is a little bit warmer than it was in Moto2, but the good thing is this rain that they thought might come has stayed away. That doesn't mean that the teams won't be prepared. There could be a few interesting things with regards to wet tyre choice should they need to switch on to the number 2 bike. However, I don't think we should get into that right now, because as we stand, like you guys said, medium front, medium rear, it's going to be a straight shootout.
Take a big deep breath at home. Boy, Lorenzo. Danny Pedrosa. A bit of a wiggle there from Andrea Iannone. And there he is, Valentino Rossi in there also. Marc Marquez certainly not sending Christmas cards to each other at the moment. Just to remind you of the situation. Rossi leads that World Championship by 11 points. Will he be crowned the new champion?
The world waits with bated breath. The 2015 Malaysian Grand Prix about to start in front of a crowd of almost 90,000 fans. Valentino Rossi versus Jorge Lorenzo, the 2015 MotoGP World Champion, potentially on the line in the next 20 laps.
Confirmation there, Marc Marquez in third place, Andrea Iannone in fourth. Jarvis, the boss of Yamaha Racing. One ear he's thinking of Rossi, the other ear he's probably thinking of Jorge Lorenzo. There's been a lot of goings on off the track this weekend. There's been a lot of pretty nasty stuff said. That is now forgotten, or is it forgotten? Because
We're about to find out.
We are. This is the showdown. It's the penultimate round. It's 20 laps of the Sepang circuit. Will Valentino Rossi, at 36 years old, be crowned the 2015 MotoGP World Champion?
Marc Marquez got away well from the middle of the front row of the grid. So did Valentino Rossi. Danny Pedrosa moves to the middle of the track on that run down to the first corner. Jorge Lorenzo's been swamped by the two factory Ducatis. Disastrous start for Lorenzo. It's Dovizioso that tries to sweep around the outside of Rossi. It's the two Hondas led by Danny Pedrosa that lead this race. Dovizioso, Lorenzo getting squeezed by the two Ducatis. What a nightmare for the Spaniard.
Lorenzo trying to find his way through the pack. The two Hondas lead the way, but Rossi in third place. Turn 3, up towards turn 4 they come. Pedrosa leads Marquez. Here comes Lorenzo up the inside on the brakes. What a move by Lorenzo.
Lorenzo up the inside of both the factory Ducatis at turn number 4. Brilliant from the number 99. That was reminiscent of Andrea Iannone last weekend at Phillip Island when he swept under Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. It's Danny Pedrosa that leads this Malaysian Grand Prix from Marquez, from Rossi. Lorenzo having to fight really hard to make a break away from Dovizioso.
Crucial first lap of the race. Through 7 and 8 they come. Up now towards turn 9. Favourite overtaking place at this circuit. Even Rossi I don't think will attempt it this time around. The Ducatis of Iannone in particular try to fight back against Lorenzo.
Up through turn 11, opening lap of this Malaysian Grand Prix. It's Danny Pedrosa chasing a 7th Premier Class podium here in the Far East. There is Valentino Rossi. Lorenzo, has he finally broken that determined early charge of the Ducati GP15s of Andrea Dovizioso and Andrea Iannone. There's Polispargo in 7th place. Good start to this race for Polispargo. He's gained 5 places on the opening lap.
Rossi closing up on Marc Marquez. Remember the war of words on Thursday evening from Rossi. Down the back straight, well over 200 miles an hour, down through the gearbox into turn 15.
We're about to complete the first lap then. It is Pedrosa from Marquez, then it's Valentino Rossi. Jorge Lorenzo has clawed right up onto the back wheel of Valentino Rossi. This is going to be the first big shootout between the two factory Yamaha riders. And Lorenzo makes his move up the inside the first corner. Caught Rossi napping in the braking zone for turn number 1. Rossi tries to fight back. They almost touch through the first corner. Lorenzo up into 3rd.
Oh, Lorenzo has been mighty aggressive on the first lap. Even more aggressive up at turn 1. They almost touch, but Lorenzo now up into 3rd place. Honda's at the front, Lorenzo 3rd. Rossi, Iannone, great start as you say from Polispargo. Despite that injured neck, that would not be enough. 8 points. We'd be on our way to Valencia. We saw it in Moto3. You blink and it changes at the top of the championship table.
Brilliant move by Lorenzo on the brakes down into that first corner to take 3rd place away from Valentino Rossi. The live World Championship standings, Rossi's lead will be cut down to 8 points. heading to that final round in Valencia. Of course, it was 8 points, the gap between Rossi and Nicky Hayden 9 years ago, and we all know what happened there between the American and the Italian. Can Rossi respond in his favourite braking zone, turn number 9? No, he can't, not close enough. Lorenzo holds firm. Lorenzo and Rossi then trying to break away from Dovizioso. Andrea Iannone really struggling to go with his Ducati teammate. He's dropped down in 6th place.
Valentino Rossi made a decent start. Here is that overtaking manoeuvre in turn 1. He came from a long, long way back. Rossi tries to pull back up the inside. Lorenzo, as they flick it left through turn 2, where it dips away, just holds the advantage. Problems here for Iannone.
Well, we said Iannone was struggling to run the pace of the top 6, and that's the reason why mechanical on that factory GP 15. About to complete the second lap. It's still Dani Pedrosa that leads the way from Marc Marquez. Then it's Lorenzo through turn number 15. Valentino Rossi in 4th. Now, what's the gap between Lorenzo and Rossi at the end of this second lap? Is Rossi finding it hard to go with his teammate? Lorenzo has just set the best lap of the race, a 2:00.6, and worrying for Valentino Rossi is half a second quicker than the Italian.
This is Lorenzo in turn 1. This is where he took over 3rd place on the last lap from Valentino Rossi. Lorenzo really has got the charge on through turn 3. They start climbing the hill up towards turn 4. Valentino Rossi. Well, it's early stages of the race. You can't talk about damage limitation just then. There is Andrea Dovizioso. Just got a glimpse of him. And Cal Crutchlow moving up into 6th place.
Marquez out wide at turn number 4. He got it wrong on the brakes down into turn number 4. Jorge Lorenzo sweeps underneath him. Lorenzo now into 2nd place. Starts the pursuit of Dani Pedrosa, but it was a mistake by Marquez on the brakes into turn 4.
What an important mistake that could be. Rossi now closes up on Marquez. This is going to be very, very fierce indeed after the war of words on Thursday night. Pedrosa, Lorenzo, Marquez, Rossi closes up as they come into turn 9. 17 and a half laps to go. What a race already unfolding.
Lorenzo was half a second inside of Marc Marquez's race lap record set last year on the second lap of this Malaysian Grand Prix, and Lorenzo now in 2nd place. He took full advantage of that mistake by Marquez up at turn number 4. We're back on board with Marquez through turn number 12. There is Valentino Rossi then trying to find his way through. It's Dani Pedrosa that's in control though of this Sepang race. Pedrosa's advantage over Lorenzo. It's up to almost 1 second. Marquez is a further half a second back.
Here comes Rossi, we ride with him. Marquez in front of him. I don't think he is quite close enough on the brakes. They come, even Valentino Rossi can't get up the inside of Marquez as they come into turn 15. This is the way Lorenzo slipped down on sudden. Rossi almost up the inside of Marquez as they accelerate up towards turn 1. 17 laps to go.
Marc Marquez talked yesterday about problems he was having with front end grip, and there he was in hot at turn number 15. He's having real issues stopping that factory Honda on a full fuel load in the early part of this Malaysian Grand Prix. That's giving Jorge Lorenzo a chance to pull away in 2nd place. It gave Lorenzo the chance to take 2nd place on the last lap at turn number 4. So Marquez having a few issues on the brakes with that front tyre. Great chance now. Can Rossi pounce up at turn number 4? He's certainly close enough to move up the inside. Rossi takes 3rd place. He's up the inside of Marquez. Rossi makes it stick. Rossi back up into 3rd. Marquez tries to squirt it back through 5. Rossi's got the inside line. Rossi 3rd.
Marquez will fight back. Rossi up into 3rd place through 5, and now coming through turn 6. Marquez very close through 6, 7 and 8 coming up. One of the favourite overtaking places about to arrive. It's turn 9, and Marquez closing up on Rossi. Round 8 they come. Little short straight. 9 approaches.
When was the last time we saw Marc Marquez going backwards in a MotoGP race? It's Dani Pedrosa's teammate that still holds an 0.8 of a second advantage over Jorge Lorenzo. There was Rossi, a little bit slow coming out of turn 9. He's under pressure from Marquez, but Marquez is having pretty major front end grip issues in the early part of this race. He's already succumbed to Lorenzo and to Rossi at turn number 4.
There is Marquez, there is Rossi. We've ridden with both of them safely through now 12 and 13. Again, Marquez closes up. Has he got the power as they come through 40? They accelerate down this back straight, as I say, well over 200 miles an hour on the brakes. We ride with Marquez. I have a feeling after what has gone on this week, he will give absolutely everything to beat Rossi. They get into 15, not able to do so. He is having his problems. Can he get the power up as he comes up the inside? Side by side they come. Rossi should have the advantage as they go up towards turn 1.
Will Marquez be able to use the grunt and the power of that factory Honda down in the braking zone for the first corner? Marquez moves to the inside line. Marquez is going to make the move on Valentino Rossi. Rossi tries to cut it back to the inside. Rossi's back through. Brilliant from the Italian. This is the dogfight the world was waiting for between Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez. We've got it here in Malaysia.
Got it, big style. The talking stop now. They're talking out on the track. We ride with Valentino Rossi. Up they come towards turn 4. Here comes Marquez. Here comes Marquez.
It was personal off the track on Thursday. It's personal on the track on Sunday. Here it's a back. Rossi flies straight back through turn number 5. Brave move by the 36-year-old. Marquez squeezes Rossi out again. This is brilliant. Epic battle between the old warhorse and the new master.
Oh, what a race for third place. Marquez back into third place. Through 7 and 8 they come. Rossi may line him up at turn 9. He's got to get a little bit closer than that. Here they come up towards turn 9. Here goes Rossi on the brakes.
This is Rossi's favourite overtaking point on the Grand Prix calendar. Brilliantly up the inside of Marquez. Marc Marquez says take it straight back at turn number 10. Will Rossi come back to the inside of turn number 11? You bet he will. Rossi up the inside. This is unbelievable actually. Big moment for Rossi on the front, and he lost the front of that Yamaha. Left foot off the footrest. Marquez back through.
Crowd are going completely and utterly crazy. I'm sure you are back at home. This is the battle we wanted after everything that's happened this weekend, and we are getting it. Marquez third, just down towards turn 50, but Pedrosa still leads the way from Lorenzo.
This is more about World Championship points. This is about personal pride between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. This is a raging battle for third place. While these two are having this unbelievable dogfight for third, this is giving Danny Pedrosa and Jorge Lorenzo the perfect chance to break away. In fact, that gap now between Lorenzo and Marc Marquez, it's up to over 2 seconds. Pedrosa and Lorenzo lapping in the low 2.01s, Marquez and Rossi in the low 2.02s. While they're having this fight, they're a second slower than the two in front. This was how close it got. Oh, Rossi was leading on Marquez up through that turn 10. You are not going to get any closer between two of the fastest men in the world, two of the biggest rivals now in the world.
Unbelievable stuff between Valentino Rossi and Marc Marquez. And Marquez, that was the moment for Rossi. We're back to live, and Rossi gained right on the rear wheel of the Honda. Pedrosa has that big advantage at the front from Lorenzo. First and second one. Big advantage in 7/10 of a second. We ride with Marquez. Rossi is coming once again. Rossi lines him up. Here comes Valentino Rossi, and he's moved back into third place.
Brilliant by Rossi. He almost took Marc Marquez's knee. Rossi's foot off the foot peg yet again. Then I think Rossi's saying, like, don't let's have this tussle. We've got the pace to catch up with Jorge Lorenzo. This is turning out to be one of the scraps of the century.
Well, Marc Marquez is saying back to him, you shouldn't have said all those things on Thursday night if you didn't want to scrap like this, old chap.
Well, we said it was personal off the track. It is definitely personal on the track now. Valentino Rossi, he knows while he's having this great fight with Marc Marquez, Jorge Lorenzo's clearing off to a relatively comfortable second place. Crucial World Championship points at stake. Marquez is going to cut it tight through turn number 14. Rossi can't grab the inside line. Marquez back into third place. There was 52 overtakes last weekend between the top 4. How many overtakes have we already seen in the first 6 laps between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi in this dramatic Malaysian Grand Prix?
It makes the Rossi-Max Biaggi fights look like a vicar's tea party, because this is war between two guys that have fallen out big time. As Matt said, there's a lot more at stake than World Championship points. Of course, they're important. We better keep an eye at the front as well on Jorge Lorenzo, closing up on Danny Pedrosa. This is a war for third place on a racetrack at over 200 miles an hour.
pick a fight with Marc Marquez at your peril. That's what Valentino Rossi did in the pre-event press conference. Some of the harshest comments we've ever heard from the 9 times world champion aimed at Marc Marquez. No way through for Rossi, this time up at turn number 4. Jorge Lorenzo now is 2.7 seconds clear of this battle. Lorenzo still trying to put pressure on Danny Pedrosa, who's still leading by 0.6 of a second through 5. Back with this epic, this intriguing, this exhilarating battle between Marquez and Rossi.
Here comes Rossi once again. 4 points it is in the World Championship. But this could well change. Take a breath, open your eyes. This is the battle of the season. This is personal. Pedrosa and Lorenzo. Here goes Rossi on the brakes again. Even Valentino Rossi, and he runs it a little bit wide. Even Rossi couldn't get up the inside of Marquez, but he closes once again as they come through the first turn 10. And Rossi gets up the inside, and Rossi is back into 3rd place. What can Marquez do? Side by side they come.
Oh, Marquez thought about riding around the outside of Rossi at turn 12, brave in the extreme. That would have been. He rides around the outside of it at turn 13 instead. He absolutely mugs Rossi on the outside. Rossi looks really close.
Oh, Marquez is gone. Marquez is
Rossi was. Well, you've got to say, Valentino Rossi looks over his left shoulder. He slowed right down in turn number 14. There was contact between Marquez, a shake of the head from Marc Marquez, and you feel with some justification.
Oh, wow. It's going to be repercussions from that incident, I can promise you. Let's have a look at it again, Matt.
Yeah, Marquez, well, he got pretty close there. Rossi had the line through 12, and then Marquez audaciously, brilliantly rode around the outside of Rossi through turn number 13. Now this isn't through turn 14, coming up to the back straight. Rossi was wide. Well, Valentino Rossi has run Marc Marquez out to the edge of the track there. Marquez is coming back into the pits. As Nick quite rightly says, this race is only just one part of the story of the Malaysian Grand Prix. What is going to happen in race control after this race, because this is not over by any stretch of the imagination.
Dylan, put your tin hat on, he's coming back in.
Yeah, I'm just down here trying to see the reaction. Obviously the team fuming.
Right, Marquez back in. Pedrosa, Lorenzo, Rossi. Marc Marquez crosses out after an incident with Valentino Rossi and goes straight to the back of the garage. We thought it could not get any more exciting. We didn't think it could get any more tense. It has. Rossi running in 3rd place. This isn't the end of this particular incident. Marquez goes down.
Yeah, Rossi's picked him up and he's pretty much slowed right down Valentino Rossi. And then as Marc Marquez has just tried to cut back to what was close to normal, and they were so far outside. Here is Rossi. I've got to say, Marc Marquez will feel incredibly aggrieved, and you have to have an element of sympathy for the Spanish rider. It's up on our screen. You won't be surprised here in the commentary box to hear that that incident in this unbelievable Malaysian Grand Prix will be investigated after the race by Race Direction. Here we go, confirmation. As we said, this is not the end of this Malaysian Grand Prix by a long way. Race Director Mike Webb and the 3 other members of that Race Direction panel, they will now be investigating that incident after the race, and I would think that there'll be some anxious and worried faces inside that factory Yamaha garage, because
Right, settle into the race. Oh, hey, it's about 0.6 of a second between Danny Pedrosa and Jorge Lorenzo. 6 seconds back for Valentino Rossi. Vizioso and Crutchlow having a really good race for 4th place, and then Bradley Smith. Dylan.
Well, no, guys, you know, I can only tell you so much. As you say, Mark came into the box. As you can imagine, he's gone straight round the back. Very upset with the incident. Obviously, a few tempers down here at the moment. We know nothing more than that. I'll see whether I can find out something else. I'll be back with you guys shortly.
Many thanks, Dylan. Right, Bradley Smith 6, Alexis Spargaro 7, Paul Espargaro 8th, 9th is Petrucci, 10th is Bradle, 11th Vinales, Scott Redding 12, Batista 13, and Andes 14th, Hector Barber coming up to 15th, Vicky Havey 16th, 17th Miller, Elias 18th, 19th Demeglio, Eugene Lafferty 20th, and Ant West running in 21st place. Out of the race, Marquez. Out of the race, Baz. You know him, still with a mechanical problem. And also not finished one lap was Damien.
There is a massed throng, inevitably, of TV cameras parked now outside that Repsol Honda garage. Is there been another huge sting in the tail of this MotoGP World Championship? The live championship standings as it is right now on track. 7 points between Valentino Rossi and Jorge Lorenzo. What if Lorenzo can catch and pass Danny Pedrosa?
Read my mind. 5, it was down to 2 points then, wouldn't it?
Valentino Rossi.
Is he going to be penalised?
He might have bigger problems than just losing 5 more points to Jorge Lorenzo after this Malaysia Grand Prix. Dylan.
So guys, just to let you know, so I've also been to the Yamaha garage. I've asked to get someone's opinion on the incident. Because it is going to be investigated by Race Direction, they prefer not to speak until something has been spoken about officially.
That's fair enough. They're probably preparing their case as we speak, aren't they? What a decision for Mike Webb, the race director, and his panel to make. It was around it. It's okay, it can look both ways there. I think it's just checking that Dovizioso isn't that close, but he's not. He's about 5 seconds down.
There's 2 things that give me concern for Valentino Rossi. One is he was off the throttle when he should have been back on it, and 2, you can perhaps argue his case if he hadn't looked across to see where Marc Marquez was. He could have said in his defence, well, I didn't see him, I just ran wide. But he had 2 really long looks to his left. He could clearly see where Marc Marquez was on track. This is only going to rumble on and on long into the night, I'm sure, as Race Direction analyse closely that incident between Marc Marquez and Valentino Rossi. After what Valentino Rossi said in the pre-event press conference on Thursday, it kind of set up the possibility of something like this happening on the track. It got bitter, it got personal. Valentino Rossi's comments were so vicious. It wasn't just about the racing aspect. He attacked Marc Marquez personally, didn't he?
He did. He said at least Max Biaggi with an open fight. He said Marc Marquez is supposed to be a fan of his when he grew up. That picture's on the wall. He doesn't believe that. Yeah, he got very, very nasty indeed. Lorenzo could pick off Danny Pedrosa now, and that's not going to be easy. Pedrosa's running well at the front. That would just blow the championship going into Valencia, and who knows what's going to happen in Race Direction. Pedrosa still leads the way. 10 laps ago, boy, those first 10 laps from the half distance have flown by. I don't think I've seen a fiercer battle at that level almost in my whole life of MotoGP. Boy, that was as fierce as you want to see.
Yeah, coming so close after what happened on Thursday. As we said,
got the pace to get there second, no question about it. Rookie? What rookie? Yeah, he's going for it. He's having a look on the inside of Vansecki. But Aldegan on the charge. Marc Marquez has been supreme once again. It is 6 successive victories then now in 2025 for Marc Marquez. It is 6 successive double wins. Thirdly, Aldegan takes an exceptional second place. And second takes third.
Valentino Rossi congratulates one of his charges. Valencia. A sellout crowd is expected and a spectacular end to the campaign lies in store with the Moto2 World Championship still up for grabs. That plus our final sprint of the season to come today. This is MotoGP. Everybody, and welcome to bright and sunny Valencia on this final Saturday afternoon of the season. It's been a pleasure to join you throughout our Saturday afternoon Moto2, Moto3 qualifying sessions. It's our pleasure to have your company one last time in this 22 rounds 2025 season. You still have one World Champion to crown this weekend. That comes tomorrow afternoon in Moto2. With an intriguing qualifying session to come later on. One of the World Champions entering Q2, the other going through Q1. That's still to come. Ahead of the sprint in MotoGP, over 30 laps of 3 km overall time, kicking off our afternoon's entertainment zone. It's Moto3 and then Q1 session. Here's your lineup. We welcome back Jacob Ralston this weekend. Missed the last couple of Grand Prix after injury his left hand on Friday in Malaysia. Brian Ariarte, who has impressed us in his short start to Moto3 Live, of course, he's a full-timer next season with IO. Stefano Nepa, and what is set to be his full-time Moto3 farewell. Matteo Bertelli for the Level Up MTA squad, who've been used this weekend. Scott Ogden for CIP Green Power. Eddie O'Shea, his fellow Brit, both inside the top 20 yesterday. Nicola Carraro for Rubicon Snipers. Dennis Foggia for the Asphalt team in what looks set to be his final Moto3 outing this weekend. His last four Asphalt. Hakim Danish, who continues at Fred Trenti Helmet MSI. The Denti Racing Boe squad of Shane Newman and Cormac Buchanan. And Honda Team Asia's Mitani also in action in this Q1 session. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison set to talk you through it all. Eddie York is in pit lane and will be speaking to the pole-sitter in part of Q2. And in these Moto3 qualifying sessions, we've spoken to 12 different riders over the course of our 21 rounds so far this season. Moto3 qualifying has been nothing if not unpredictable in 2025 now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right, Lewis. We've had one rider that's been head and shoulders above the rest in 2025. Jose Antonio Rueda took the prime back in Indonesia. But when it comes to Saturday afternoons, it's a bit of a different level of fitness, as you say, really. Very easy to qualify in session so far. So I can see it's fair to say, but Jason has been fairly fast. He was 15th yesterday in practice. So he showed that he did well today. He's far from ideal. As it stands, it's swan song. Serving of bad fortune throughout 2025. Just not gone his way at all. In January, all of the first two races on the back foot from there. Heartbreaking mechanical failures that he had in Aragon and Barcelona when he was really primed for a good result. Those mechanicals arrived at the worst possible time when he could be scored best result of the year.
Next season, of course we have seen in 2025. Just look at the rider who replaced Ralston in Portimao, Joel Esteban, being a substitute rider, can be a window back onto the grid full time in the future, which could potentially be an opportunity next year for Ralston. Here's Matteo Bertelli, level of Apexward, who's a confirmation of his teammate for 2026 earlier on the weekend. And the rider whose name I just mentioned, Joel Esteban, who's been confirmed as the second MTA rider for next season. Esteban not on the grid this weekend because of Ralston's return from injury, but off the back of back-to-back fourth place finishes in the last couple of rounds, or two of the last 3 rounds, I think Esteban making a very solid case for a full-time return. shoulder, I do. We'll surely find his way back onto this Moto3 grid in the future. Future very bright for Hakim Danish there, who we just saw going through the picture. As mentioned, on their side squad for the Inter Sai Yamanaka, who I believe is actually live on Instagram at the moment. So you say with half an eye on his qualifying session and half an eye on his Instagram feed as he watches from home. We wish Ryusei all the very best. His recovery from the surgery on the middle finger on his left hand prior to Portimao, while he Brian Oriate then, the Triple World Champion and the GP World Champion, quick slap in the run-up to the Portuguese Grand Prix. And he's been quietly building into his Moto3 career since we saw him first in Australia, points in both Malaysia and in Portimao, a 13th place finish in Portugal, not helped by some severe late tyre drop. No question, the best from Brian Oriate's point of view is very much still to come.
Team at the final race here at Valencia as a reigning Red Bull Racing Cup champion and delivering goods and constant. Opened and we had a full day of seriously well running and challenging the youngest rider in history very well. Days in the junior categories.
Fast lap of the weekend, David Almanza on the Leopard Honda at 37.333. Time to use 37s in the early stages on the Snipers Honda. We had confirmation in the run-up to Portimao, or during the Portimao weekend. Didn't get a chance to mention last weekend, but the Snipers lineup that you see right now on track will be the Liverpool Snipers pairing for 2026. Nicola Carraro and the young Spaniard who made his debut a couple of races ago, Jesus Rios.
He'll be one to keep an eye on. On Friday afternoon, showing well, be on to a bit of a winner for next year. And Carraro, I'm not sure if Morris
to Australia, returned to action in Portimao and did score a couple of points, even if he had some difficulties, especially in the faster corners of Portimao. Not so many of those for him to worry about here, as Foggia goes into second place. He has now joined Carraro in the 137s.
Hoffman sealed the car. There was much love lost from there on out.
Neither came out the other end, unfortunately, in that second corner. As Foggia slips place now to third, because Netter also joined his fellow Italians in the 1:37.9s. 37.925 for Netter, 37.958 for Carraro, 37.965 for Dennis Foggia. this from the junior world champion. As Vitelli will now reel it back in on the way towards the finish line. Oriate buried well into the 37s. A 1:37.535. Only David Armanza, the fastest rider on the weekend so far, has been winning that.
Pulverizing here this weekend. We didn't come here last year, obviously, due to the tragic flooding in this part of the world, which meant that we're making the official debut with Moto2 and Moto2 forward as a result of that. Denise, number 13, transformative, and Scott Ogden through turn number 4.
Ogden won't be enjoying that because he's just done a great first sector. Had done the same as Vitelli, who's in front of this queue of riders. Vitelli and Oriate, of course, they're on their second time lap. They left it about a minute and a half before this group are now closing up behind, who are on their first time lap of Route 2. For Nepo, Carraro, for Danish, Vitelli, and for Ogden. I should understand how the fantastic turn for Ogden's lap has gone away. Danish, though, he's still in touch to potentially lift himself into the top
4. His elbows out on this lap, that was Zen Mitani, just felt the force of the Malaysian rider coming through, who put in some really performance in the Red Bull Cup.
Hodges improving at the back of the picture, and he claims 4th place there. He's now down to 37.8, so Carraro running into Vitelli now 6th, so at 38.0 personal best for him. Warming it up as the Aspar team look on. At the moment, they are clinging on to a place in qualifying 2 with Dennis Hodges.
That record is going to be smashed again when we get right. 10% of it. Dress rehearsal for a bit of a comeback ride in tomorrow's race. That is what Mitani, Ogden, and now Vitelli that have felt the full force of him and for the ticket prowess.
For Vitelli is that he won't be going out of the top 4. Onto the top 4 with the time he's lost as Danish is all action, isn't he? On board that KTM. That's what you've got to look forward to over the 22 lap season of 2026 when it's a full timer at MSR.
Full limit there. Excellent stuff indeed. That's what Ogden was doing now. I think young Englishman who's just a tenth of a second away halfway around here. Split number 3 still pretty much in the ballpark is Ogden. This could be decent. This could be good enough for a place in top 4.
Danish could be under pressure. Hodges also goes quickly just behind Carraro. Now, best run coming in for the duo, Moodley and Buchanan, 7th and 12th. That's the extent of their progress on the order in this Q1 session. So Ogden gets on the line just in time for one more lap. He's going to need it. He did go briefly into 4th place, but bumped back down to 5th by the improvement of Foggia.
Confident that the work that he has done so far in Q1 will be enough to see him through. Coming in from Bertelli, finds himself down in 7th, but other than that, lots of grey helmets popping up on our time screens.
Just 37.4 also looks pretty safe. One rider in the stand will expect 4 to Danish. Goes back fast, or tries to go back fast is fellow debutant in the World Championship full-time next season. Leading up to another big moment this time for Danish, this time losing into 3, and that's particularly important to Vitelli, who had set a personal best in the process, and of course now is badly held up once he arrives on turn 4.
Oh, Scott Ogden has had a crash right at the end of this section, so that is the end of the rest of the personal best in the second sector, so he was absolutely on it down here into turn number 8. That was before he went up ahead, which is wrong. Mostly not to the good and best.
A little bit hot on that inside line. for Noah Detweiler if he is fitting up and happy enough to return in the future. Nepper's time in his paddock might not be over just yet, but certainly as we speak to you now, it will be his Moto3 farewell tomorrow.
I did notice that the manager was on there. He was telling me
also by the performance of his replacement, I guess we have to call him, in the IoT, not just this weekend, but next year. Brian Riarte, second quickest. Very, very shortly, so stick with us in a few moments when we go on air for qualifying 2. Q1, top road bike, Stefano Nepper, ahead of Brian Riarte, Dennis Fortier, and Hakeem Danish. Scott Ogden missing out by just 15 thousandths of a second. Of course, he crashed in his last run. Ferraro, Batelli, Ruby and Ralston returns to action. Top curl on the grid, the tiny 10th ahead of Eddie O'Shea and Cormac Buchanan. It starts at the back.
preparation for Moto2, but understandable. No one would have taken that situation, but a couple of weeks ago, just to see
Yeah, and back smile. A victory from Antonio Rueda, who has done so much with this season. 10 victories, of course, in his spectacular run to the Moto3 World Championship. Of course, who joins him? Well, we know who's going to join him at the
has been without question, but there's just so many hungry riders around him that I think we're going to be giving them something to think about. After his third Portugal a week ago, the overhaul tomorrow for second in the championship, just 8 points separated them. The likes of Alvaro Carpe and Joel Kelso, who are fighting for fourth in the championship, currently held by the Indian Munoz, who continues to sag along the sidelines.
Of course, sticking around in Moto3 next season. Apexward, where he was on by Armanta for next season. Surely one of the title favourites, along with Kilos, of course. Could get ahead next season as the runner-up for the World Championship season, despite too young to start the opening round or two of the campaign. Q2 is underway. 15 minutes to sign our final pole sitter of the season. Still Norman. It's another opportunity to impress. Boy, did he impress on that intense KTM last time round. It was the first time he'd ridden the KTM. More through motorcycle racing is Prix as well as go on a 658 squad to course Honda, which he will ride full time next season. And we're expecting good things from Norman, but even our expectations should see the level KTM.
He was pretty impressive in his two previous World Championship outings. He was deputising in the 658 squad around mid-season. Finished in the points. Just a second before, which was quite impressive at the time, but qualified in the second row.
Moto3 between various teams has been rotating. It's working very well. None of us in the class of racing last year. He is very familiar with this Ricardo Tormo circuit from his years in the European Talent Cup. He's now back in turn 2. First tyre for Rosato, makes his way towards turn 1 in his final Moto3 qualifying session.
So this is his
final corner to see what kind of pace he's setting. We're expecting 37s, if not 36s, in this qualifying 2 session. Let's see what Pini is able to achieve as he now charges towards the finish line. It's a low 38 for Guido Pini, 138.116. Next season, he'll be riding the colours of Leopard, and Leopard have been the team to beat so far in this Valencia Grand Prix. within around 100th of a second each other. They could all be about to go on to the second row shortly, thinking their current rate of performance will also go well at the moment. He says the power machine is in for the injured Gambile. He's also on a fairly slow lap. Chiles then down to a 37.1 with a strong final sector, aided in part by Almanza on the road. Takes position away from the 22, so it's now Aspar, Leopard.
The rider in third, Marco Morelli, number 95, third rider in this group is on our screens here. We say next time out in Portugal one, there is just how impressive Morelli is. It's a regular fixture in Live Sport. Probably be their best qualifying performance in the dry, I believe. So once again showing that he is a real rider to watch in the future when he jumps across onto an asphalt.
Second in the GP World Champs at the moment to Oriate is once again Chiles taking Chiles' line. You don't see him jumping the other side of the curbs when the regulations allow him to do that. That's the tarmac at 23. You don't get penalised for that because the theory is that it's actually slower to go out there. As Morelli carves under the 28 because Morelli's trying to put an M-Lab Honda on pole position here, which will do one of the stories to close our Moto3 qualifying 2025 campaign. Almanza though, just not remotely interested by what's going on behind him. And he's probably the rider to set that first 136 on Valencia in Moto3.
Really good, and he could be joined by Morelli as well. He's on course to go second. He's got the perfect guy just up ahead of him. 6 bike lengths ahead. Come on, 14 accelerating. Just up ahead. Number 22 with Almanza. It's going to be our first ever 36. Oh, narrowly misses out on that, but still, not close to the pole.
Morelli also lost time in the final sectors and stays fourth. Carface fifth on the first of the IO machines, and Nepa via qualifying one sits in sixth. To scan through my notes too much to say that that will be Stefano Nepa's best qualifying since he was on the front row for the very first race of the season back in Thailand.
Second, finished fourth, and you thought, okay, on for potentially his best season yet, but it really has gone awry. Spectacular factor for 2026. Really strong opening stint that from both Almanza and Morelli on our screens. We see as well, Chiles, his rival for second in the championship. Wow, that is a crazy front end moment that he has saved on his left knee, almost his left elbow as well, coming through turn number 8.
Front end, some of the toe ghosting there for Chiles as he began to counter from Kishi. Did a very good job of reacting to one of those in turn one earlier on as Elliot Forbes didn't quite do justice there, the super slow-mo, just how little time he had to react to that.
Yeah, absolutely. No, Mark Marquez is probably good. Goes down the rankings. He's a very, very special talent. Quite his rookie season, I think he can be on the other day, going through his results. Pretty much every single race. So far this year, with 1 or 2 exceptions, to have that kind of consistency right off the bat. Does feel for next year's championship as to whether it will be a competitive contest. Hopefully there will be other groups that can rise up to the occasion. The likes of Jakob North, you have to imagine, will be there. Alvaro Parker as well, but
with that. I was going to say I wouldn't be talking to him for very good odds on Max Chiles at the moment. Of course, in the battle of this year's championship for second overall, very much advantage Chiles. With qualifying finish now, he's in the middle of the front row at the moment. It has been a strong first run for Anton Piqueras, who has been able to go up to the 37 so far, a 38.005. Piqueras coming in 14th place.
It's like a surprise number we can see quite often. Far adrift after the first run, and he's a bit of pressure on his shoulders for the final time attack, and he's going to do the same here as well. Joel Kelso just up ahead. Remember when we spoke about the Australian Fever, 10th position for Kelso. His last his chance to win a race aboard the KTM before he moves across to the NLAB squad next year.
Jacob Ralston this weekend. Piqueras wasn't particularly impressed by the aggression of Esteban 6 days ago in Portimao. So much so that Piqueras said that I basically ended up saving the title probably for absolutely nothing. He's not pointing off the racetrack in the very closing stages and absolutely cover to second place.
Piqueras absolutely used to those kind of endings. Because those kind of moves out. So then, riders have given themselves just enough time to do one more flying lap in this session. Further improvements. The edge kind of Almanza off the original pole at 47.1, as you can see. Joel Kelso leads this little gaggle down into turn 1, which features Nepper, Cecil Bowman. Navarro Conde is in there as well.
Almanza at the moment is coming his teammate Adrian Fernandez, who's in a different the riders we're watching. He's coming towards the final corner now. So Almanza coming towards his window and expect to see a Leopard on the passing. He does now. Here comes Adrian Fernandez. This is going to be a Leopard 1-2. It is. And Adrian Fernandez is in to the 136s. But Netta behind him has also got himself into 4th place. That's his first lap time on the session. So now we've got Hondas 1st, 2nd, 4th and 5th.
Honda's best Moto3 4-time performance across the grid for quite some time. Just hearing in our headsets that Morelli is continuing on their rubber, so it's not a fresh set of Morelli tyres for the young Argentinian. Pau Corusado comes across the line and goes into 6th.
Morelli has taken the checkered flag, so he will not be improving on what is now 5th place, relegated by the improvement there for the Netta. Rosato then onto the 2nd row, so he's now 1, 2, 4, 5 and 6 for the Hondas, who at least are ending this season on a high. And at the moment, it's Honda versus Honda pole. It's Fernandez versus Lanetta at the moment. Lanetta is also halfway round.
Joel Kelso, he's not. Oh, and that's Cecil Bowman, who just crashed out down at turn number 14. I was just about to say the Irishman was 2/10 off coming through turn number 3.
Forsato had his lap time cancelled, and he's now back to 9th. And those will be some yellow flags of tension which could impact. Well, Piqueras has gone 10th anyway, as Fernandez is continuing to improve. Not that he needs to. A little bit of a rueful slap of the tank for Almanza, who's been pinned to the dinner table by his teammate, by the looks of it, Adrian Fernandez, who's one of the last riders to take the checkered flag. He needs to keep pushing though, because Lanetta's going very quickly behind him. Kiles won't be threatening pole position. That fight is still wheel the race. I'm not sure whether these lap times will be valid. We'll treat them as they are at the moment though, as the 31 leads the 58 over the line. And Adrian Fernandez does not improve, but neither does Lanetta. So it's another pole position for the Leopard squad. Almanza had taken 2 pole positions. Adrian Fernandez now joins it with his 2nd pole of 2025.
Second pole of this year, third career pole. Not particularly used to the top spot on Saturday afternoons, but he's done it here with a exceptional time. A new lap record, the first ever Moto3 lap time in 1 minute 36 is here. And so, Auto Tomo.
So, Honda 1st, 2nd, 4th and 5th in that qualifying session. To give a huge shout out from Marco Morelli. Whatever you say about how he did it up behind some faster riders, but he was not exactly struggling to keep up with them, was he? Marco Morelli on the MLAB Honda. Outstanding effort to put himself in the middle of row 2. As far as second the championship is concerned tomorrow, but this rider certainly has the advantage on the grid, with Kiles starting on the front row in 3rd. Piqueras only able to lift himself up to 10th in the end.
Another impressive performance from Max Kiles. Just a reminder, he has to win and hope that Piqueras is not for the 2nd tomorrow, guaranteed 3rd in the championship. Might think that doesn't mean a great deal, but Kiles, after his victory in Portimao, it most certainly does mean a great deal to the number 28 and the front row performance for him. The first time Kiles has been on the front row. It's been a bit of a barren spell for him Saturday afternoons. But not even Rookie of the Year in 2025 could live with Adrian Fernandez and Gabriel Almanza. Yesterday, Leopard and the riders having a real flex from the rest of the Moto. Second past everyone else except his teammate, which suggested he did have something a little bit extra up his sleeve. So to Daniel Fernandez, as it turns out.
fair to say there have been a few Friday false dawns for Leopard this season. It's not uncommon to be talking about Damian Mansa in particular topping practice on a Friday, or Leopard as a whole. And yes, the field did close in qualifying, which was much greater in practice, but it is still a 1-2 on the grid for the Leopard squad. They've taken victory here before. That dramatic 2021 battle where Dennis Hodge was involved in a crash with Pedro Costa in the last lap. Did hand victory to that time. Hodges, Leopard teammate, Xavi Artigas. Leopard have gone around this circuit since. Very good chance tomorrow. Max Quiles. Eventually getting a bit of a Saturday slump from this place from the front row of the grid. The Valencia-based Aspar team, if Quiles can take not only victory but second place in the World Championship tomorrow.
Awesome achievement considering it's the first race and the third and fourth races of the year because he had broken his thumb. So we're really playing catch up, but more of consistency since he returned. Have another go at the podium positions in tomorrow's race. Max has to acknowledge that Fernandez was just a faster rider today.
Underperformers in that qualifying session as we look at older brother Raul congratulating younger brother Adrian. Raul on track an hour and a half's time. Tiso sprint. Performers. You could argue for Asato, of course, using his best lap that would have been on the second row in his third row. Garrett has been put in 10th. Joe Kelso down in 12th place. Going back to that Coles. Bordeaux. He was led 8 Grand Prix this season without winning any of them. From tomorrow, battle for a final Grand Prix victory. His last race for KTM. Dennis Hodge thought Casey O'Gorman, of course, would be high on the grid. Had that crash and the final point. He'll have to go for 15th place in the grid tomorrow. Guido Pini was one of the first to go on track, only 17th. So we're expecting a little bit more from the future Leopard rider.
Almost, I think, 2/10 off the third split when he did crash, so potentially could have been on the second or third row. Another performance, but none of his work cut out from this side of row number 5. But Saturday is blue in terms of Moto3, light blue for first and second.
Blue is the colour, Leopard is the name. Adrian Fernandez, your pole sitter for the final round of 2025. He's speaking well. We also saw falling in qualifying one. He is 25th ahead of Cormac Buchanan. From Madrid in Spain, crowned Moto2 World Champion. Here is your Q1 lineup, which does feature the points leader, Diogo Moreira. Joining him, Philip Salas for Mark Vidies, his farewell to the Mark Vidies team. Home hero Aaron Canet, who's fourth, of course, in the World Championship in that clear battle for third. Alonso Lopez, pole sitter here in 2022. Alberto Reinas ahead of his Moto2 farewell. He's ninth in the World Championship. Moreira, as mentioned, points leader, was only 19th yesterday. Mario Andretti, David Alonso on a 3-race podium streak. He's of course 7th in the World Championship. Another heavyweight opponent for Moreira in this Q1 session. Jorge Navarro, another home favourite on the forward bike, which has been going very, very well this weekend in the hands of Alex Escridge, who we'll see later in Q2. Zonta van den Gorberg confirmed with that RW in for next season. He's in his Q1 session on his full-time teammate in 2025 in a moment. Yuki Kuni for Innovative teammate in his final Moto2 action this weekend. Champion to the Trisa, who continues to replace Yuki, Joe Roberts, Eric Fernandez in MSI, and Hector Garza wildcarding this weekend for an MTS chassis and RW. He's had a cracker run in practice today. But this Moto2 season, which we have absolutely loved from start to finish, could it yet have one final twist? It's going to come, surely, this session to this title battle.
Must admit, I committed this weekend. In the championship trophy tomorrow afternoon would be a mere formality. After what happened yesterday, when he took a little bit of a misturn with his setup in the Caltrans box and didn't get to the top 14 at the end of play in practice. Things somewhat. Such an interesting session. It's not often that we're looking at this Q1 Moto. points. Has looked a bit like a rabbit in the headlights. Herrera was already on a 60-point deficit, turned it into a 24-point advantage. Incredible 4-point swing in his direction over the last 5 races. That looked quite low towards the last one finale. For sure, he's qualified well. The series does win tomorrow's to that race.
Just that extra pressure of a type of decider at the very last race. Of course, you don't have the safety net if something goes wrong. Herrera does flop his lines this weekend, and Manu Gonzalez is able to win the race. There'll be no form of riposte for Herrera to lose the World Championship. It's never happened before, but the World Championship has changed hands, or the lead changed hands, with this bigger margin between first and second at the final round. So a record will be broken either way tomorrow. Gonzalez is champion. It will be the biggest final round comeback in Grand Prix history. Herrera takes the title. It would be the biggest comeback full stop in a Moto2 World Championship, or indeed intermediate class history. The French Grand Prix of Prix, Herrera was 61 points behind Manu Gonzalez. Perhaps even more impressively, he was 60 points back in the summer break after his back-to-back non-scores in Germany and Bordeaux. No one has ever won an intermediate class World Championship from that big a point deficit at any stage of the season.
9 last races that we've had, he got scored Gonzalez. He's also absolutely adamant after his victory in Portugal 6 days ago that on the attack this weekend will not be a different approach for him in Valencia. He feels that's the best way to approach this final round. He's not going to be on defensive and trying to manage the gap to the cars up ahead. He doesn't just go on wide as normal. That he feels is the way to discard any nerves along the come. So Herrera keeps himself pretty well here as he starts his first flying lap in this Q1 session. Just up behind Harry net to net as he swings it off. Colour this weekend. Know that he's not been right at his best in the second part of 2000.
As Neil mentioned, it's perhaps not the reference might have thought it was in previous weekends. David Alonso then straight into the 132. Pretty fast pace, it has to be said. The best lap so far this weekend, a 132.317, which was set earlier on this morning by Dan. So far, you get to the 32 this morning in practice too. Said essentially that they took the wrong turn on centre yesterday afternoon. Herrera coming out of the final corner. So onto the curbs. Drops the wrong side of it. It might step sideways. He's ever so slightly. And essentially for this morning's practice, they'll give it the back. Of course, it's been a pretty strong setup for Herrera, and it appears to have right back onto his best form again.
On board on turn 14, I think he had just a look.
practice yesterday and taped off the all-time lap record. Can't say that he's absolutely safe though. Quarter of a second in the mode covers the top 4. Alonso Lopez half second back in 5th though, which is where Moreira needs to be. It's all about being in the top 4 in this session for the World Championship leader.
He showed one week ago, both in qualifying and in the race. The pressure was really on. He's someone very well equipped to deal with that. He's proven that again here in qualifying in Valencia. Really good showing from Moreira so far. Just puts everyone at ease, doesn't he, in his circle. Also has lost a significant time through split number 3. To have struggles here on the soil. So his time is fairly safe. Well, just look back to what he was able to do this morning, Lewis. He did a 19-lap race simulation, and from what I could count, only one other run had finished Moreira, and that was Danny Morgado, who was absolutely sensational. But Moreira, very, very, very consistent, and even on worn tyres, was still in the lap. Low competition would suggest that he's pretty well covered tomorrow. Perhaps the session is on course
at the moment. It's weird, isn't it? Because that's right now. He's more likely to win the Grand Prix tomorrow. Moreira or Gonzalez. You'd maybe say Moreira at the moment. He's shown more evidence so far this weekend. Suggests he's got the speed to win the Grand Prix. How are they all feeling down there at Leopard? Advisor to the team, of course, a World Championship winning team manager in MotoGP before. The Supo is in pit lane, speaking well.
Certainly, that's a really important thing. That's very fresh a couple of times around. How is the general feeling in the team? The qualifying.
First of all, we're very sorry that Adam is not here with us. Unfortunately, he got injured yesterday morning in the first lap. For Diogo, of course, it's a special weekend. It's the first time he's fighting for the title. I think he needs to do like he has done in the last part of the season. Not thinking about the time, just thinking about the race, enjoying the last race for the movie, because anyway, he's going to be MotoGP next year. I'm very proud of that because there's many people mid-season stopping.
Obviously, outside the top 14, a bit of added pressure. Just a quick word on Adrian. What's the latest on his two broken arms? How's he feeling? What's the spirits like?
He's in the hospital in Barcelona waiting for the surgery. The doctor needs to wait for the incoming will be done. There's no rush anyway because of course he will not be able to join us in the test of not this one, the next one. Correct. So we said it will be test the first time with the heavy movement. So it will be a long winter for him. But all the best. It's been a difficult season for Adrian. Coming from Super Sport to Moto2 is not easy, but I'm sure he has the talent to do a good job also here.
Absolutely. Good luck for the rest of the weekend. That is exactly what I'm going to do.
Thanks very much, Elliot. Who obviously has championship winning experience from previous years in paddock. He's the owner, of course, of then Honda, and numerous occasions with Marquez, who's his team manager. So Honda are working as Lewis previously said, as an advisor of that squad. The World Championship is his second season at all. Well, would be something of a boon for the two Italians.
Second World Championship in Moto2. laps just under to go, so good time to get one more flying back. Half a mile on the big screen as he goes around his outline. Set a 1:32, 1:77. He's smashing for that record.
Brilliant stuff for Ray. That's under the lap record by 2/10 of a second. And look at this from Aaron Kennett. This is why Diogo Moreira not relaxed just yet. The likes of Kennett is still going to show their team in this session. Let's see what the number 44 can do coming out of turn 14 as he guns towards the finish line. Kennett is on course to jump into the top 4 at least in second. Behind Arenas. One place ahead of Moreira.
Moreira then now third. He's now second by 83 thousandths of a second to Alonso Moto. Van den Goolberg just run over the line to take 7th on a 32.6. He's 2/10 behind Moreira at the moment. He's still on his outlap with a minute of the session remaining, and pressure now on the shoulders of David Alonso. Surprising anyway to see him in qualifying 1. Not held to cause by a crash in turn 2 in practice yesterday afternoon. That's his stand. 18 starting. He does improve anyway, stays in third place, but he gets himself down to a 1:32.459, and it would appear crisis has been averted for the World Championship leader.
Very much job done for Diogo Moreira. Handled, you have to say, minimum of fuss. He said he will hold way, similar way. You know, we had drivers in Portugal 6 days ago. Alonso, as you can see, he's not really making an impact on the times here. Fast climb out of this session on turn 12. Once it comes across the line, he is going to be 20th on the grid on board MotoGP World Champion.
A real shock to David Alonso. Stunned expression there on the face of Nico Turon. Alonso qualifying 20th, first time since Bruno. We've seen David Alonso that far down on the grid. Mark Vignales will at least have both of their riders represented in the final Q2 session of the season. Of course, in the last session with both of their riders. With Mark Vignales, who's been looking pretty good, has to be said so far this weekend. Phillips Archer will join him on the rain as well. His final Moto2 outing this weekend, his 98th and final Moto2 appearance. 6 times, Neil, he has qualified second on the grid in Moto2. Never a pole, do you believe, in fact?
Yeah, never a pole. World Championship in that category. And he still has a chance of doing it here. He's farewell to this paddock for the time being. So has connected importantly with Diogo Moreira and Philip Salas. Will be Europe to progress through into Q2. Philip Salas has had celebrated the last weekends. Nice little stickers inside their box to celebrate the achievements of their riders who are obviously going on to 2026. Matei actually going to Soul Pool from MotoGP there.
So Alonso way back into the lane. Not seeing him qualifying to take some effort to extend his run of podiums to 3 in the last 3 for the former Moto3 World Champion. Given how fiercely difficult it is to overtake around the Ricardo Tormo circuit and how close the field has been, thousands between the field this weekend so far, real challenge for Alonso to climb up the order from there. Salvador Reyes though, who tops qualifying 1 with a new all-time lap record here in Valencia. Aaron Cadet, who would say didn't look all that likely for much of Q1, but he does go through in second. Diogo Moreira, the world champion leader, also through in third. With Philip Salas completes the vortex to advance to Q2. The 2 heavyweights that miss out, Alonso Lopez and David Alonso. Van der Gorben 7 ahead of Navarro, Angie Fernandez, Suzuki, and Hector Garza. We remind you, no new Saturday and no Patrick West, both ruled out. Injury sustained in F1. Salvador Reyes, who tops qualifying 1, but the headline is the World Championship leader is through. Diogo Moreira will join with Manu Gonzalez in the battle for pole position for this title deciding round in Moto2. Q2's up next. Everybody, we are an hour away from the final sprint of the season in MotoGP. 13 laps ahead of us. And of course, third place in the World Championship could potentially be decided. If Marco Bezzecchi can score 3 points, or if Pecco Bagnaia fails to win the sprint, then Marco Bezzecchi will rent his tux and book his place at the MotoGP Awards here at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia tomorrow evening. Big issues to be decided in the Premier class, but the biggest issue still to be decided in Moto2. Who is going to be the world champion around this time tomorrow? Will it be the first ever Brazilian world champion in the form of Diogo Moreira, or will Manu Gonzalez add the Moto2 World Championship to his World Team Sport 300 Championship from 2019? This qualifying 2 session may well is part of the answer. As you can see, bottom right of picture, Diogo Moreira has cleared the first hurdle. He is through from qualifying 1. He was third at the form to advance in Q1. Daniel Delgado fastest in practice, although 2 riders have since beaten his practice lap time. Second all-time lap records. Danny Munoz is third of those 3 and Salvador Reyes finished in Q1 with a brand new all-time lap record of 132.177. The 75 the season farewell and its Grand Prix farewell. Still has an opportunity. Grand Prix start number 172 in all classes and number 98 in Moto2 to potentially play his first pole position. Lewis Sotheby and Neil Morrison with you then for this final Q2 session of the season. Diogo Moreira doing a lot of the hard work in knocking his place out of qualifying 1. Multiplies with the Ital Tracks camp ahead of that session. Sure, there must be good speed. GP watching and perhaps not outwardly but quietly hoping that Moreira would slip up. He did not.
What's the feeling like in the box?
Well, the feeling is quite good, I have to say. Everything is a bit released at the moment. We have accepted the situation and we know the situation we have. So I thought guys, we had a fantastic season. However, then it was fantastic. And, I can see also this in Manu's face. The smile is back and he enjoyed the riding, and so far he has been perfect. Especially if you analyze the morning session was very good.
Yeah, like I said, the pressure is all now off Manu. He's got to go and win the race, and judging from the lap times, he's got a good chance of doing that. So, what did he say after yesterday? Qualifying and then on to the race tomorrow?
Yeah, it was quite positive. Yesterday he suffered a bit. He was complaining about the wheel grip and some vibration, and this morning he said it was much better. So we try a bit more in this direction, because for sure we risked a bit and try, but it's very positive. And the problem here in Valencia is also in the qualifying or in this type of we need a bit lucky. So I hope he can have a free lap and bring all the sectors together, that he can start from the front row, because here it's super important. But as I said, it's not everything in our hands.
Is there any tactics going to be going on tomorrow if Manu gets a good qualifying position? I know he's got to focus on winning the race. That's all he's got to do. Is there something you guys have in mind to try and disrupt Pereira in any way, or is it just full focus on yourself?
No, we are sportsmen. For sure, Senna will not say Manu, but this is quite normal. But we are sportsmen. This is not in our plan. We will try to win the race, but the problem is others have the same target.
Quickly on the other side, on Senna, how's he feeling this weekend? Obviously, that fantastic victory over in Australia, knocking on the podium since well. I'm sure he's excited to try and end the season on a high and to try and land it in any way possible.
Yeah, of course, same for Senna. He did a long run this morning. Also the pace was really good, and he's very positive. And these kind of tracks we like. They do not even stop the bike that hard, so I think even for him can be a very good race. And as we know him, especially the
this weekend, it has been a very, very positive year for that team and for Manu Gonzalez, and well, pull off unlike success, then that would be a cherry on the top. Just before we get into this qualifying session, looking back at FP2 earlier today, we saw a lot of riders doing very well. And just to give you a brief idea of how everyone
the line in why we've been talking so big about them so far this weekend. They go 4th and 5th. So at the moment it's Aspar Kalex from Pramac Blue Crew, Boscascoro, Marvin Yes, Boscascoro on the front row. Munoz, Switch and Baltus is currently your second row, but Baltus might be about to change that. Here comes the 7 up behind the 81 of Seneragius. I saw many Gonzalez lap time getting cancelled there for one reason or another, so it will be pretty good day for this lap, putting some pressure on himself. Baltus climbs up into 5th place then, between Munoz and Switch. Dixon into 7th place, and at the moment for Mark VDS they have 2 riders in the top 7.
It's a performance this from VDS as we go on board with Jim Dixon. The Live Moto2 is the model for that particular side of Mark VDS box.
So Gonzalez's lap was cancelled. You might have seen it before it disappeared off screen. Before it the track limits, did a 1:32.363. So had he stayed within track limits, to a point he would probably be slower, but that 32.363 would have put Manny Gonzalez provisionally in 4th place. Instead, he's currently last in this Q2 session, P18.
So 11th and 18th for the two championship contenders as it stands. Joe Guerrero would take that result. That would pretty much seal the deal for Guerrero. There's no way that Manny Gonzalez would be able to win Charles Grand Prix on the same row of the race at Valencia. With the likes of Danny Holgado, who started from the first row. Holgado was going to strengthen his position on position Europe. Here he does. Starting to a 32.075. Another new lap record, number 27.
Fourth pole in 2025. Rookie of the year, of course, that was confirmed in Portimao a week ago. Gonzalez on this lap. In many respects, this is just all about getting lap time on the ball. Of course, this is now 3rd lap on these tyres. Gilbert may just still come up pit lane anyway. That's followed Manu Gas through the final corner. And of course, we speak about his victory drag. He is coming up pit lane. This man is on for that lap. Yellow. We also haven't seen him on pole position since the 10th. Of course, the Owen won for him at the start of the Grand Prix. So Manny Gonzalez hasn't done an awful lot of leading in recent times. He won the 18 in the group high.
Yeah, interesting that he decided to abandon that lap time. He was around 1 second off through split number 3. So Gonzalez thinking there's probably more. From coming in, switching. So just had information of man of turn 4. Gonzalez track limits on the green, and it was pretty clear to see. He will have to go again in run number 2, and you can tell that Jürgen Ling.
Advantage Baltus as it stands at the moment, particularly with where they're starting. As it stands, Baltus currently sitting in 5th place. Dixon 7th and Aaron Canet, despite coming through Q1 at the moment, only up in P13, which would be a serious blow to the Valencians' hopes of securing a top 3 finish in the World Championship here in Valencia. Salac then into the heart of turn 2. At the moment, chasing a first front row start since Indonesia 2023. It's been a couple of years since we see the check on the front row of a Moto2 grid. Yet he's also a Q1 graduate here this afternoon. At the moment, part of a front row of the grid, which is 2/3 Boscascoro.
Yeah, and hasn't even got his dramas for Danny Holgado. Twice a follow-up at turn 2, with very similar crashes both times when he became very unsettled and heavy on the brakes. We haven't seen such dramas for Danny so far in this session. And cool and composed down in the box, solidifying his 6th place in the championship this year. Lewis and I were talking yesterday afternoon about Danny being probably one of the revelations of this season, along with Barry Baltus. Anyone was expecting him to perform at this level so consistently in the second part of the year. It's only that rider there, Joe Moreira, that has scored more points than Holgado in the last 9 races since we resumed after the summer break.
Well, the word we've used an awful lot through this weekend and through the latter part of this Moto2 season is pressure, and that's what it comes down to now. Who can handle the pressure? Diogo Moreira might feel that a little bit of the pressure is released from his shoulders now, having come through qualifying 1. But for Manu Gonzalez, it is a win or bust weekend, and you feel it is a front row or bust session now. A front row or bust 5 minutes for Manu Gonzalez. He did not get a lap together at all on that first run of Q2. You've still got a hope, Manu, of winning this Moto2 World Championship. It's all going to hinge on the next 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
Yeah, big pressure on the number 18's shoulders. He's still looking around there. I'm thinking for just to confirm that he's got some clear track ahead. As Moreira once again sees fit to sit in behind Danny Holgado. It worked first time around to an extent. Looked as though he was continuing to have some traction issues on the exit of the final turn. And he set his fastest lap time, so there is more to come, but he also runs the risk of riding behind the rider who doesn't necessarily need to push at 100% as things stand, because he is on provisional pole.
Brand new software tyre for Moreira, as we would expect. Munoz has done the same, and he's now out there looking to lift himself back onto the front row of the grid, and he does that too. Good final sector for Munoz. He now goes into second place. That would be a leading front row start in Moto2 as it stands for Munoz.
Really impressive performance, and Jake Dixon just gets his braking wrong coming down into turn number 10 and 11. That's a shame for the Brit, who is a little bit frustrated. He seems to be quite angry with Tony Arbolino, saying, yeah, stop hanging around behind me, go and do your own lap.
Tony Arbolino says, no, you're okay, I'll stay where I am actually, Jake. It's all the same to you. 3 minutes remaining in this session. Arbolino's currently in 9th place, so he would start next to Dixon on the third of the grid, with Colin Vire in between them. Of course, promo starter and podium finisher in Portimao a week ago.
Gonzalez was just letting that group pass through before he went on to the start and finish straight. There's a couple of really fast names lapping this track at present. Isan Guevara is one of them. Albert Arenas, who's come through Q1. Oh, and Diogo Moreira's long bobble through turn number 4 there. Another name is also Senna Aegis, who has 2 red sectors in 1 and 2. You can see Moreira getting all crossed up coming out of turn number 5.
It's not helping Escridge, who's up behind him. Look at Aegis, his 3rd sector. He could be the 31 shortly with the Aussie. He and Arenas are going head-to-head at the moment. We remind you, Albert Arenas in his final Grand Prix as a regular, 172nd Grand Prix start, yet to take a pole position. Is that all about to change? Moreira, of course, will not be improving on this lap. He's now back to 13th place, but here comes this fast pair, and as Arenas been able to pull out some advantage over Aegis in his final sector, he needs it. It's Aegis who takes it with a 131.886. Arenas did a 32.0 for that one to go. In fact, currently have a rider on pole, maybe not the one they wanted.
Stunning time now from Senna Aegis, the first Moto2 rider ever in the 1 minute 31s here at the circuit. Ricardo Tormo, brilliant stuff from him. Danny Holgado's about to respond. Isan Guevara responds. 31.8 now is the benchmark in this session.
Quite a talk about Isan Guevara's weekend so far. What a roller coaster it's been for him. The roller coaster was last weekend. Holgado now takes it back with a 31.808. It is punch and counter punch in this qualifying session. Danny Holgado now by 65 1,000ths of a second. Ortola's having the start of this on the Poscascoro. So too is Manu Gonzalez, who's within a 10th of a second. This is all going to change around. Ortola first across the line. He goes 8th. Manu Gonzalez onto the second row in 5th.
Yeah, that's impressive stuff from Gonzalez. Maybe he lost just a little bit in that final sector up behind Marcos Ramirez. And look at this first sector coming in from Diogo Moreira. He needs to muster a response in these final 2 minutes of Moto2 qualifying this year. And he is doing just that.
Where do you look? Moto2 has been spectacular entertainment in 2025 and is continuing into this final qualifying session of the season. And Diogo Moreira has made a little bit of a habit this season of just pulling a spectacular lap out of the bag just when he needs it. Wouldn't it be just like the World Championship leader to do it again here? Holgado's looking to put this beyond any reasonable doubt here on this final lap. Currently just 65 thousandths clear of Guevara. Holgado is now 3/4 of the way through a lap, which could see him extend his advantage.
Looks as though it's 5th at best for Manu Gonzalez. He's not able to improve on his final flying lap here, which could well be a blow. Nick Moreira
is he able to improve in this final sector?
Moreira can be pretty close to him on the grid. If he can hold this, it's estimating that it'll be somewhere around the fringes of the top 10. But if Moreira has a good final sector, he might get ahead of Gonzalez yet. Here comes Daniel Holgado, who is cruising to pole position by the looks of it here, as he now goes across the line and extends his advantage with a 1:31.715. Moreira goes into 9th place. He is 4 places behind Manu Gonzalez, and Moreira still has one more shot at this.
Incredible. He's off. Yeah, so that's it for Moreira. It's going to be 9th at best for the Brazilian. Let's see what Manu Gonzalez can do coming on in the final turn. Can he improve on 5th? Does not, so it's 5th at best for the other championship contender.
At the moment, there are no other personal best sector times on our screens. It gives us all a bit of a chance to catch our breath in this qualifying session. As Jake Dixon there giving a bit of a friendly goodbye wave to Manu Gonzalez as they close their qualifying session.
Dixon will be furious. He's 17th and he's had a really strong weekend so far, but Dixon might be able to challenge the podium position surely from somewhere back in the 6th row.
Yeah, that battle for 3rd in the World Championship is going to take place in the midfield tomorrow. Canet 12th, Baltus 14th, and Dixon 17th in their battle to see who joins Moreira and Manu Gonzalez at the MotoGP Awards tomorrow afternoon. You'd say that's just about job done for Diogo Moreira, starting in the middle of the pack, which is going to lead to perhaps a nervous first couple of laps for the Brazilian tomorrow. Manu Gonzalez has at least out-qualified Moreira, which is the first part of the job done. He wants to be on the front row though. He's got to go from 5th place with some serious star performances up ahead of him. Arenas in 4th position, having come through qualifying 1. Center Aegis on the front row of the grid and gets positioned in some way to help Manu Gonzalez on the grid tomorrow. He's Van Guevara, his best qualifying in Moto2, a stunning second and pole position. Once again, it's a 4th pole of the season. Exactly why he is the rookie of the year, Daniel Holgado.
Absolutely irresistible so far this weekend. I mentioned previously about his rhythm in FP2 this morning. It was absolutely incredible. He showed that he had the 1 lap speed of the boot and backed that up. He had an amazing qualifying performance from him back in Sepang when he was for second clear off the rest. I think that is almost as impressive.
He might do Diogo Moreira's job for him tomorrow, in fairness, in the battle for the World Championship with Manu Gonzalez needing to win tomorrow to have any hope of overhauling that 24-point deficit. To say, he's going to have to go some to beat Daniel Holgado on the evidence of this weekend.
But with Impact GP boss Jurgen Ling, probably going to be saying to just try and get the jump, get ahead of Holgado and slow the pace down ever so slightly and let Manu Gonzalez potentially come into play. Gonzalez can get to the front of the race tomorrow. The pressure really is on Diogo Moreira, who will be starting mid-pack.
Have to give a shout out once again to Van Guevara, given that he's about as black and blue as his motorcycle is in fairness after his crashes early on in the weekend. To qualify second, the career best for him is an outstanding effort. And we have to give a shout out once again, we're becoming a bit of a fan club here in the commentary box, but Alex Escridge on the second row of the grid for forward. He's also going to be in that podium battle tomorrow from what we've seen from him so far this weekend. Via 7th, ahead of Munoz and Moreira, who just heard that from Manu Gonzalez. It's not bad, but it's not truly what he needed.
Yeah, he would have loved the spot on the front row, but still always not lost from 5th place. A little bit of disappointment there written on his face, but he can take a little bit of heart from the fact that Moreira will be starting on the inside of the 3rd row, because let's be honest, it's not the ideal place to be at the start of a Moto2 race here, around such a tight start to the race. Up into turn 2, there's always a bit of commotion, isn't there, in the 3 Grand Prix categories, and there's no question that Moreira will just try and put his nose clear at that point. One hungry riders around him trying to get forward. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how he plays that first lap. It will be crucial to the outcome of this race for sure, how he plays it. Looking a bit of a Banaya approaching 2023 when, 2022 when he was willing to go all in when he was fighting with Fabio Quartararo.
Let's head down to Park Ferme and get some reaction from the Aspar camp. Pole number 4 for Danny Holgado. Nico Tirol for them.
Yeah, certainly is, Nico. What a job from Danny once again. Put it on pole, rookie of the year and looking really strong again in Valencia.
Wow, super strong race about Danny. We are super happy to finish like this season. Because he rides super fast and we are super happy and ready for tomorrow. Enjoy tomorrow. Thank you.
occasions throughout that practice session, didn't he, Lewis? There we see evidence of that in turn 3. We saw him lighten up the rear tyre a couple of times coming through. Turn number 9 out of the final corner as well. I don't think it was the cleanest section from the Brazilian. Understandable in the circumstances.
Yeah, he doesn't often show any sign of nerves, but there must be some Brazilian butterflies in his stomach this weekend. Knows what he's on the verge of achieving. No Brazilian motorcycle racer ever has been crowned a world champion. That could all change in less than 24 hours' time. Make sure you're with us. If you're not one of the 100,000 or so that have sold out this Ricardo Tormo circuit tomorrow for the final race of the season, and make sure you're watching from home. The title decider in Moto2, which gets underway at 12:15 local time. We're back to the normal race day schedule with Moto3 getting us underway, Moto2 to follow, and MotoGP to bring the curtain down. Congratulations then to Danny Holgado, pole number 4 for the Rookie of the Year. He's without.
Danny, congratulations, a 4th pole of the season. Great to do it here in Valencia as well, I'm sure, and maybe a third of the season. Brilliant.
Yes, it was a fantastic 2 last laps. I really enjoyed this qualifying because it's my home GP for my fans, family and friends. For sure, my home GP for my team. Very, very happy with the job in general during the weekend because we are working very good. And this is very important for tomorrow, the race. We are ready to fight for tomorrow. I really enjoy. This is the most important because it's the last race during this year. Nothing. Ready for tomorrow. Thank you to all. See you tomorrow. Vamos. Good luck.
Vamos indeed. Daniel Holgado will be going for it tomorrow. With no pressure on his shoulders. With 27. Can just go out there and enjoy the experience one more time in this spectacular rookie season for him. Guaranteed, whatever happens tomorrow, to finish 6th in the World Championship. Can't be caught by his teammate Alonso, and he cannot catch Jake Dixon, who could potentially end the campaign. With only Manny Gonzalez and Diogo Pereira having won more Grand Prix this season. They've won 4 apiece. Jake Dixon has won 3. And Danny Holgado equal tomorrow if he wins the Valencia Grand Prix. Run out of superlatives for the rookies 27.
Yeah, you certainly do. For a rider that was so comprehensively beaten by David Alonso in Moto3 last year, it's quite a surprise to see him fairly comprehensively beat the outgoing Moto3 champion this campaign. Danny Holgado on pole position for the 4th time this year, absolutely irresistible here on Saturday afternoon.
Ethan Guevara, a career best 2nd ahead of Senna Aegis, back on the front row of the grid in 3rd. Albert Arenas, his Moto2 farewell will go from 4th, ahead of Manu Gonzalez and Alex Escridge for forward 6th. Colin Byron, Danny Munoz for IO 7th and 8th, ahead of points leader Diogo Pereira. He starts 9th, knowing that if he finishes in the top 14 tomorrow, he is world champion. That battle for 3rd in the world championship will take place outside the top 10, at least on the grid. Aaron Canet 12th, but Barry Baltus 14th, and Jake Dixon a surprising 17th for his Moto2 farewell. Title decider in Moto2 tomorrow. It's Daniel Holgado on pole with Manu Gonzalez and Diogo Pereira 5th and 9th ahead of their final showdown. The final sprint of the season in MotoGP is up next for us. We'll begin our build-up in around about 15 seconds time.
culture and nightlife, Valencia makes a welcome return to the calendar to close out an historic 2025 season. Full of picturesque parks and gardens and next to 13 kilometres of golden and sandy beaches. The final gold medal is up for grabs in the 22nd TISO Sprint of the campaign. For the last time on Sprint Saturday in 2025, it's time for Moto2. First Grand Prix here all the way back in 1999. 20 world titles have been won here in Valencia. We'll get a 21st here tomorrow, won't we? In Moto2. Wonderful stadium circuit as usually. Whole track from almost every vantage point, almost every seat. A capacity of 150,000 fans. It's going to be packed to the rafters for our final Grand Prix of 2025. Really careful on the right hand side of the tyres. You brake hard into turn 4. Likewise into the tricky turn 10 as well. And then managing the left hand side of the tyre in the Grand Prix here tomorrow will be absolutely pivotal. Hard on the brakes into 1, 2 and turn 8. There's been a few crashes this weekend at that turn 8, including one for Brad Binder. But look at all the overtaking hotspots. It's a tight layout, but ample opportunities to make your move. This is our last visit here in 2023. Marc Marquez versus Jorge Martin. Of the season. Lights out and we are racing. Jorge Martin, the first independent to win the Premier Class title.
The run from Sprint exit to T1 is about 350 metres long. The biggest of them all, he is your champion.
If you like your motorsport, shake it and stir it. This is the place. Surf, sand and supercars. The cars go past here at 260 kilometres an hour.
So here we go. Getting closer to the start of the whole championship deciding round. That's potentially going to be a double champion.
In the last stages of 2025. It's almost a given, it seems now, it was almost a given pre this Valencia Grand Prix weekend that Bezzecchi was going to complete third place overall in the championship, 35 points clear of his great friend, the fellow trash talker Pecco Bagnaia in that battle for third place. Well, it's been brilliant so far this weekend in Valencia for Bezzecchi, taking that stunning pole position this morning. Another all-time lap record went in Q2, our final Q2 of 2025. 128.809 has put Bez on pole. Pecco Bagnaia's faint and very slender hopes of wrestling third place away from Bezzecchi in this season finale, while they pretty much evaporated after his factory Ducati expired this morning in Q1. Bezzecchi on pole, Pecco Bagnaia way down in 16th place. Alex Marquez and Fabio Di Gianantonio complete your front row. Pair of Ducatis on the front row once again here in Valencia. 14th front row start of the season for Alex, which means he will end 2025 with the most front rows of the season. And just the third time this year, and the fifth time in his MotoGP career, Fabio Di Gianantonio is on the front row of the grid. Bit of a score to settle for Digio as well here, of course, in Valencia. The Grand Prix here 2 years ago. Thought he'd taken a very hard fall and deserved podium with a post-race tyre pressure infringement, saw him bumped out of the top 3. He could bump him off the top 3 in qualifying this morning. So Bezzecchi, Alex Marquez and Di Gianantonio in the front row. Pedro Acosta was fastest on Friday. Keep an eye on Acosta as he looks to end his long winless streak in MotoGP from 5th place. So we're all set, the stage is set. Sadly the sunshine has disappeared, but it's still a rather mild Sprint Saturday here in Valencia. In the company Matt Burton, no Silvia in the commentary box, Jack Campbell down in pit lane. 2025 is ending very well this, as far as Aprilia and Marco Bezzecchi are concerned. Back-to-back poles, brilliant performance once again by the Italian. He's laid down a mark Valencia. He's the rider to beat once again.
It's super close though on the grid. Looking at the top 5, who are all within a tenth of a second. There's 6 of them, all themselves into the 128 team. That was a fantastic final Q2 of the season. Late this morning, Bezzecchi by 26,000 to the second from Alex Marquez, who in terms 28,000 ahead of Fabio Di Gianantonio, who was then 14,000 ahead of Raul Fernandez, who was then 38,000 ahead of Pedro Acosta. So all 5 of those riders will feel they've got the pace to fight at the front of this sprint. The last sprint of 2025 in Portimao was an absolute belter. Will the next one and the finale for our Saturday action go one better?
Hasn't been completely plain sailing this weekend so far for Bezzecchi. He was caught out yesterday afternoon on with a crash at turn 4, although he did rebound brilliantly to finish in second place at 14th MotoGP pole position for Aprilia. 9th for Bezzecchi in his Premier Class career. Aprilia have never had so many poles in a single season in MotoGP. Bezzecchi's taken 5 over the last 10. If this sort of form carries on into 2026, absolutely we hope so. Certainly Aprilia will be. I do get the impression, the distinct impression that Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin when fully fit, and if that Aprilia does continue to make progress, well, the rival domination of MotoGP could come under its biggest threat for quite some time.
And a threat this afternoon surely comes from this man, Pedro Acosta, who is coming to Valencia this weekend for one thing and one thing only, and that is a win. Will today finally see him taste sprint success for the first time, who did everything but win last Saturday in the Portimao sprint when he threw haymaker after haymaker in the direction of Alex Marquez, ultimately finishing in the silver medal position in second. Yeah, 5th on the grid, that's probably about on the limit in terms of where you can win from here in Valencia, but we know that KTM is a super fast starter, and Pedro Acosta will be going on the attack from the very start.
Long run down that first corner as well, plenty of time for Acosta to click through the box on that KTM and make up some places. He's used to starting on the middle of that second row of the grid, isn't he, the 21-year-old Spaniard? He's qualified 5th in 4 of the last 5 Grand Prix. He's looking for a moment, he's looking for a bit of inspiration. Since 2002, he started the 4-stroke here, I told you this morning, there's been only 4 wins off the front row here in Valencia. Guess where they've all come from? 5th place, Marc Marquez, 2014, then into the road to 2017, Alex 2022. Over to you, Pedro Acosta. Brilliant to be back at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. A wonderful circuit, a wonderful atmosphere, a wonderful city. We welcome back with open arms. Of course, we were intending to come here to complete the 2024 MotoGP World Championship before the floods devastated this region in November last year. It's fantastic to be back, to see the city is returning to some semblance of normality. Anything but normal 2025 has been so far for Pecco Bagnaia. We've said it so many times over the last few weeks. Can it get any worse? Can you get any more of a whole Pecco Bagnaia? Well, he can. 16th on the grid, and unfortunately he was undone by a Ducati technical issue, and he was very, very frustrated, wasn't he?
Yeah, not a lot Pecco Bagnaia could have done about that earlier on today, because he was P2, as you mentioned, at the point that the bike stopped on him. Pecco Bagnaia had to ride a scooter back to pit lane and just watch himself tumble down the Q1 leaderboard all the way back to 6th place, became 16th. I have to say that any slim hopes he had of maintaining fight for 3rd in the World Championship into tomorrow's 27 lap run in Valencia are surely gone now, barring the mother of all miracles in the next 13 laps.
It is not just Bezzecchi who's shining late on in this 2025 campaign for Aprilia, is it? Raul Fernandez, who was our 7th interim winner of 2025 recently on our flyweight tour over at Phillip Island in the Australian Grand Prix. Well, let's discount Fernandez, who will be in the hunt for a sprint and Grand Prix podium. 40 racing laps to come your way in the next 24 hours or so here in Valencia to cap off a 2025 season, which is fair to say did not go anywhere near the plan. The rider that you saw on the screen, Jorge Martin, great to welcome back into the action after yet another lengthy injury layoff. This is going to be Martin's first competitive action since he lasted at one corner at the Japanese Grand Prix sprint in late September. Of course, he was charging into his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, and another serious injury to his right shoulder. Martin back, and he's been impressively quick actually, 17th on the standings. He was less than 5 minutes of a second behind Pecco course, the last time he raced in Valencia in 2023, those two a lot higher up the grid, and there was a lot higher stakes than there was for the pair of them here in 2025. Martin, 17th on the grid.
Just good to see him back in the competing again, isn't it? As he, I guess, puts the building blocks in place now for what he hopes is an injury-free 2026, where we'll be hoping, based on the evidence of his teammate, that he can fight for a second MotoGP championship. Aprilia continuing to take enormous steps in the right direction. Can they achieve back-to-back victories here this weekend? Of course, that will be answered tomorrow. Benzeki has enjoyed plenty of sprint success in the second half of this season. Gold medals in Misano, in Indonesia, and in Australia. Can he also add Valencia to that? If he does, the World Championship is conclusively his.
For the second time in 3 years on 2 different motorcycles as well, Marco Benzeki. He really has stepped up this year. Could he handle the pressure of being a factory rider? Could he steer development? Well, we've had our emphatic answer, particularly in the second half of the campaign. Never having a Aprilia rider with back-to-back races in MotoGP. Great to see Fabio Di Giannantonio after what's been a rollercoaster campaign for him on the Ducati GP25. A third front row start of the season for Digia, as we look at 5-time world champion Jorge Lorenzo, the legend on the grid. Let's get the thoughts of the R46 boss, Pablo Nieto, who joined us.
Yeah, good afternoon to everybody at home. It has so overcast ever so slightly here in Valencia. I don't think there's any threat of rain, but it's certainly cooler than we've had throughout the weekend. As the guys were saying, Pablo, when it's been good, it's been very good for Fabio this year. When he's had his struggles, he really has had his struggles. So to be on the front row, I imagine a really positive sign of how competitive he is here.
Yeah, it is. It's very important for us, no? Always when you start in the front row, it's very important because in the end you have to focus on the race. It's true that it's very, very important to make a very good start, first laps. We have to take a little bit about corner number 4. It's the first right corner, and now we check the temperature of the track, and it's 20 degrees. It's a little bit on the limit, but we have to try to push to warm up the tire.
Frankie's pace is fantastic, as good as anybody. How much of a missed opportunity was it in qualifying, and how much work has he got to do from the third row?
Yeah, that's very difficult always, no? I think the limit always is trying to be in the second road, no? When you are in the third row, you have to take some risk. It's important that the first lap you try to make some overtakes, but like you say, no, he has very good rhythm, very good pace, so he can make also a very good race.
Thanks, Pablo. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks to Pablo Nieto. Good point made by Jack, because Frankie Morbidelli has had a very strong Valencia Grand Prix so far. He was third fastest at the end of break yesterday. Last weekend in Portimao was the first Grand Prix all season when he's raced in both the sprint and the Grand Prix. Of course, he missed the Grand Prix in Germany, was with non-scored 8 points. Marco Benzeki then on pole position, 128.809, all-time lap record coming from the Italian. Pretty much anywhere finishing the points this afternoon. He's got third place in the championship locked and loaded. Luca Marini, well, he's going to be frustrated to just miss out once again on a direct place into Q2. 3 Grand Prix in a row now. Marini has found himself the odd one out at the end of Q1. 13th he's started the last 3 Grand Prix, and around this notoriously hard to overtake, hard to pass Valencia circuit, it's kind of compromising the chances of getting anywhere near that podium battle, you feel?
Yeah, we've mentioned already in the weekend the mistakes for Honda this weekend as they look to lift themselves up a level and a tier in concessions. They're currently ranked D, which gives them the same benefits for that as Yamaha. If Honda score 9 points overall this weekend with their leading rider, then that would move them up into rank C, which would drop the engine development. They would drop an aero upgrade through the season, and their race riders wouldn't be able to test in between Grand Prix. So 9 points is what Honda need. That's for their first rider across the checkered flag both today and tomorrow. 9 points would be basically second place this afternoon, which might be a tall order, but they could take a step towards boosting their concessions standings at the end of this year.
We saw Aprilia boss Massimo Rivola. He is convinced, he has no doubts, and why wouldn't, given the Nuali factory's brilliant second half of the campaign, they will be able to take the fight to Marc Marquez and to Ducati next year. Let's go and hear those from a proper legend in this part of the world. Back in the day, Jorge Lorenzo with Jack.
Yeah, MotoGP Hall of Famer Jorge Lorenzo with me, of course, 10 years on from that memorable Valencia 2015 weekend. I spoke to you about that earlier. Let's focus on what's going to happen right now, Jorge. Marco on pole, Alex in second, Pedro looking super fast, but from the second row, how do you think this one's going to play out?
Yeah, it looks like after the injury of the strongest, Marc Marquez, Bezzecchi came a little bit stronger, Alex stayed strong as all the championship, and Pedro came very strong the last 5 races. So KTM is not the best bike for time attack, so I expected him in pole position or second place, but finally he struggled and started the second grid, so it's not good for the start. Bezzecchi and Aprilia form a duo very strong. So let's see. I think, yeah, Bezzecchi, Alex and Pedro are the favorites.
What are the important things if you want to win around Valencia? What do you have to do right?
Well, I think it's not an easy track to overtake, so starting in pole position and right first in the first corner is very important. So that's, I think, the strategy that Bezzecchi is willing to do and he prefers. But of course, Alex and Pedro, starting from behind, he will go the maximum to be for the first time winner of MotoGP. I think Pedro have a great option to do it today and also tomorrow.
Thanks, Jorge. Enjoy it.
Thank you.
Yeah, always great to hear the thoughts of Jorge Lorenzo. He was a master around this Ricardo Thomas. 4 victories in MotoGP here. As some of our potential MotoGP stars of the future here for the Moto Mini Champions prize giving ceremony. That was here on the run-up to the Valencia Grand Prix. A very international flavour of Polish and Chinese winters. So, FIM President George Villegas has the honours of handing over the medals.
Yeah, I'll give this one a go. We're told Dariusz Kupczynski, the winner of the 160cc class in China's Shengbo Sun. As you can see there on screens, the 190cc Moto Mini World Champion. It's a spectacular day's racing too at the nearby kart circuit, which is just on the outside of Turn 1.
Yeah, those young stars, potential stars of the future, have the pleasure of joining Marco Bezzecchi, Pedro Costa and Pecco Bagnaia in the pre-event press conference. But what does it mean to the Valencia community to have MotoGP back? Well, that's what it means. They've got a Mexican wave going on. Of course, almost €2 million was raised as part of the relief fund by the MotoGP community, which put together with the Valencian community. Top rank for Razgat the Open. Not long, folks, not long at all before we will see for the first time in public on board the Pramac Yamaha YZR M1 a full-time entrance into MotoGP next year. He'll be teammates to Jack Miller. He's had a pretty good weekend actually so far. The 30-year-old from Townsville down under. 9th time this year that Jack's found himself inside the top 10. Jack looks really under pressure and stressed out. He'll be on the grid. Always got a big smile on his face, always looking super relaxed is Jack. The last time he led a Grand Prix, that was right here in Valencia back in 2023, where all the Babylon a little bit late on into the temperature dropped for KTM. Brad Binder was also leading that race. Will Ralph Fernandez be a leader? 4th place on the grid. Well, Pedro Acosta, we posed this question so frequently, haven't we, since the summer breakers. Acosta and KTM have grown in stature together. It's today the greatest looking MotoGP. Let's get a word with Prix.
Yeah, that's the big question. Paul was just in a big throng of technicians here, including a gentleman from Michelin. It feels like tyre choice is going to be critical in this one. These temperatures as cold as we've had all weekend.
Yeah, no, to be honest, the biggest issue is maybe the front. The rear is pretty sorted, so it's just the front, you know, there's a window where everything works a bit better. But the problem is, there's only really one choice. But it's just about the safety and about being smart. So I think we got it sorted, so we just have to go and see what happens.
Pedro in particular, his pace looks great. Obviously qualifying not exactly as you would have wanted, but can he still do the business from the second row?
Yeah, for sure. You know, I think it's a long straight. We've been known to make good starters, and I think we're going to be okay there. You know, qualifying's qualifying. You know, everyone puts it on the line. To be honest, our ideal time was even the best, so we know we can do it. We've done it. We've shown in all the other sessions that we're up there. So it's just putting it all together now.
Thanks, Paul. Good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thanks.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pedro Costas, crew chief, Portugal. They've done the homework. They've done the legwork there. Costa, fifth place on the grid. Yeah, it's a shame that dazzling sunshine of this morning is completely deserted us, because it will clearly have an impact on grip levels, certainly in terms of managing temperature. They've done an awful lot of winning, haven't they, in 2025. Great to see that Marc Marquez, the new world champion, here on site for the prize giving ceremony here in Valencia tomorrow. Unfortunately, Marc sidelined from this Grand Prix.
So down to the grid then and get a word from the pole sitters camp. Marco Bezzecchi on pole, Massimo Rivelas with Jack.
Yes, I'm speaking to a few people on the grid. Massimo, they're all indicating they think that Marco's the favourite for this one. Starting from pole position, how do you see the race playing out?
The race pace this morning was not too bad. I think Pedro has something more than us, possibly. We know Alex this year is in a very high level. So I think again the three of Portimao can generate quite a good battle. Ninja normally is very good at the end of the races because it's extremely short, but I think there will be a mix of tires even if it's a sprint. It's not granted that soft is the right tire, so a nice mix. Very interesting.
Should make it interesting. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to a pretty boss Massimo Rivola. They have had their best MotoGP season in history in the Nawali factory. Could it get even better? Could it be rounded off in style? Well, they've already got a pole position in the bag thanks to Bezzecchi. It's another sprint and Grand Prix victory record. Some late words of encouragement there from the Costas crew chief, Portugal. Absolutely packed grandstands here for this Moto Grand Prix with the Valencian community. Expecting a crowd tomorrow, I'm told, of over 100,000 fans. So the zone ready, prepped. This is not alien territory anymore, is it? For the factory of Trinity, and in particular Marco Bezzecchi. In the background you can see there the big mural, such an influence. Well, the reason why Marco Bezzecchi is on this grid was the influence of Valentino Rossi. It was, of course, here 4 years ago now. Crikey, where does time go? 2021 was Valencia Grand Prix when Valentino Rossi bowed out after such an illustrious Grand Prix career. He'll be, I'm sure, tuning in at home to see Marco Bezzecchi off that final sprint Saturday of the season. Perfect pattern with pole position and a sprint victory. 6 days ago in Portimao, Massimo Riva and Privos called him perfection over in Portugal. Hard front, soft rear tyre. these cool conditions now, it's hard to sort of describe it to you back opponents. Cloud cover, which kind of engulfed and swallowed up this Valencia circuit. Around about lunchtime, if you joined us in the morning sessions, qualifying and practice, it was a glorious autumnal start to Sprint Saturday. And as you can see now on the grid, it's gone rather grey. Lots of riders then. There are changing tyres later. As soon as we have the bang-up latest information from Mixed in terms of what the Prix is, everybody surely is going to be running a soft rear tyre. Everybody having a punt on the hard front, has it just gone too cool for that prospect? 13 laps, as a reminder, is coming away in this final sprint action of the season. Double distance tomorrow, 27 laps to close out our longest Grand Prix campaign in history. 22 Grand Prix across 5 continents, across 18 countries. Next year, of course, there'll be a special return home in many respects, in particular Diogo Moreira and for Frankie Mordelli with his Brazilian roots. As part of the 2022 round 2026 campaign will take us back to the South American nation.
Just to give you an idea of the track temperature, yesterday in practice, track temperature was up at 24 degrees. In qualifying earlier on today, it's the same now for the sprint. Track temperature is 6 degrees cooler than it was. And Matt mentioned earlier on, last time we raced here in 2023, the drop in track temperature had a serious bearing on who won the Grand Prix. The KTMs really struggled, and in the end, both had problems whilst leading the sprint. Jack, you've got some more comments on that?
Yeah, track temperature, when it gets below 25 degrees, Michelin tell me, that is sort of the cut-off point where you want to really be looking at the soft front tyre, which is why we've seen some lane changes to go with the soft front tyre. Tried to get a word as exactly who's on what, but there was a flurry of late changes across the board, so when the tyre warmers come off, we'll know for sure when everybody's running.
Yeah, thanks very much, Jack. I think it's going to get progressively cooler over the next few days here in Valencia. It looks particularly chilly, unfortunately, for the early part of our first battle of 2026 at the Tuesday test here, which so many of us are staying around to give you live and exclusive coverage of. Unfortunately, it might be a rather quiet start to proceedings on Tuesday, but it doesn't look like, as we're getting close to our winter break. We know we're getting close to the winter because I had a taste of Prix hospitality last night. We've got a Christmas tree in a Prix hospitality. Great stuff. Fabio Di Gianantonio then, third front row start of the campaign. Alongside him, Alex Marquez, second on the grid. Marco Bezzecchi though, the first Prix rider in history to secure back-to-back poles. Can he finish our final sprint of the campaign with a gold medal around his neck? Of 2025. So far in our previous 21 Sprint Saturdays, we have had 4 riders who have collected a gold medal. Marc Marquez sidelined through injury. Well, at the start of the season, Marc was completely unquenchable in the short sprint format. He will end 2025 with 14 sprint circuit in Valencia, who's going to pick up the final medals of 2025. Marco Bezzecchi then, soft front tyre, Prix and the Italian clearly think that tipping point has been reached. It has now gone to a call to run the hard front. Fabio Di Gianantonio, 6 sprint podiums to date so far for the 27-year-old Italian. Last time we saw him on a sprint top 3 was in front of his home crowd in Misano. Marquez, well, he's had 3 podiums for fun so far this season. Last time out in Portimao, which was his 4th victory, took him to 16 podiums on sprint Saturdays. Fantastic to see, even on sprint Saturday here, most grandstands predominantly full. Expecting them to be absolutely jam-packed for the 27-lap Grand Prix here tomorrow. Still one world title decider called Diogo Moreira, Manu Gonzalez, lock horns in the Moto2 title decider. Very much the advantage for the Brazilian. But it's Bezzecchi then on the number 72 factory Aprilia, coming to pole position for 9th time in his MotoGP career, 13 times his Grand Prix best. He's found himself leading the field away. 2 Ducatis behind him. Alex Marquez, second the World Championship. Fabio Di Gianantonio is a 3rd for the most start of the season for him. Keep a close eye always. Back starting Pedro Acosta on the KTM. It's lights out. We're racing our final sprint of 2025 here in Valencia. Already Acosta trying to power his way through on Di Gianantonio, who's going the wrong way on the VR46 Ducati. Already picked up by fellow Fabio Quartararo. Alex Marquez has got the drop briefly, has he? On Marco Bezzecchi, they go side by side and run down. Acosta's been super aggressive. Got the inside line on Bezzecchi. Around the outside of Bez goes Raul Fernandez. But it's Alex Marquez who leads. Acosta's gained 3 spots up to second.
It was a great start by Acosta, but an equally poor start by Di Gianantonio. Acosta had to swerve around him to avoid running into the VR46 Ducati. Quartararo also a big mover up to 4th.
Bezzecchi's getting hammered here. Quartararo and Di Gianantonio have picked him off here. So Bezzecchi led Alex Marquez briefly on that long run down into the first corner. Through sector 1 from pole. Bez back in 6th.
Frankie Morbidelli up behind him in 7th place. I don't think he'll be shy in having a go at his fellow VR46 Academy graduate. So it's advantage Marquez and Acosta from here with 1 and 2. Quartararo 4th, Di Gianantonio and Bezzecchi. There's John Zarco going side by side with the 2 factory Hondas. They're just outside the top 10. They're all behind Jorge Martin, who's up to 11th place.
Good start by Martin. Once again, he has been aggressive. Up 6 places already, 17 into 11. So it's as you were really in the Portimao sprint last weekend, isn't it? It's Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta early on here. But was Marco Bezzecchi perhaps a little bit hesitant in the halfway contender on that soft Michelin front tyre? It's Alex then that leads Pedro Acosta as we're about to complete lap 1 and 13 here in this sprint. How much time did Bezzecchi lose on the first lap? Over the line, he's lost almost 1.4 seconds. Di Gianantonio tried to find a way back through on Quartararo. Martin over the line in 11th.
There's a bit of a running theme with the 2 Aprilias on the soft front tyre, both plummeted. Ayagura's back to 15th place on the first lap as Di Gianantonio goes past Quartararo. So Bez lost 5 places, and Ayagura, he's lost 3 places himself. He's outside the top 12.
Who gained the most places on lap 1? It was our outgoing world champion, Jorge Martin. Let's have another do then. Well, it's Luke Maurice's on Hondas. The 2 factory Hondas threatening each other in this Grand Prix. It looks like they have.
Both haven't come through the first sector, so it is a pair of factory Hondas. If they ran into each other on a weekend where they could get rid of some concessions, that's not the way to get rid of them.
That is an early Honda horror show here in Valencia, adding to what is an alarming and increasing DNF count for Juan Mir. He barely completed the lap in the sprint of the Grand Prix in Portimao, denied by clutch problems, different issues, but from the clutches, he's still Alex Marquez then, defending here against Pedro Acosta. Leads to a bit of breathing space then, back to Raul Fernandez in 3rd. Almost 8 tenths the gap between Acosta and Fernandez as it stands right now.
We heard before the sprint got underway, the KMC saying that he thought that potentially that Acosta was quicker than them over the course of the sprint. Well, we're about to find out just how quick Pedro Acosta is. Perhaps the rider who would be most concerned about before the sprint got underway is Bez, and he's now behind him to the tune of a couple of seconds. 29.5 right to Marquez. Bezzecchi is a second a lap slower and now 2.3 off the lead.
That soft front tyre choice, Bezzecchi just has not got going at all. Got a really good launch weight here on the factory. He just went back. Oh, Miller goes
ones we're having a very close look at to see whether that was fair from Jack Miller. It was certainly a little wild. He has now taken the place in the points. Brad Binder taking advantage of all that too. He's gained 2 places up to 8th.
Well, it was Aldeguer who clipped the wings of Brad Binder in Portimao last weekend. This time around, he gets his wings clipped by the aggression of Jack Miller. Aldeguer was wide there. Well, I wouldn't have thought about something like that, but yeah, a bit of lost aero might already be compromising some turning performance and some downfalls in the braking zone like that. Ducati's GP24. Jorge Martin still doing an absolutely sterling job. Still in 11th place at the moment is Martin, having made those 6 places on the first lap.
Miller barrels up the inside, and then this is the Honda crash. So that was the Hondas coming in as they wipe each other out. It was Tranmere into Luca Marini, immediately apologising. I think it's Alberto Pucci I want to apologise to
Yeah, there it is, locking the front on the brakes into turn 2 on the outside. He completely lockless. Luca Marini. He's had 3 crashes so far this season. 2 of them haven't even been his own fault, have they? Poor Rob Marini. Bezzecchi just cannot get through, can he? On Quartararo. Closes right up on the factory Yamaha's rear tyre going into turn 2. But he's been stuck in that 6th place since the first lap of Marco Bezzecchi. Just has not made any progress forward whatsoever. This is a good shot. We're surprised to see Bezzecchi suffering as much as he is. It's that soft front, isn't it, surely? Ralph Fernandez, Bezzecchi, Johan Zarco, Ayagura, and then Augusto Fernandez and Aleix Espino further down the field. The only riders that are on the soft front.
Really, now Ralph Fernandez is doing absolutely fine on it at the moment in 3rd place. He's doing 29, running in 3rd place. Not exactly under too much pressure from Fabio Di Antonio right now. Ralph Fernandez holding a very safe 3rd place at this stage of the sprint. So Bezzecchi perhaps just not with the confidence in his own stages. Ralph Fernandez certainly has plenty, as Jorge Martin is now dropping down the order. I certainly hope that Martin hasn't crashed, but he hasn't. He's just ran on at turn 8.
Yeah, that run off at turn 8, of course, he's going to be really ring rusty at the moment. Jorge Martin, the last time I saw him in competitive action, he goes barreling off, doesn't he, into the runoff area at turn 8. That's what he's there for. Last time we saw Martin in competitive action, he lasted 1 corner in the sprint in Matei. That's a real shame because he was in contention for the point scoring places. Alex Marquez running 3 comfortable advantage and 4 tenths of a second over Acosta. In the slipstream goes Bezzecchi, has made that work perfectly through on Quartararo, just had the inside line as he released the brake going into the first corner. So finally, Bezzecchi goes back up in position. Jack Miller's going to have to drop 3 positions after his rather leery move. I was going to say it was Miller single manoeuvre, wasn't it, at turn 2? Didn't quite work out. 3 positions he's going to have to drop there. Jack at the moment 9th, so he's going to have to let Zarco, Agura and Aldeguer through back into that 9th place.
This is the battle then for 3rd place, and Didier is now closing right up to the back of Ralph Fernandez. So the information is now on Jack Miller's dashboard, so he should be already well aware of the penalty that he's got to serve in the remainder of this sprint. That's going to cost him any hope of a world championship point here this afternoon. Acosta going wide at the top of your picture into turn 8, and that's going to drop him further back from Alex Marquez.
Yeah, Alex is already looking pretty comfortable, wasn't he, at the front of this sprint. Closing in right now on Fernandez in 3rd place is the Gian Antonio there on the 49 VR46 Ducati, making sure Miller's a 3-place position drop.
That's the cost of half a second, that mistake into turn 8. So Alex Marquez now the thick end of a second clear at the front of the sprint. And Quartararo, we said in practice earlier on this morning, spent most of the year defending. This time he's defending for a rider I don't think he wants to be defending against. Frankie Morbidelli.
Touching into the moment as far as Pecco Bagnaia is concerned. He's stuck down in 13th place. He's got a track limits warning also to be contending with. So for the 3rd time in this sprint, half of it completed pretty much. Alex Marquez leads by over a second. Gian Antonio surely quickly is going to pick off Fernandez. He might actually attack the Spaniards. Trackhouse and Aprilia on the run down to turn 2. It just showed Fernandez a front wheel there, didn't he?
The reason he needs to is because Fernandez did a 30.7. He was even slower than Acosta last time round. We saw why Acosta had a poor lap. Digi's got to attack him because then he backed into Marco Bezzecchi, who did a 30.1. He's now finally got some pace and he's closing in on this battle for the bronze medal.
Cruising at the moment is Alex at the front. He's the only rider in the 129. Brilliant pace this by Alex Marquez. We said in the opening 21 Grand Prix this season what a massive step forward he's produced this year. 25 more podiums Alex has scored compared to 2024. It could get even better. There might be successive gold medals around his neck at the end of this sprint. This is going to be the key mistake as far as Acosta's concerned. Easy mistake to make. Into turn 8 he goes, down 3 gears. I'll tell you what, he's done well. He's done well to stay on 2 wheels there because that was a real big moment, wasn't it? For his cost him any hope of winning this sprint.
He's really suffering now. He's now reversing back towards Raul Fernandez, who's backing up Dicia, who's then backing up towards Ben Sagan. We've got to have a four-way fight in the second, surely, because Acosta is starting to really struggle, and we're only at half distance in this sprint.
Well, tyre life, tyre durability has been a recurring issue of Pedro Acosta. It's been one of his real big headaches, something that he said K2 have to sort out. Asked him for his winter wish list in the 30 press conference. He just replied with one word: grit. That is all he needs. He feels to turn into a regular Grand Prix winner in MotoGP. It's always a tough conversation for a rider to have with his crew when he returns after a crash. In any event, explain why he's also cleaned out his teammate Marie. So there is Quartararo then, just ahead of former factory Yamaha teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez is 1.6 seconds clear of Acosta.
His punishment for that might well be a lot of testing next year. As it stands, he'll have to do some more testing in between Grand Prix because Honda won't lose their concessions. Certainly not helped by that. Johan Zarco is the top Honda running in 11th place. We're still yet to see Jack Miller drop those 3 positions he's required. He is still running in 9th.
My girl's got down to some serious pace as well. His last lap was a 1:30.154. Once again, Alex is the only rider in the 29s. And this has just been superb. A masterclass so far by the younger Marquez sibling. Watching on from trackside is brother Mark, who will be seriously impressed with what his brother is producing right now. Jorge Martin joins Pecco Bagnaia in the Track Limits Warning Club as we ride on board them with Morbidelli through this tight spreading long turn 13. You're going to get some serious wheels. There's going to be Ryan and traction control to help you out in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow. There's a real big gang, isn't there, building up behind Quartararo.
Better lap that time for Acosta, 30.2. He was actually a 10 quicker than Alex Marquez last time round. With Morbidelli now closes up behind Fabio Quartararo, but we know how good the 20 is under braking, and he wants to stay as clear as Frankie Morbidelli as he can because they've come close a few times lately.
That's a perfect demonstration of just how red hot Quartararo is on the brakes on that factory Yamaha. I mean, that Yamaha is giving up 10, 12, 15 kilometres in a straight line compared to the Ducatis. Morbidelli with some slipstream. It just shows one how the Quartararo isn't getting off the final corner out of 40 and then away into the third corner. Absolutely awesome from Quartararo. Of course, we get another sprint top 6. Here's the game under the full 1.4 seconds. That gap's come down between Marquez and Acosta. Alex has stabilised it in the second sector. Maybe Alex should have got that a little bit more confidence with the front, a bit more turning and getting to this tight infield section.
Has Dicia got the pace to potentially chase off after Acosta if he can clear Raul Fernandez? We know how good Dicia has generally been, not just racing Grand Prix, particularly late in sprints, but he's still bottled up behind the track out of He's been stuck there for most of the sprint. Here is Jack Miller then, who is still running in 9th place. If he doesn't drop this position sharpish, he'll surely get at least one long lap penalty.
He will be now. Look at this Morbidelli. He's so close to Quartararo. It's almost like he's going to have to make an attack very, very soon. This is Miller then. Well, he just goes plows. Oh, Aldeguer
took his arm away.
Aldeguer. How on earth is Aldeguer still on 2 wheels there? But his left arm yanks off the handlebar. Through came finally. I was going to say Morbidelli was so close to Quartararo's rear tyre as they dropped down through 14. It was inevitable, really, if he just was able to pick up the slipstream that Frankie was going to be able to blast past Quartararo. He duly did. So Morbidelli then now pinches that 6th.
They're doing in 1:30s. They're still quicker than Brad Binder behind. You would have just seen him a moment ago, just behind Quartararo. Of course, Quartararo was defending for Binder for a lot of the Portuguese Grand Prix 6 days ago. And Jack Miller still waiting for him to come to the first interview. He's still running in that 9th place. He's still got Agora, Zarco and Aldeguer right behind him. Zarco's long lap penalty.
Yeah, Jack Miller has you'd imagine in the heat of this battle he's probably going to say, well, I just didn't see the dashboard, didn't see it on my pit board. Let's hope he will now see the long lap penalty, or there'll be more hot water coming the way of the Australians, failing to drop the 3 positions after his early clattering into Fermin Aldeguer.
To be fair, looking at the current standings of the race, they probably amount to the same thing. Because if he serves a long lap penalty, he'll drop him somewhere near Pecco Bagnaia, who is currently 4 spots behind him.
Rather lucky to be saying that about Bezzecchi. 4 seconds he is now behind Marquez at the front. He's 1.2 behind Michel Antonio, 1.4 clear of Frankie Morbidelli. Over the line we go. 4 laps to go then in the final sprint action of 2025, and it looks like it is going to be for the first third time in his career, back-to-back sprint wins for Alex Marquez. This has been super, this really does bode well, doesn't it, for the 27-lap Grand Prix tomorrow, which is great because you've got Michele Massini. Expected Alex to be stronger tomorrow than he has been today. Is that even possible? He's been so good this afternoon.
Got the lead at the start and never looked back. He was put under pressure for a few laps, wasn't he, by Pedro Acosta, but that mistake at turn 8 when he was already starting to lose the frame with Pedro Acosta behind Alex Marquez has seen the 73 and it didn't come for a while since then. But back to Barcelona early on this season, Alex Marquez will not feel certain of this sprint win until that medal's round his neck.
Costa at the moment just must feel like he's handcuffed. He's just doing everything he possibly can to squeeze everything out of himself, and that KTM is just not quite good enough. He said in the pre-event press conference on Thursday that KTM just did not make the steps that he needed to get himself on the top step of the podium for the first time. He's going to rack up another podium, and there's been plenty of them of late. 4 sprint podiums in the last 5, 3 Grand Prix podiums in the last 4, but it's the win he wants, it's the win he so desperately craves, and it's a win at the moment that he's slipping well out of his grasp in this sprint.
It will be his second consecutive Grand Prix where he's taken at least one podium in either sprint or Grand Prix over the weekend. Of course, in Portimao, Valencia, it took both 3 laps to go. Acosta has similar to the Grand Prix last weekend, remember, but he's suddenly found some late pace. He is chipping away a little bit at Alex Marquez's advantage, but you feel this is Alex just riding as fast as he needs to in these final 4 laps to keep the 37 at bay.
This will be podium number 21 in MotoGP. Pedro Acosta hasn't been able to convert any of Mazzi into that elusive first victory. It's been a good fight for third place. Fair play to Ralph Fernandez because he's been keeping Gil Antonio at bay for so much. Well, nobody knows just how good Alex Marquez is. Nobody knows the strengths and merits of Alex better than Brother Mark. I think Mark will have to doff his factory Ducati cap and say, yeah, this has been an awesome performance by Alex. And for the foot on, he has been absolutely immaculate here so far. He's still holding that advantage over Acosta to 1.4 seconds. Gian Antonio is running out of time to get through on a very resolute and resilient Ralph Fernandez, who's doing an absolutely phenomenal job for Trackhouse in front of him. Ralph Fernandez trying to hang on to that third sprint podium.
Jack Miller does now come through the long lap penalty loop, so I think screaming at it for most of the race. The stewards have finally got the message across for the 43 to get out of the way. That would annoy Ryan Gura. He's been stuck behind Miller's Yamaha for quite some time, and he's now not got a lot of time left to try and chase off after Brad Binder for 8th. That does now promote Agura into the points.
So this is then the battle for the bronze medal position here in this Valencia sprint. Picking up some slipstream once again is the Ducati GP25 of the Gil Antonio. Nothing wrong though, is there, with the exit speed out of 14, the top speed of that Aprilia, the top speed of Marco Bezzecchi's got on his winter wish list for the New Orleans as far as Aprilia are concerned. Riding so well here, Fernandez just not even Gil Antonio. A sneaky try and tap him. Bigelow going to go for it on the inside into turn 4. He's had to force that one. He's going to run it a little bit hard. Fernandez surely will have the inside line back as they go through 5. This reminds me of Bordeaux versus Miller on the last lap of the Grand Prix here 5 years ago in 2020. Back again on the inside, and Fernandez at 6 goes to Gian Antonio. What a fight this is for third.
Gian Antonio's just decided there's a lap and a half of the sprint to go. I'm just going to go for this and just throw everything at it. Ralph Fernandez with the colours of the Valencia flag on his crash helmet, highly motivated to secure a medal here today.
So Gian Antonio, the problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of him, it's so hard to find a way back through it straight away. Look, the Gian Antonio is pretty clear road ahead of him. Let's put half a dozen and a little bit less bike lengths through on Fernandez, who was good going on the brakes into turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi all of a sudden has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. In fact, Ben, he might just run out of time because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances of back-to-back sprint podiums. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time lap record in Q2 this morning for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. Acosta looks safe and secure in 2nd. Who will take the final medal?
Bezzecchi really hoping that battle was really enjoying between Fernandez and Bezzecchi. They carried on for a few more corners that would have brought him right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just 10 corners away from a 2nd consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. It hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week
of the season, showing exactly why he's going to be the Ducati upgrade next season on the GP26. He said himself, that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a factory right, you have to deliver. There's no hiding place, no excuses. He stepped up to the plate this year, having got that Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well, as he gets the same machinery as brother Mark, Fabio Di Gianantonio, and Pecco Bagnaia. Quick check on Bagnaia is another thoroughly gets it and sprint down 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then, and having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez finishes it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes the checkered flag 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who was on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still though chasing our recent first victory is the KTM star. Fabio Di Gianantonio scores just the 7th sprint podium of his career. He did just about get the better weight on the Val Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, well, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the first corner. But just to see what Bezzecchi says about his decision to go for his soft and front tyre, because he never really was in contention at all for the win. Points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Iagura. Bastianini inflicting more late punishment on Bagnaia. Those two former factory Ducati teammates locked on the last lap of the beast, got Bagnaia for 13th spot. So Bagnaia takes the checker flag in 14th.
And he also dropped to 5th in the World Championship today with Pedro Acosta's 2nd place. Grassini celebrates another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it is gets a little flat at Aprilia today, because with his 5th place, Marco Bezzecchi does clinch 3rd in the World Championship today.
Second time in the last 3 years he's done that, but it previously for Ducati when he was part of the VR46 project, and showing the kind of performances of late why Aprilia wanted to get him on board a factory Harvard GP. Well, a very popular victory, of course, here in Valencia. As 2 Spaniards take the top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Pedro Acosta moves up 1 place to 4th in the championship. He's got a 6-point cushion as well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. Bagnaia has spoken throughout this season when he was clearly out of championship how miserable an experience it was not to be a title contender, how 2nd wasn't good enough. Well, if 2nd wasn't good enough, 3rd was going to be awful, 4th a disaster. Where does he rank 5th in the final reckoning? Because that's where it looked like he might finish what's been a miserable 325. Pedro Acosta taking the plaudits, taking the adulation of this home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could. Did all he could. I mean, there's nobody at the moment that's getting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. Teammate Binder picked up a couple of points in 8th place, but he was over 6 seconds behind Pedro Acosta.
That's the official fan club, as I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right-hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can. I fought a good fight, says Pedro. In the end, once again, there was just one rider-bike combination that was too strong. And just as it was 7 days ago, that was Alex Marquez and the Grassini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta, though, as I said, getting up to 4th place in the World Championship today, just to set up for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint is 1, 2, 3 for the season, which now ties him with Bezzecchi. So he can say in 2025 there was only my brother Mark who scored more sprint wins than him. Still on Alex, when you come in on the side of the bike, you come to celebrate with the team in pit lane. There's Grassini staff, Jimmy Martinez there, the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it, and there's potentially more to come as far as the 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on Spanish shore so far this season, hasn't Alex Marquez? That wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP on a Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, the spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you'd say real home crowd of the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. And back on Spanish turf once again, it's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, he made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very short performance from the number 73. reception he's getting from the crowd. Rather than happy smiley faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory Prix. That's not what he came for this afternoon, though.
Rather speedy stomp back into the box there from Bez. This moment to want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured third in the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Bezzecchi struggling so much in the first couple of laps this afternoon.
That KTM was an absolute missile, isn't it, off the line? Yeah, Bezzecchi got a good launch. It wasn't like he got a bad start. It was just Alex Marquez got him on the inside on the brakes into turn one. Acosta quickly through as they run down into the second corner. Around the outside almost went Ralph Fernandez in that first sector. Franz does actually ride around the outside of him going through three. Inside then into four. Quattararo also seems to be mischief on that turn four. They just went wrong with that. 5 corners into that Grand Prix. Bezzecchi's plummeted from first back into 6th place. And after that sluggish start, he was only able to recover 1 place.
Outbraked and overtaken at turn 1, turn 2, turn 4 by 3 riders. And really, the diver's catch from there for Marco Bezzecchi. Like you said, this weekend, it was proven in the sprint, overtaking around the Chicago Thomas circuit wasn't easy. Yeah, it was only Fabio Quattararo that we saw Marco Bezzecchi overtake.
Well, he's done it again in terms of a podium finish for Pedro Acosta. But he has now just 1 remaining opportunity. Otherwise, it's going to be 2 full seasons in the MotoGP World Championship for the former Moto3 and Moto2 World Champion without a victory. He has been knocking on the door so many times, but he just cannot find a way to barge his way through it, can he? KTM boss, Kenny Motorsport Director, Pim Byron comes to offer his congratulations. It's Julia Marquez. And the victories, Mother Rosette is here once again to see Alex deliver another outstanding victory. Never easy to win MotoGP, but that looked about as routine as it gets as far as Alex is concerned. Really good start, good launch away on that Ducati on the front row. Once he got through on a Marco Bezzecchi, never looked back at all, did he? Almost, not even a second between Ralph Fernandez and what would have been just a 3rd sprint podium of his career. Yeah, no wonder he's got a big smile on his face, because this time last week, of course, he was watching the sprint from the sidelines after a real nasty crash in Portimao. Saw him miss all of the race action. Ralph Fernandez a narrow 4th behind Gian Antonio.
Yeah, he's in very good shape now to secure a top 10 finish in the World Championship with Ralph Fernandez. He's now pulled 5 points clear of Brad Binder as they launch Alex Marquez up into the air. And he'll be head over heels tomorrow if he can complete the double here this weekend. We've seen Alex Marquez win a sprint this season, which Grand Prix. We are yet to see him though do the double. Will that change tomorrow?
I think that was the cost. I think he said we keep going. Yeah, we keep going. He has changed quite considerably in the second half of the season. There was times in the first half, of course, he's a very hungry and ambitious young talent. Perhaps there was a bit of petulance crept into his game at the start of the season when that connection was not at the level, was it? But second half of the season, he said he's grown up, he's matured. He's a completely different prospect. Jorge Martin, well, he's seen the checker flag. The record books will show he's finished in 22nd place in that sprint, but it should have been so much better. This was a scary moment about mid-sprint distance when to avoid contact with John Zarco. He took the run off, going through turn 8. Martin then at that stage was 11th. That was a sensational start. He took 6 places on lap 1. Nobody recovered more ground on that first lap than Martin. Fabio Di Gianantonio then with the final bronze medal of 2025. He's a Jack.
Fabio, huge congratulations. What a way to finish off the season. A brilliant ride there and a brilliant battle with Raul. Just how difficult was it to get past him?
Beautiful race. I enjoyed it so much. The final round was really racing. Pure racing. Everybody super clean but super tight. It was beautiful. Raul was putting a great pace. Me, honestly, I think I had something more. But it was difficult to overtake. So yeah, super happy, super battle. sprint podium. Let's keep going and let's try again tomorrow.
Great ride, well done.
Thank you. Ciao.
Yeah, top performance that by Fabio Gian Antonio. That takes his sprint medal count at 2-5 for the season. Do what makes you really happy. Well, I'm sure a third place in a sprint and a bronze medal will be making Fabio Gian Antonio incredibly happy. Undone though, just as Marco Bezzecchi was as an Italian last weekend by two Spaniards, Alex Marquez and Pedro Acosta. That has been a very common sight in 2025, hasn't it? Jubilant celebrations by Gresini Ducati. There was Alex's mum Rosa. Well, it's another podium finish. Once again, he threw everything at him, didn't he? Pedro Acosta. Second in our final sprint, he's with Jack.
As he just takes a high five off his team. Pedro, a brilliant performance to get back onto the podium here. You were pushing so hard to stay with Alex. What do you think was the difference today?
Well, I mean, we know that my only opportunity was to be super aggressive in the first lap. You know, it was quite not so bad. It's true that then we were trying a lot to don't lose the front, and I go wide in 10-8, and then was a snowball, you know, going was. But anyway, we are, you know, this is like a football match, you know, when you are trying to make a penalty, and anytime sometime we'll arrive for this. I'm happy for Gabriel. They was trying to give me the best that they can. We are working quite okay. Also to my personal team that is also around here for this. We will try again tomorrow. Good job, brother. Thank you.
He will try it again tomorrow. And you know he will try. Once again, it is another podium finish. It's an 11th of the season for Pedro Acosta. Red Bull wins. It doesn't give you victories, though, does it? Nothing's a given in the MotoGP World Championship. And once again, Pedro Acosta having to play second fiddle to what was an absolutely phenomenal performance. He has done it again. It's back-to-back sprint victories for Gresini racing star Alex Marquez and Jack.
Alex, a sprint victory once again. I imagine you wish we could race in Spain every week. That's victory in Jerez, victory in Barcelona, and now a sprint victory here in Valencia.
Yeah, I mean, super happy to win it today. All the weekend we suffered a little bit much more than normal, but today on the sprint I said, okay, today we need to win, we need to be there. And I tried my best from the start. I attacked from the start, and I saw that the key was to put our rhythm, save a little bit of fire in the beginning, and then push it again. So it's what we did it. I controlled the gap in a really good way, and yeah, super happy. But I think for tomorrow we need to make even one more step on the setup to be even stronger. But yeah, really happy, and yeah, muy feliz de ganar aquí en Valencia.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Valencia crowds have loved their Saturday afternoon action here in MotoGP, because delivering once again when it really matters the most was Alex Marquez. All positions are great, so watching nice, but you don't get any points in qualifying, as I'm sure Marco Bezzecchi will be well aware of. He looked very frustrated, didn't he, not to have a victory chance materialise at any stage in that race. Jorge Martin, just having a look at Jorge's last lap in that sprint, it was a 1:30.8, which was 10 seconds slower. Bezzecchi was trying to push for the podium, so there's absolutely nothing wrong at all with Martin's race pace. Just a shame that he made that mistake, because there may well have been a chance for a point scoring return for Martin. He'll be back for more tomorrow, though, as our final sprint medal ceremony of 2025 gets underway.
For Fabio Gian Antonio, he celebrates a 5th sprint podium of the season. His first since back in Misano. Who knows? Got past Raul Fernandez a little quicker. Could he have potentially had something for Pedro Acosta? He was maybe half a second quicker than Acosta on the last lap, but of course way too late. Second place for Pedro Acosta. Yeah, he's sending rallying cry to the team. We keep going. Can he go one better tomorrow? There'll be many in this race that will begrudge him that. But in the end, it was Alex Marquez who was just too strong this Super Saturday, as he was last weekend, as Alex secures back-to-back sprint victories to close out our final Super Saturday of the season.
So the last of our 22 sprints in 2025 sees Alex Marquez take the spoils of our 22 sprints. Alex wins the last two for the week he's been on Sprint Saturdays for the Gosini Racing team. Winner a week ago in Portimao, and he's backed it up with another victory here this afternoon at the Ricardo Tormo circuit in Valencia. It's an 11th podium finish of the campaign for Pedro Acosta. The stat they still with us in MotoGP is going to be killing inside, isn't it? He would not have expected, having arrived onto the big stage at the start of 2024 with such a massive reputation and more importantly such massive talent, that through 24 and 2025 there's the very realistic prospect that he'll head into his third campaign in MotoGP, still chasing that first win. He'll stay down in MotoGP, he'll be there, he'll be fighting for sure for tomorrow. Fabio Di Giannantonio, a strong Saturday for the 30-metre enduro 46 racing rider. Starts and finishes our last sprint of the campaign in third place. He was just under 1.5 seconds back of Alex at the checkered flag, but once the 73 had forced his way through on 72 at the first corner of that sprint, well, it already felt like it was game over. Good late battle as far as Giannantonio and Fernandez was concerned. That was for the final medal place. Coming into contention late on, but too little too late, unfortunately, for Bezzecchi as he took the check flag in fifth, 3.7 seconds behind Alex. That could have been worse as Alex not backed off on that final lap. So your final sprint podium of a record-breaking 2025 campaign. Alex Marquez wins for the second time in a week, for the third time on this Sprint Saturday. That's why there's the big beaming smile for the 29-year-old Spaniard. Costa and Di Giannantonio then pick up two of our final three medals of the season.
Well, he was in a class of his own today, was Alex Marquez, as he takes the final sprint win of 2025. Confirmation eventually of the full top 10. Pedro Acosta second. The second Saturday in a row. Fabio Giannantonio back on the sprint podium in third after taking out Fernandez on the penultimate lap. Marco Bezzecchi nearly did the same on the last lap, but had to settle for fifth from pole. Frankie Morbidelli winning that battle with Fabio Quartararo for sixth and seventh. Back into eighth, and I will took ninth place at the final point towards Jack Miller, served his long lap penalty. Over his brother Alex. The big story today though, Marco Bezzecchi has secured third place in the World Championship for the second time in 3 years. Pedro Acosta now odds on to take fourth place. He's 6 points ahead of Pecco Bagnaia, who of course starts from the 6th row of the grid once again tomorrow. Fabio Giannantonio is 15 points clear now. Frankie Morbidelli in there back up for 6th. Fermin Aldeguer and Fabio Quartararo now just 2 points apart for 8th and 9th. Raul Fernandez likely now to finish in the top 10 after his 4th place today. Constructor standings. Aprilia, of course, confirmed in second. The big story really was, would Honda score points towards getting rid of some concessions? They need 9 points. They scored none today. Chatting over the team's champions ahead of Rossini. PR46 now confirmed in third. They cannot be called by KTM. Aprilia will finish fifth. Marquez has been the champion for a while. Fabio Giannantonio now barring Stooges, set to finish second ahead of Frankie Morbidelli. Trackhouse, Tech 3 LCR, and Prima Pramac. Let's have some highlights then. Marco Bezzecchi started to many as the sprint favourite after second consecutive pole position. The second Saturday in a row, he wouldn't convert that into victory. Pedro Costa, as was expected, with a blistering start as Maverick and Antonio had a pole launch from the outside of the front row. Was the front tyre choice of Marco Bezzecchi, who got from soft the front, and it appeared to be working out for him in the early stages as he fell back to 6th place. Hondas, which is right here, who will have to be answering the questions. Charles Roto Puig to that one. Elsewhere into turn 2, saw Chandler sideways into the side, turning out again. Put pain to any home to the rookie scoring points today. Miller would later receive a long lap penalty after not seeing or ignoring instructions to drop 3 places. Fabio Quartararo was doing his level best not to drop any as he battled against Marco Bezzecchi, ultimately losing that battle for 5th. Frankie Morbidelli would also later take 6th away from the 2021 World Champion. No one would be denying Alex Marquez today though, who never looked back after passing Bezzecchi at turn 2 on lap 1. 2 sprint wins in a row for the championship runner-up. Keeps Pedro Costa waiting for his first MotoGP victory. But will that wait end tomorrow? Make sure you join us tomorrow afternoon. We've got the final Moto3 battle of the season, the title decider in Moto2, as Moreira and Gonzalez go head-to-head for the world crown. And we have the final MotoGP Grand Prix of the season. Do not miss the Grand Prix of Valencia tomorrow here at Ricardo Almost Certain. Thanks for your company today.
Good afternoon, everybody, and a very warm welcome indeed to the Hunan International Circuit, China, for our coverage of round 18 of the Kumo FIA TCR World Tour. That's right, the Prix, that stage of the weekend where we're at the third and final race of the day. Race number 1 was good. Race number 2 was outstanding. Big question is, will number 3 surpass expectation? The weather is a little bit colder than it was earlier in the day. It's a little bit drier as well, so we've still got absolute amounts of grip out there on the circuit. And it's certainly still going to be a big challenge for our drivers. We've got a bit of a different grid as well. Qualification was race number 1. Top 10 was race number 2, and now we've got 10 points. Speaking of the grid, by the way, down on the grid. That's it. Alex McGuee, there she is ready to catch all of the personalities ahead of this third and final race of the weekend. And it's a little bit chilly down there for our Alex, and I'm sure we'll put her to work very, very soon when a few cars turn up, and we'll get racing underway. In fact, cars are coming, so why not? Let's head down to Alex McGuee.
Gian Antonio, the only problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of you, it's so hard to find a way back to it straight away. But Gian Antonio with a clear load ahead of him has put what, half a dozen, maybe a little bit less bike lengths through Fernandez. It was good going on the brakes into turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi all of a sudden has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. In fact, Ben, he might just run out of time here because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances of back-to-back sprint podiums. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time man record in Q2 this morning for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. The cost looks safe and secure in second. Who will take the final medal?
Bezzecchi really hoping that battle that was really enjoying between Fernandez and Bezzecchi. It carried on for a few more corners because it would have brought him right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just 10 corners away from a second consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. It hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week ago between the top two. But it's been another tremendous display from Alex Marquez, the runner-up in the World Championship, and about to win in front of his older brother.
It's going to be his 27th podium finish of the season, showing exactly why he's getting a big Ducati upgrade next season. He will be on a GP26. He said himself that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a fantasy bike, you have to do it, but there's no hiding place, no excuses. He stepped up to the plate this year, having got him at Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well, as he gets the same machinery as brother Mark, Fabio, Gian Antonio, and Pecco Bagnaia. Pecco Bagnaia is another thorn getting this sprint down, 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then, and having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez finishes it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes the checker flag 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who's on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still no chase now, losing first victory is the KTM star. Fabio Di Gian Antonio scores just his 7th sprint podium of his career. He did just about get the better record of Val Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, well, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the first corner. Be interested to see what Bezzecchi says about his decision to go for the soft front tyre, because he was never really, was he, in contention at all for the win. Points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Iagura. Bastianini inflicting more late punishment on Bagnaia. Those two former factory Ducati teammates locked on for the last lap, and the Prix got Bagnaia for 13th spot. So Bagnaia takes the checker flag in 14th.
And does drop to 5th in the World Championship today with Pedro Acosta's second place. Rossini celebrate another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it is a little flat at Aprilia today, because with his big place, Marco Bezzecchi goes and clinch third in the World Championship today.
Second time in the last 3 years he's done that. Ducati, which is part of the Moto2 project, and showing the kind of performances of late that White Aprilia wanted to get him on board a factory car with GP. Well, a very popular victory, of course, here in Valencia. The two Spaniards taking top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Pedro Acosta moves up 1 place to 4th in the championship. He's got a 6-point cushion as well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. Bagnaia has spoken around this season when he was really out of championship contention, how miserable of an experience it was not to be a title contender, how second wasn't good enough. Well, the second wasn't good enough, third was going to be awful, fourth was disaster, but when he managed to finish in the final record, that's where it looked like he might finish next week in a miserable 2025. Pedro Acosta taking the plaudits, taking the adulation of this home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could. I mean, there's nobody at the moment that's getting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. His teammate Brad Binder did pick up a couple of points in 8th place, but he was over 6 seconds behind Pedro Acosta.
I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right-hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can. I fought a good fight, says Pedro. In the end, once again, there was just one rider-bike combination that wasn't too strong. Just as it was 7 days ago, that was Alex Marquez and the Rossini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta, though, as I say, does move up to 4th place in the World Championship today, but he has to settle for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint moves him on to 3 for the season, which now ties him with Bezzecchi. So we can say in 2025 it was only Andy brother Mark that scored more sprint wins than him. Sit on, Alex, we don't want you tumbling on the side of the bike. You come to celebrate with the team in the pit lane. It's Kazumi staff. Jimmy Martinez there, the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it, and there's potentially more to come as far as the 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on the Spanish shore so far this season, has he, Alex Marquez? That wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, the spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you could say his real home crowd, the circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. Back on Spanish turf once again. It's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, he made it look very, very comfortable. He made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very assured performance from the number 73. Listen to the reception he's getting from the crowd. Well, they were happy, smiling faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory in Aprilia. That's not what he came for this afternoon, though.
It was a rather speedy stop back into the box there for Bez. Doesn't appear at this moment to want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured 3rd in the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Bezzecchi struggling so much in the first couple of laps.
team championship is secure, so my goal now is to try to get the start. I think it's going to be an aggressive one. As you can check in the car, the new car will have a big damage. But yeah, I mean, the race one, it is what it is, you know, as because I just doing my job. I was happy for the first time, and I was happy that Jan was the
We know you've got pace, so you could just be the person that causes the drama for racing for us.
Well, drama, but out in the legal part, you know, because then I didn't go to the office and I yeah, so I was
safe, so you know we need to score points. It's 3 races to go, including with Macau again. Race, but to be honest, we are very racing this year, and the number is very young, so yeah, let's see.
Something like that they shouldn't say, and I right, I think we can conclude that. So let's have a good race. I really hope so. It's going to be exciting. If there's anything like race 2, it's going to be absolutely our series.
Alex McLean down there on the grid. Paul Jeffrey up here in the commentary box, and hello to all. As mentioned, this a pivotal race for several drivers' championship aspirations. From the which is the man sitting on pole position, Ted Bjork, crossed the line in 3rd place for race number 2 earlier today. That puts the championship out to 37 points between himself and Jan Ellison. Not a lot when the consider 30 for a win, and we've still got 3 races to go, 2 of which are going to be held at Macau, which, quite frankly, should have 5,000 points. That's how crazy that particular challenge is. We'll look forward to the future, though, in a while, because the immediate future for us is a small matter of 30 minutes of local racing against an additional lap on the end. The final time, the last dance, in China, initially scheduled for a 2 race meeting, bumped it up to 3 to make up for the one that we missed in Australia due ready to go again. Quite honestly, I'm delighted we've got a third one today because, as Alex and several drivers mentioned down there on the grid, race is half special. It has to be said. Plenty of proper touring car racing. Nobody came back from the window. Everybody came back on the story. And several drivers came back for perhaps a small amount of redemption coming to this third final event of the weekend. A brilliant comps. Finished in fifth. Great result. Time penalty. Not ideal for the French driver. He'll be hoping for more come the final race. Now we're looking at there. Extended the championship lead. Starts from third position. Big opportunity for the French driver. Ted York, we already mentioned this one at the start of the weekend. He's going for the driver championship. There'll be absolutely no help whatsoever in terms of team race. Will Brown. A busman's holiday back in PCR. He'll be starting on the second row of the grid, and you know very well how fast Will Brown is. Because he's been away from the car for so long and brand new into the Elantra. One can only assume that every time he gets into it, he's that little bit faster than last time around. Expect Will Brown, one of those drivers that at the very least having the conversation for the podium spots. He is having a little bit of the TCR car away from the line, having seen cars for the last couple of seasons, but never count out a man of that talent. Never count out a man of the talent of Roman Nicholas as well. Being quiet, being led by Norman, lost the standards. But again, the driver has got every possibility of moving forward. Third, first race of the day, classified 12. Soil, Mark hasn't had the pace, has he? The trio of Lincoln Cyan Racing teammates, Valencia Moto3, Jan Elshey and Ted Bjork. Not quite there or thereabouts is Mark this weekend, but not quite there on the level with his teammates. We've seen that he's keen to get the elbows out. He's good in battle and pipe racing, so I'm sure Magic Bob will be a very fascinating prospect indeed. And honestly, you know by now people home what you live for. So I'm always excited about anything to do with touring car racing. But I've got to admit, the proverbial hands being rubbed together in the context of this one. Keep our collective fingers crossed that the other ones will be even spicier still, but even without the wet stuff.
Through injury, well, at the start of the season, Mark was completely untouchable on the formats. He landed in 43 wins to his name. Marco Bezzecchi, next best with 3 sprint wins, starting his quest for a 4th pole position here in Valencia. 2 sprint wins apiece for Pecco Bagnaia and for Alex Marquez. So much focus, so much attention on Pedro Acosta, keeping an eye on the KTM star in the middle of that second row, but in 5th place. Keep posing this question. Is finally this going to be the weekend? What is ranking start 41? The weekend where the number 37 is going to be a picture on this warm-up lap and get his first gold medal. You know that there's been a lot of weight to and fro in terms of titles because we're still all just actually got the picture of the title. Let's go down to Pedro for some news.
Yeah, on the front 3 rows of the grid, everybody opts for a hard front tyre, soft rear tyre, apart from 2. Raul Fernandez and poleman Marco Bezzecchi go for the soft front tyre. Big gamble from the Aprilians.
Thanks very much, so we'll have underway conditions at the Ricardo's almost circuit in Valencia. Who is going to take up the final medals of 2025? Marco Bezzecchi, soft front tyre, Aprilia and the Italian trim. Saturdays. Fantastic to see. Not to be we're expecting absolutely jam-packed for the 27-lap Grand Prix here tomorrow. Still one world title decided for Moto2 title decider. Very much the advantage for the Brazilian. But it's Bezzecchi then on the number 72 factory at Prix coming to pole position for 9-time MotoGP 13-time Grand Prix career. Bez has found himself leading the field away. Two Ducatis behind him. Alex Marquez, second world champion. Fabio Di Giannantonio is a third for most of the season. Close on as always. Fast starting Pedro Acosta on the KTM. It's lights out. We're racing in our final speed of 225 here in Valencia. Already Acosta trying to power his way through on the Giannantonio, who's going the wrong way on the VR46 Ducati. Already picked up by fellow Fabio Quartararo. Alex Marquez has got the drop briefly as he and Marco Bezzecchi go side by side. Run down. Acosta's been super aggressive. Got the inside line on Bezzecchi. Around the outside of Bez goes round Fernandez. But Alex Marquez who leads. Acosta's gained 3 spots up the second.
It was a great start by Acosta, but an equally poor start for Di Giannantonio. Acosta had to swerve round him to avoid running into the VR46 Ducati. Quartararo also a big move up to 4th.
Bezzecchi's getting hammered here. Quartararo and Di Giannantonio have picked him off here. So Bezzecchi led Alex Marquez briefly on that long run down into the first corner. Through sector 1 from pole, Bez back in 6th.
Yeah, Frankie Morbidelli up behind him in 7th place. I don't think he'll be shy, Amigo, and his fellow VR46 Academy graduate. So it's advantage Marquez and Acosta from here with 1 and 2. Quartararo 4th, from Di Giannantonio and Bezzecchi. There's John Zarco going side by side with the 2 factory Hondas. They're just outside the top 10. They're all behind Jorge Martin, who's up to 11th place.
Start by Martin. Once again, he has been aggressive. Up 6 places already, 17, 18, 11. So it's as you were really in the Portimao sprint last weekend, isn't it? It's Alex Marquez versus Pedro Acosta. It was Marco Bezzecchi perhaps just a little bit hesitant in the hard braking zones early on that soft Michelin front tyre. It's Alex then that leads Pedro Acosta as we're about to complete lap 1 and 13 here in this sprint. How much time did Bezzecchi lose on the first lap? Oh line, he's lost almost 1.4 seconds. Giannantonio tried to find a way back through on Quartararo. Martin over the line in the lane.
Bit of a rookie thing with the 2 and 3 on the soft front tyre. Both plummeted. Iagura's back to 15th place on the first lap as Di Giannantonio goes past Quartararo. So Bez lost 5 places. And Iagura, he's lost 3 places himself. He's outside the top 12.
Gained the most places on that one. It was our outgoing world champion, Jorge Martin. Trump here. It's had another year now. On the 2 factory Hondas, clutch each other in this Grand Prix. It looks like they have.
They've had a conflict first sector, so it was a pair of factory Hondas. If they ran into each other on a weekend where they could get rid of some concessions, that's not the way to get rid of them.
On the horror show here in Valencia, adding to what is an alarming and increasingly DNF count for Joan Mir. Barely completed the lap of the sprint of the Grand Prix in Portimao, denied by clutch problems, different issues, but from the clutches, it's still Alex Marquez then, and defending here against Pedro Acosta. These two would have bitten breathing space then, back to Ralph Fernandez in 3rd, almost 8 tenths to gap between Acosta and Fernandez as it stands right now.
Well, we heard before the sprint got underway in the season, that he thought that potentially that Acosta was quicker than them over the course of the sprint. Well, we're about to find out just how quick Pedro Acosta is. Perhaps the rider who would be most concerned about before the sprint got underway is Bez, and he's now behind him to the tune of a couple of seconds. 29.5 for Alex Marquez. Bezzecchi is a second a lap slower and now 2.3 off the lead.
He's already regretting and ruined that soft front tyre choice. Bezzecchi just has not got going at all. Got a really good launch weight from the factory improvement pole position, but then he just went backwards as Chad Miller. Oh, Miller goes sideways in Speedway style. Takes some aero. It looked like I'm filming Aldeguer's Brazilian Ducati. So Aldeguer started this lap in 8th place. He's been pushed back 5 places. Big contact there between Miller and Aldeguer in the 2.
Another one that the stewards were having a very close look at to see whether that was fair. The rally checkpoints was certainly a bit wild. He has now taken a place in the points. Brad Binder taking advantage of all that too. He's getting 2 places up to 8.
Well, it was Aldeguer who took the wings of Brad Binder in Portimao last weekend. This time around, he gets his wings clipped by the aggression of Jack Miller. Aldeguer was wide there, but I wouldn't have thought about it. Just already lost air, might already be compromising some turning performance and some downfalls in the braking zone.
So Miller barrels up the inside, and then this is the Honda crash. So that was the Hondas coming in, and they wiped each other out. And it was Juan Mir into Luca Marini, immediately apologising. I think it's Alberto Puig you might want to apologise to, Juan.
Yeah, there it is, locking the front on the brakes into turn 2 on the outside. He completely got Luca Marini. He's had 3 crashes so far this season. 2 have really oh, have they? Poor Rob Marini. Bezzecchi just cannot get through, can he? On Quartararo. Closes right up on the factory Yamaha rear tyre going into turn 2. He's been stuck in that 6th place. That 61st lap only marker. Bezzecchi just has not made any progress forward whatsoever. This is a big shot. We're surprised to see Bezzecchi suffering as much as he is. It's that soft front, isn't it, surely? Ralph Fernandez, Bezzecchi, Johan Zarco, Ian Pura, and August Fernandez and Lacey Spiner further downfield. The only guys that are on the soft front.
Now, Ralph Fernandez is doing absolutely fine on it at the moment in 3rd place. He's doing 29s, running in 3rd place. Not exactly under too much pressure from Fabio Di Gianantonio right now. Ralph Fernandez holding a very safe 3rd place at this stage of the sprint. So Bezzecchi perhaps just not with the confidence in these early stages. Ralph Fernandez certainly has plenty. As Jorge Martin is now dropping down the order. I certainly hope Martin hasn't crashed. And ran on in turn 8.
Really rusty at the moment. Jorge Martin, the last time we saw him in competitive action, he goes barreling off, doesn't he, into the runoff area at turn 8. That's what it's there for. Last time we saw Martin in competitive action, he lasted 1 corner in the sprint in Matei. That's a real shame for the convention for the point scoring places. Alex Marquez with a 3 comfortable advantage, nearly 4/10 of a second over Acosta. In the slipstream goes Bezzecchi. He's made that work perfectly through on Quartararo, just on the inside line as he released the brake going into the 1st quarter. So finally, Bezzecchi goes back up a position. Jackman's going to have to drop 3 positions after his rather rare move. I guess it was Miller single move. It wasn't in turn 2. Didn't quite work out. 3 positions he's going to have to drop. And Jack at the moment is 9, so he's going to have to let Zarco, Agura and Almaguer through back into that 9th place.
Back to then for 3rd place. Now close right up to the back of Ralph Fernandez. So the information is now on Jackman's dashboard. So he's well aware of the penalty that he's got to serve in the remainder of this sprint. That's going to cost him any hope of a World Championship point here this afternoon. Acosta going wide at the top of your picture into turn 8, and that's going to drop him further back from Alex Marquez.
Yeah, Alex is already looking pretty comfortable at the front of the sprint. Closing in right now on Fernandez in 3rd place. It's Gianantonio there on the 49 VR46 Ducati, not made on his screen. Miller's a 3rd place position drop.
Lost that half a second that mistake in turn 8. So Alex Marquez now the big end of the second clear at the front of the sprint. And Quartararo was said in practice earlier on this morning. He spent most of the year defending. This time he's defending from a rider I don't think he wants to be defending against. Frankie Morbidelli.
Touching into the moment as far as Taka Bagnaia is concerned. He's stuck down in 13th place. He's got a traction this morning also to be contended with. So the 3rd time in this sprint, half from it completed pretty much. Alex Marquez leads by over a second. Antonio surely is going to pick off Fernandez. He might actually attack the Spaniards. Trackhouse brilliant on the left turn 2. He just showed Fernandez a front wheel there, didn't he?
The reason he needs to is because Fernandez did a 30.7. He was even slower than Acosta last time around. We saw why Acosta had a 4 lap. Vinci's got to attack it, and then he's back to Tomato Bezzecchi. He's doing a 30.1. He's now finally got some pace, and he's closing in on this battle for the bronze medal.
Cruising at the moment is Alex at the front. He's the only rider in the 129s. Brilliant pace this by Alex Marquez. We said in the opening 21 Grand Prix of the season what a massive step forward he's produced this year. 25 more podiums Alex has scored compared to 2024. He can even better. There might be successive gold medals around his neck at the end of this sprint. This is going to be the key mistake as far as Acosta's concerned. Easy mistake to make. Into turn 8 he goes, down 3 gears. That was a real big moment, wasn't it? For the Spanish rider. It looks like it is going to cost him any hope of winning the sprint.
He's really suffering because he's now reversing back towards Ralph Fernandez, who's backing up Digia, who's then backing up towards Bezzecchi. Could have a 4-way fight for second shortly because Acosta is starting to really struggle. And we're only at half distance in this sprint.
Tyre life, tyre durability has been a recurring issue of late for Pedro Acosta. It has been one of his real big headaches, something that he said KTM have to sort out after for his winter wish list in the press conference. He just replied with one word: grit. That is all he needs, he feels, to be turned into a regular Grand Prix winner in MotoGP. It's all a tough conversation. conversation for a rider about what he's through when he returns after a crash in any event. If it's because he's also got to explain why he's instant also clinged down his teammate Luca Marini. So there is Quartararo then, just ahead of former Valencia Yamaha teammate Frankie Morbidelli. Alex Marquez is 1.6 seconds clear of Acosta.
Testing next year, as it stands, we'll have to do some more testing in the Twin Grand Prix. The Honda on these making sessions, certainly not helped by that. Johan Zarco is the top Honda running in 11th place. We're still yet to see Jack Miller drop those 3 positions he's required. He is still running in 9th.
Pace well, 1:30.154. Once again, Alex is the only rider in the 29s, and this has just been superb. It's been a masterclass so far by the younger Marcus. Watching on from trackside is brother Mark, who will be seriously impressed with what his brother is producing right now. Jorge Martin joins Pecco Bagnaia in the Champions Sporting Club. The rider for them from Morbidelli is nice, long, turn 13. Serious wheels, going to be relying on some traction control to help you out in the main Grand Prix here tomorrow.
Better like that time for Acosta, 30.2. He was actually a 10th quicker than Alex Marquez last time round. And Morbidelli now closes up behind Fabio Quartararo, but we know how good the 20 is under braking, and he wants to stay as clear as Frankie Morbidelli as he can, because they've come close a few times lately.
Perfect demonstration of just how red hot Quartararo is on the brakes on that factory Yamaha. I mean, that Yamaha is giving up 10, 12 straight line compared to the Ducatis. Morbidelli is slipstream. It just shows what happened. Quartararo is getting off the final corner out of 40 and braking into the first corner. Absolutely awesome once again from Quartararo. Of course, we get another sprint top 6. Here's the game up at the front, 1.4 seconds. That gap has come down between Marquez and Acosta. Alex has stabilised in the second sector, and the other more turning and getting to this timing field section.
Chase off after Acosta, and he can clear Raul Fernandez. We know how good DG has generally been on streets. He will break particularly late in the sprint, but he's still bottled up behind the track out of He's been stuck there for most of the sprint. Here is Jack Miller then, who is still running in 9th place. If he doesn't drop those positions sharply, he'll surely get at least 1 long lap penalty.
Now look at this Morbidelli. He's so close to Quartararo. It's almost like he's going to have to make an attack very, very soon. This is Miller then. Well, he just got his Aldeguer. How on earth is Aldeguer still on 2 wheels there? But his left arm yanked off the handlebar. Through came Ogura. Finally, I was going to say Morbidelli was so close to Quartararo's rear tyre as they dropped down through 14. It was inevitable, really. Just as they were going to pick up the screen, Frankie was going to be able to blast past Quartararo. He duly did. So Morbidelli then now pinches that 6th.
1:30, so they're still quicker than Brandon behind. We've just seen them a moment ago. Behind Quartararo. Of course, Quartararo was defending the picture for a lot of the Portuguese Grand Prix 6 days ago. And Jack Miller still waiting for him as he comes to the first exit. He's still running in that 9th place. He's still got Ogura, Zarco and Aldeguer right behind him. So I guess it's a penalty.
Jack Miller has, you'd imagine in the heat of this battle, he's probably going to say, well, I didn't see the dashboard, I didn't see it on my pit board. Let's hope we will now see the long lap penalty, or there'll be more hot water coming the way of the Australian, failing to drop the 3 positions after his early clattering into Aldeguer.
Current standing below, so they probably go back to the same thing. So on that penalty, he'll drop somewhere in Pecco Bagnaia, who's for 4 spots behind him.
Well, only 5th. I think we'll be saying that about Bezzecchi. 4 seconds now behind Marquez and Rhodes. 1.2 behind Antonio, 1.4 clear of Frankie Morbidelli. Over the line we go. 4 laps to go then in the final sprint action of 2025. And it looks like it is going to be for the first time in his career back-to-back sprint wins for Alex Marquez. This has been superb. This really does bode well, doesn't it, for the 27-lap Grand Prix tomorrow, which is where the replicability expected Alex to be stronger tomorrow than he has been today. Is that even possible? He's been so good this afternoon.
Got the lead at the start and never looked back. He was full of the pressure of that caused by Pedro Acosta, but that mistake at turn 8 when he was already starting to lose the play with Pedro Acosta behind Alex Marquez. Has seen the 73 have a pretty comfortable ride since then, but think back to Barcelona early on this season. Alex Marquez Marquez will not feel certain of this sprint win until that medal's round his neck.
Feel like he's handcuffed. He's just doing everything he possibly can to squeeze everything out of himself, and that KTM is just not quite good enough. He said in the press conference on Thursday that KTM just did not make the steps that he needed to get himself on the top step of the podium for the third time. He's going to rack up another podium, and there's been plenty of them of late. 4 podiums in the last 5, 3 Grand Prix podiums in the last 4, but it's the win he wants. It's the win he's so desperately playing. It's the win at the moment that is slipping well out of his grasp in this sprint.
And it would be 6th consecutive Grand Prix race taken into one podium in our sprint and Grand Prix over the weekend. Of course, in Portimao, Malaysia, it took both 3 laps to go. Acosta, as we saw later in the Grand Prix last weekend, remember, when he suddenly bounced around the pace, he chipped away a little bit, and I thought maybe the advantage, but you feel this is Alex is riding as fast as he needs to in his final 4 laps to keep the 37 at bay.
This will be podium number 21 in MotoGP. Taylor Acosta as the helicopter into that elusive first victory. It's been a good fight for third place. Fair play to Valencia Moto3 for so much. Well, nobody knows just how good Alex Mark is. Nobody knows the strengths and merits of Alex better than Brother Mark. Mark, I think, got this back to the yeah, this has been an awesome performance by Alex. Yeah, I'm going to put her on. Yeah, I've been absolutely immaculate here so far. Still hold that advantage over Acosta to 1.4 seconds. Gian Antonio is running out of time to get through, and they know you're resolute. Mark Fernandez is doing an absolutely phenomenal job before trying out to pretty hitting. Mark Fernandez trying to hang on to that third sprint podium.
Jack Miller does now come through the long lap penalty loop, so I think it's straight back to close the race. Stewards have finally got the message across to the 43 to get out of the way. That'll have annoyed Ayagura, that. He's been stuck behind Miller's Yamaha for quite some time, and he's now not got a lot of time left trying to chase on back to Brad Binder for 8th. That does now promote Agura into the points.
So this is the battle for the bronze medal position here in this Valencia sprint. Picking up some slipstream once again is the captain of 25 of Gian Antonio. Looking on the leader with the Exodus of Gallen, 40 the top of the Aprilia. Secchi's got an equal wish list for the news as far as the Aprilia are concerned. He's been riding so well here, hasn't he? Fernandez just not even Gian Antonio trying to tackle him. He's going to go for it on the inside of turn 4. He is. He's had to force that one. He's going to run it a little bit hard. Fernandez surely will have the inside line back as they go through 5. This reminds me of Morgan versus Miller on the last ever of the Grand Prix here 5 years ago in 2020. Back again on the inside, and Fernandez is straight to go for Gian Antonio. What a fight this is for third.
Well, Gian Antonio's just decided there's a lap and a half of this sprint to go. I'm just going to go for this and just throw everything at it. Raul Fernandez with the colours of the Valencia flag on his crash helmet, highly motivated to secure a medal here today.
So for Gian Antonio, the only problem is once the Ducati gets ahead of you, it's so hard to find a way back to him straight away. But Gian Antonio is going to clear load ahead of him. As for what, half a dozen best 5 laps here, Fernandez who was going on the brakes into turn 11. Marco Bezzecchi all of a sudden has started to close right in on this pair directly ahead of him. In fact, Bez, he might just run out of time again. Because another lap or so, Bezzecchi might fancy his chances of back-to-back sprint podiums. Hasn't worked out after a dazzling performance, an all-time man record of Q2 points for Bezzecchi. He's going to come over the line to start the last sprint lap of 2025 in 5th place. Alex Marquez surely is nailed on for our last sprint win of the season. Costa looks safe and secure in 2nd. Who will take the final medal?
Hoping that battle was really running and joining between Fernandez and Bezzecchi. It carried on for a few more corners because it would have brought him right into play. But Alex Marquez, with his brother watching trackside, is now just 10 corners away from a 2nd consecutive Saturday sprint win. And once again, he's going to keep Pedro Acosta waiting. It hasn't been quite the heavyweight punches that we saw a week ago between the top 2. It's been another tremendous display for Alex Marquez, the winner of the World Championship, and about to win in front of his older brother.
His 27th podium finish of the season, showing exactly why he's getting the big Ducati upgrade next season. He will be on a GP26. He said himself that's going to bring extra pressure. You're on a factory bike, you have to deliver, there's no hiding place, no excuses. He stepped up to the plate this year, having got that Ducati GP24. I'm sure he will rise to the occasion next season as well. his brother Mark, Fabio Di Giannantonio, and Pecco Bagnaia. Good check on Bagnaia. That's forgettable. Straight down in 13th place at the moment. Through the final corner we go then. Having started 2025 on a sprint podium, Alex Marquez has finished it on top of the sprint podium here in Valencia. What a performance by Alex. He takes the checkered flag 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta, who was on the podium for the 5th time in the last 6 sprints. Still no chase now, loses his first victory in the KTM star. Fabio Di Giannantonio scores just his 7th sprint podium in his career. He did just about get the better later on at Ralph Fernandez. Marco Bezzecchi's victory charge, well, it lasted for about 500 metres on the run down to the first corner. Interesting to see what Bezzecchi says about it. He seems to go for his soft and front tire, but he never really was he? And he could have taken that all points in the sprint for Morbidelli, Quattararo, Binder and Iagura. Bastianini, takes a checker flag in the 40. Goes to watch to fifth in the World Championship today. Pedro Acosta's
second place. Cassini celebrates another sprint success. They will also be celebrating, even if it is a little flat at the front end today, it will be 5th place. Marco Bezzecchi does clinch 3rd in the World Championship today.
Second time in the last 3 years he's done that. Done it previously for Ducati, part of the Fortis project. Showing the kind of performances of late. Why everybody wanted to get him on board and back to the RSGP. Well, a very popular victory, of course, here in Valencia. The 2 Spaniards take the top 2 places in our final sprint action of the campaign. Moves up 1 place to 4th in the championship. He's got a 6-point cushion well over Pecco Bagnaia going into the final Grand Prix tomorrow. And Bagnaia spoke around this season when he was clearly out of champion contention, how miserable an experience it was not to be a title contender, how second wasn't good enough. Well, the second wasn't good enough, third was going to be awful, fourth a disaster. Well, where did he rank 5th in the final reckoning? Because that's where it looked like he might finish what's been a miserable 2025. Pedro Acosta taking applauded, taking congratulations, holding his home crowd here in Valencia. Did all he could. Did all he could. Nobody involved in putting anything out of a factory KTM quite like Pedro Acosta. His teammate Brad Binder did pick up a couple of points. 8th place, running 60 seconds like Pedro Acosta.
Official fan clubbers, I'm sure you saw there with the banner off to the right hand side. Yeah, I gave all I can and more than a good fight since Pedro in the end. Once again, there was just one rider mind combination that was too strong. Just as it was 7 days ago, that was Alex Marquez and the Cassini Ducati GP24. Pedro Acosta though, as I said, getting up to 4th place in the World Championship today, but he had to settle for silver yet again.
So that victory for Alex in that sprint is 1, 2, 3 in the season. Now tied to Pedro. Side of the bike as you come to celebrate with the team in pit lane. Martinez there in the white t-shirt, his manager. Yeah, he's done it, and there's potentially more to come as far as 29-year-old Spaniard is concerned. He has really enjoyed life on Spanish shore so far this year. Now the Alex Marquez, that wonderful breakthrough victory in MotoGP Grand Prix on the Sunday action in Jerez, his spiritual home of the Spanish Grand Prix. That was a magic moment. He then won in front of his home crowd, I guess you'd say his real home crowd at the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. Back on Spanish turf once again. It's Alex who prevails here in Valencia. I have to say, it made it look very, very comfortable. It made it look very easy. It wasn't, but it was another very, very short performance from the number 73. Listen to the reception, getting in the crowd. Happy smiley faces, weren't they, this morning when Marco Bezzecchi secured pole position on the factory for the afternoon, though.
Rather speedy stop back into the box there from Bez. Here at this moment, I want to wave at the TV cameras. Has secured the World Championship, but some detailed conversations already going on, potentially involving that decision on the soft front tyre. Whether that was the root of the problems or just a part of it, certainly contributed to Benteke struggling so much in the first couple of laps this afternoon.
KTM's an absolute missile. Isn't it, off the line? Yeah, Benteke got a good launch. It wasn't like he got a